One's here. He's got to be UGH. Bondo's words were cut off by an invisible foot slamming into his guy. He crumpled to the ground, and was promptly knocked out by a second blow, this time to the back of the head. Kaibara and Monoma watched in horror as Banshee suddenly appeared in front of them, before she began to melt away, revealing it was actually Doppelganger copying her. "Why, you bastard! You've been invisible and watching us this whole time!" Monoma yelled. "No. I was watching from the security room. Once I saw you get the upper hand over my clone, I ran here. I didn't take Banshee's form until I got to the stairs." Doppelganger informed him casually. Kaibara grit his teeth and yelled to Monoma, "Use his quirk." Monoma grinned nervously, "That's right. I've got your quirk. Let's see how you like fighting your own ally," he said, activating Doppelganger's quirk and transforming into Banshee. Or at least he would have, had the quirk activated. What? I'm not transforming." Monoma gasped. Doppelganger shook his head, "Did you think it was that easy? To just take someone else's quirk and use it yourself? As a fellow copycat, I can confirm it's far harder than that. Then some clones. A couple of All Might clones will put you down." Monoma yelled in terrified anger, thrusting his hands forward. He was incredibly relieved when the brown slime began to appear and shape itself into humanoid form, but that relief turned to dread when the only form the clones took was Monoma's. "No," he screamed, "what's wrong? Why isn't it working?" "Monoma!" Kaibara yelled. "I don't know what's wrong. It should work, but it's dash." The blonde froze. "Have I not met the conditions? Do I need something else?" he asked himself. His copy could copy a quirk, but not any of the resources or knowledge specifically needed for it. All he got was the quirk itself and some instinctual knowledge on how to activate it, but even that was limited. Monoma looked up into Doppelganger's stoic face and realized immediately that he'd made a grave mistake. The villain raised his hands and created 2 more himself. Those copies made 2 more as well, and so on and so forth until he'd created almost 50 clones. Then the last generation of copies raised their hands more, and create some very familiar faces. Every teacher at U.A and every member of every hero class in the school, from 1A to 3B, Monoma and Kaibara looked into the smirking faces of their own mirror images and lost all hope. The clones descended on them, and between their shock, the clones restraining them, and the sweet smell of midnight somnambulist, the boys joined Bondo in unconsciousness. As they succumbed to sleep, they wondered if they'd ever open their eyes again. Next chapter, The Frankenstein and the Pharaoh. To be released, April 3, 2022. The first 2 Monster Factory battles have ended, and 6 of our young heroes have fallen already. Who knew that cloning powers were so OP? Honestly, not the happiest with the Banshee fight, but that's mostly because I showed off all her abilities already in the last chapter, so there wasn't much else to show off. Also, the end of the Banshee fight is based on an actual nightmare I've had where I was alone in a city on a rainy night, but then lightning illuminates everything and there are millions of people watching me from the shadows where I can't see. That has terrified me for years, so I used it for this fight. Now that we've actually seen Doppelganger, I wonder who people will think he is. I'd be very surprised if people guessed it correctly. So far only one person has correctly identified any of the Monster Factory team. Next chapter. Team Tetsu comes face to face with the stitched-together Frankenstein in the landslide zone, while Team Rin suffers the curse of the villainous pharaoh in the ruin zone. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 29th April 2282. Landslide Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The team of Tetsu, Owaze, and Hananuki slowly swam through the sands of the landslide zone, softened by Hananuki, as they made their way to the center of the disaster area in search of their opponent and his captive. This was where All Might had been dragged off to, and rescuing him was the #1 priority. If the trio of teens could save him, then he'd be able to easily defeat the rest of Monster Factory in an instant. The #1 hero had been caught unawares before and hadn't thought to use his full strength. The students were sure he'd win now that he knew the danger. As they neared the center of the area, Hananuki paused as he spotted movement in the distance, and signaled his friends to follow behind him as he softened and swam his way into a ruined building that was 90% buried in the sand. Only one corner of the building's roof and the tops of some windows on the side were still above ground, so it made for a good hiding spot to scout from. Hananuki led his teammates completely under the sand and through a buried window, before swimming up to the surface within the building. From there, the 3 students lay flat against the sand and dirt and peeked out from the half-buried windows. "What did you see?" Owaze whispered to Hananuki. "Someone was moving around atop the hill. They should be just over there." Hananuki replied quietly, pointing to where the movement he'd seen was. Tetsu frowned. What the hell is that? He whispered, looking at the strange figure. It was a man of fairly average height and a lean athletic build, but that was all that was normal about him. His clothes consisted of several pieces of rebar and sheet metal that had been twisted and forged together into a ragtag suit of armor that left his upper arms exposed, along with several large gaps. The ends of the rebar, as well as several screws and bolts, stuck out of the armor awkwardly, making it look like the armor was pinned into the man's body. The man's head was complete, covered by a helmet made in the same way, which had numerous upward-pointing spikes on it that resembled hair. The face of the helmet was a metal version of Monster Factory's signature theater masks, though this one seemed to have been forged together from 5 or 6 different masks, giving it a twisted expression that was cut up by visible weld lines. The sight of it almost made Owaze cry at the poor workmanship, but the man's armor was the least worrying part of him. The exposed parts of his body revealed gray, dead-looking skin and numerous surgical scars that made the man look like he'd been crafted out of several different corpses. Frankenstein's monster. Hananuki frowned. Given the monstrous theme of these villains, he was sure that this one was based on that particular creature. Tetsu and Owaze both frowned, knowing the name but not much else. So how should we attack this guy? The latter asked. I have 3 different plans that might work. The first 2 should work to restrain him, and the third will hopefully let us knock him out if restraining him doesn't work. Hananuki replied. Why bother restraining him at all? Let's just knock him out. Tetsu argued. Hananuki shook his head. We shouldn't risk open combat if we can avoid it. We just want to keep him busy until we can reach All Might and free him. Once All Might is free, this whole invasion will be over. Owaze grabbed both his teammates' shoulders and shook them slightly. I think we're past that now, he said, trembling with terror as he pointed back at the monster. The villain had pulled a piece of fabric out from beneath his armor and was examining it like a curious child. The torn fabric was red, white, and blue, and was covered in blood. The teens all felt bile rise up in the backs of their throats as they saw it. That was a piece of All Might's costume, and it was covered in more blood than anyone could safely lose. No. Are we too late? Tetsu almost shouted, though his words were muffled by Owaze covering his mouth. I don't know, but we can't afford to take chances. We'll capture and interrogate him. All Might, he can't have gone down that easy. Hananuki exclaimed. So what's the plan? Owaze asked shakily. Hananuki quickly explained his 3 strategies. Each was fairly simple, but would be effective if they could pull them off. Once all 3 boys were on the same page, they began enacting Hananuki's first plan. Hananuki began using his softening to make a tunnel under the sand, while Owaze used weld to fuse together the walls of the tunnel to prevent it from crumbling down on the softened, water-like sand. The 3 boys then made their way to the spot directly below the enemy, ready to ambush him. Tetsu stood on a patch of buried sand that was welded together by Owaze to make a firm foothold, while Hananuki prepared to soften all the ground directly above the steel boy, who had his quirk active in anticipation. The boys silently counted down from 3 and then Hananuki softened the ground around and above Tetsu. This allowed the boy to immediately leap upward using the solid foothold Owaze had made him and burst out from the ground directly in front of the startled villain. The villain made a strangled noise of surprise that revealed his voice was heavily synthesized, but he was quickly silenced as Tetsu went straight from his leap to delivering a vicious steel uppercut to the villain's chin. A blow like that would have knocked out most ordinary people, but the villain was sturdy and was merely knocked onto his back. This was just what the heroes wanted, however, and Owaze quickly reached up through the softened dirt and began welding the pieces of the villain's armor together. He welded every joint so it was immovable, as well as welding the 2 legs together and welding the armored lower arms to his thighs. As an added measure, Owaze welded together as much loose dirt and sand as he could, creating a massive boulder of the stuff that he welded the villain's back armor to. With the villain completely trapped, Owaze fully pulled himself out of the dirt and Hananuki followed after him, canceling his quirk so all the previously softened areas returned to normal. Ha! We got him! Tetsu cheered, watching as the villain struggled in vain to break free from his bonds. The villain groaned, situation, you caught me unawares. Diagnosis, unfortunate, he said, his tone and the heavily synthesized voice making him sound like a robot. You shouldn't have attacked our class, you bastard. Now tell us where All Might is, the metallic boy demanded. Error, subject All Might has been terminated. 3 boys felt ice creep through their veins at those words. They looked over to where the bloody scrap of All Might's costume had fallen, each of them gulping audibly in response. Bullshit. There's no way you killed All Might. Tetsu screamed. Report, Subject All Might's threat level made long-term capture impossible. Mission parameters allow for the premature termination of any hostile should alternative options be unviable. Result, Subject All Might was terminated, the villain replied robotically. Enraged, Tetsu took a step forward and prepared to strike the villain, but Hananuki put an arm out to block his way. The steel boy growled but didn't try to push past his classmate, as the skull-faced boy looked down on the villain with anger in his eyes. Still, he spoke calmly. We don't believe you, but we can worry about it later. Who are you? Hananuki asked. Designation, Monster Factory member Frankenstein, the villain replied. Hananuki snorted, his assumption had been half right. You know, Frankenstein was the name of the doctor, not the monster. Frankenstein shook his head, it was the only movement he could make with his armor welded together. Rebuttal, Frankenstein is the monster. The creature he created was innocent. Owaze and Tetsu looked at each other with confusion while Hananuki almost smiled. I guess you're right. The name suits you then. The villain tilted his head for a moment, unsure how to respond, before simply dipping his head to Hananuki with respect. Inquiry, your face resembles that of a skull, have you not also suffered discrimination and hatred from society? Have you not been called a monster for the body you were born with? Of course I have. People can be cruel, especially when they're scared. Hananuki nodded. Dude. Tetsu muttered sympathetically. Frankenstein tilted his head, follow-up inquiry, then why become a hero? Why choose to serve people that despise you? Why not join us in Monster Factory, where you'll be accepted? Hananuki chuckled and shook his head, what, and immediately justify every bad thing they ever said about me. You Monster Factory guys talk about becoming villains to punish the society that treated you like monsters, but aren't you just proving them right? I recognized that people were afraid of me, so I acted in a way to prove they didn't need to be. You're justifying their hatred of people with scary appearances while I'm working to make them realize we're good people too. Frankenstein fell silent for a few moments, and Owaze and Tetsu wondered if Hananuki's earnest words had managed to get through to him. Unfortunately, the villain was too devoted to his cause to be swayed. Conclusion, your belief is irreconcilable with my own. Regrettable, he said. Owaze huffed, well it doesn't matter. My quirk has welded you to the ground so there's no way you're moving now. Now tell us where All Might really is, he demanded. Frankenstein tilted his head again, response, All Might is right here. The three boys blinked and looked around, but besides the tattered piece of All Might's costume, there was no sign of the hero. They turned back to the villain, who to their confusion, began to swell up until he was the size of All Might. His armor, which was apparently more flexible than it looked, strained under the growth but the welds held firm, until the now All Might-sized Frankenstein flexed his muscles. Immediately, he was able to break the welded joints and move again, even pulling himself up from the welded ground with little effort. The boys watched in horror as he flexed his muscles again to break any welded points on his torso, restoring his full range of movement. What the hell? How can you do that? Owaze exclaimed. Explanation, my quirk, Frankenstein. It allows me to replace any part of my body with those of a corpse I have absorbed. After I sliced the unconscious All Might's throat, I absorbed his corpse. Now his powerful body is mine. The boys looked at him in horror, so this villain really had murdered All Might. If the number one hero was gone, all of society would lose hope. The symbol of peace was the pillar that kept the current golden age aloft. Bastard! Tetsu roared, leaping at the man with his full metal body. He tried to punch Frankenstein in the face, but the villain avoided it by returning to the leaner form he'd been using before, which resulted in Tetsu overshooting and sailing over Frankenstein's head. He landed and tried to spin on his heel and attack again, but Frankenstein kicked back and smashed Tetsu in the nose. He didn't do much damage, since the boy was currently in steal mode, but the force of his kick was enough to send Tetsu smashing into the building they'd previously hidden in. Tetsu! Owaze yelled, running for his comrade. Frankenstein moved to intercept, and while Hananuki made a valiant effort to slow him by softening the ground and making him sink, the villain was able to grab the patch of dirt that Owaze had welded him to earlier and pull himself to safety, then used that patch as a solid foothold to leap at Owaze. The boy grimaced and drew numerous metal cylinders from his costume's pockets and quickly welded them together into a shield, but Frankenstein immediately switched his body out with All Might's and used the man's incredible strength to punch right through the shield. The shield did slow the punch, but it wasn't enough and Owaze was struck in the face with enough force to knock him out cold. The boy flopped to the floor like a puppet with its strings cut, while Tetsu and Hananuki cried out for their friend. Stay away from him. Tetsu roared, tackling Frankenstein and trying to force him away from Away's unconscious form. He didn't quite manage it, but he did knock Frankenstein off balance, allowing Hananuki to quickly rush in and soften the ground beneath them, making Frankenstein sink as he pulled Tetsu and Away's away. Without a solid thing to grab onto, Frankenstein sunk into the ground until only his head remained above the surface. With the villain trapped and unable to move, Tetsu and Hananuki moved to Away's side and examined him closely. The boy was out cold and wouldn't be awakening for quite a while without the help of smelling salts, but aside from that and a bruised cheek and busted lip, Away's would be fine. Damn it! If only I hadn't lost my cool and missed my attack. Tetsu cursed. Now isn't the time for self-deprecation. Frankenstein is trapped, let's knock him out and go looking for All Might. I'm sure he's still alive. Hananuki declared. Tetsu nodded, yeah, he's gotta be. No way could these scrubs kill him. I'm gonna rip that guy's mask off and punch him in the face, he growled, getting to his feet and marching over to where Frankenstein watched them, still trapped in the earth. He couldn't move thanks to the quicksand-like ground, but Tetsu was able to waltz right up to him thanks to Hananuki solidifying the ground beneath his feet with each step. Cracking his metallic knuckles, Tetsu leaned down and grabbed the metal mask by one of the spikes, then pulled it off in one movement. Without even stopping to look at the man's exposed face, Tetsu swung his fist into it. It felt like he punched a boulder. Gasping at the hardness of his target, Tetsu pulled his fist back and this time both he and Hananuki got a good look at the villain. With a neutral expression, the man asked, inquiry, do you believe me? No? Frankenstein's face was that of All Might, but with gray skin and hair, stitched up scars all over his face, and a skin texture like roughly hewn stone. He looked like his face was a badly carved All Might statue that had broken and been badly fused back together, and the rough, rocky texture was hauntingly familiar. Unfortunately, neither boy could figure out why as they were faced with the possibility that Frankenstein really had killed All Might and absorbed his body. And no way. Hananuki whispered, shaking his head with disbelief. Frankenstein spoke again, his synthesized voice sounding even stranger without the mask. Explanation: the Frankenstein quirk allows me to incorporate corpses into myself and mix parts to create the optimal body. All Might's pieces were stronger than all my others, so I used it all for this body. The stony appearance is a side effect from my mother, Gargoyle, a previous member of Monster Factory who was killed by heroes. Heroes killed your mother, so you decided to get revenge by killing the number 1, as well as Amaterasu, 13, and our classmates. Tetsu growled. Rebuttal: revenge is not what I want. I seek the same thing as you so-called heroes, justice. But I did not tell you this for sympathy, I merely wish to inform you of my quirk's capabilities. I am a monster with a heart hewn from stone, a body formed from the corpses of stronger people, and brought to life with a bolt of lightning. Hananuki's eyes widened, remembering that part of the Frankenstein story, the doctor had brought his creation to life by harnessing lighting. The skull-faced boy looked fearfully at the trapped villain and saw a crackle of electricity dance across his stony skin. He barely had time to scream, Tetsu. Protect Away's. Tetsu immediately stood between his unconscious teammate and the villain, and a moment later Frankenstein unleashed a huge blast of electricity that arced out in every direction. Most of it struck Tetsu, who acted as a lightning rod and successfully protected Away's, but enough of it struck Hananuki to make the boy convulse with a silent scream. Hananuki fell to the ground, his skin smoking lightly and his quirk deactivating as he blacked out. Everything he'd softened solidified again, including Frankenstein's prison. The man was able to easily pull himself free with All Might's strength, then shrunk back to his original size after grabbing his mask from where Tetsu had dropped it. Observation: my armor has been stretched out. The metal was made flexible, but the size difference pushed it too far, he commented, stretching his body making his armor jangle loosely on his frame. He turned to Tetsu, who was still conscious and widely unharmed by the lightning. Unfortunately for the boy, his confidence had hit zero. Tetsu knew he wasn't as smart as Hananuki or Away's, and he was sure his steel quirk wouldn't be enough to defeat a guy that could swap his body out for All Might's. Still, he was his friend's last line of defense now, and upon seeing Frankenstein eyeing him, he burst into action. Grabbing his knocked-out teammates and throwing them over his shoulders, Tetsu made a run for it in a desperate attempt to protect them. He made it only a few meters before he heard the clanking of Frankenstein's armor, then felt a mind-bending blow to the back of his skull. The last thing Tetsu saw was the sandy ground rushing to meet him, before all he knew was oblivion. Frankenstein stared down at the three unconscious boys and cracked his neck. Mission status: success. Meanwhile, ruined zone, unforeseen simulation joint. The eerie silence of the ruins zone began to creep out the trio of teenagers that had entered it to save Amaterasu. Komori was shaking as she looked around, continuously seeing things out of the corner of her eye that disappeared when she turned to get a good look. She was sure it was just her imagination, but the fact that a murderous and unknown enemy was present meant she couldn't relax. Rin was braver and kept his cool better, but even he was growing nervous as the movement of the sun overhead made the shadows slowly grow longer, as if they were coming towards him. Like Komori, he could have sworn he'd seen a shadowy figure out of the corner of his eye, but it always disappeared before he could see it fully. The only one that wasn't afraid was Kurwaro, and that was because he was in his element. At least until they neared the center of the zone and found all the zone's rescue mannequins dismembered and impaled on spikes of rebar, or hanging by the neck from nooses made from bandages in a small clearing. That was horrifying enough, but a massive blood splatter in the middle of the clearing was what really chilled them to the bone, especially as several horribly sharp tools were sitting in it and a very familiar white kimono lay blood and discarded beside it. That's Amaterasu's costume. Komori squeaked, all this blood, what did they do to her? Even Kurwaro was afraid now, but he tried to comfort his crush, hey, it's okay. Amaterasu can heal herself, remember? And she has that astral resurrection thing too, so there's no way she's dead. Rin nodded in agreement, she must be alive. She couldn't go down that easily. All this blood is unsettling though, he said, gingerly picking up Amaterasu's blood-soaked costume. Komori wasn't comforting however, and began to shake, what if she really is gone? She can only come back to life once per day, that's what she said, so what if they killed her twice? What if she really died and… Komori. Rin frowned, seeing his classmate get more and more distraught. What if she really died, believing we hated her? Komori asked, teary-eyed. The boys both recoiled, what do you mean, Komori? Kurwaro asked. Komori sniffled, you and I believed her story about her being a goddess, but Rin and a bunch of others didn't. Then because of the stuff with 1A, we've been avoiding her. What if she thinks we hate her because we believe she's lying, or because she split the class? Komori. Rin sighed, she said it herself, Amaterasu didn't mind that some of us didn't believe her. She understood our reasons. I'm sure we'll find her alive and well soon, and you can tell her yourself, he said, handing her Amaterasu's costume. Komori nodded shakily and took his words to heart, while Kurwaro frowned jealously that he hadn't been the one to make her feel better. Still, he cared more for her feelings than his own, so he stayed silent and was just happy she was feeling better. Unbeknownst to both of his classmates, Rin was actually more bothered by what Komori said that he let on. Amaterasu. I don't know what you really are, but please be alive. Goddess or not, you aren't a bad person, he silently prayed. Once the three of them had regained their composure a bit, they turned back to the pool of blood and the bloodstained tools. Rin was tempted to ask Komori and Kurwaro to take a few of them to use as weapons in an emergency, but if they really were stained with Amaterasu's blood, it would be cruel to have his classmates wield them. Instead, he pointed to two spikes of rebar that had numerous mannequin limbs impaled on it. My scales are enough to attack and defend with, but if the enemy has weapons you too will be at a disadvantage. Take a couple of those mannequin limbs, they'll make decent clubs in a pinch, he said. Komori and Kurwaro nodded and went to try and pull a pair of mannequin legs off of the rebar spike. They were wedged on tightly though, and the teens weren't strong enough to dislodge them, so Rin sighed and covered his hands in scales with the intention of destroying the mannequin limbs and have his comrades use the rebar itself instead. Just as the boy raised his scaled hands to break them however, his body suddenly tingled strangely and his scales began to rapidly molt, falling noisily to the floor. Rin's jaw hung open in shock, and he tried to regrow his scales only for his quirk to fail. His teammates saw this and gasped as they tried to use their own quirks and found they weren't able to either. I can't make my spores. Komori panicked. And I can't become one with the shadows, or anything else black. Kurwaro added, pushing against the shadow Rin was casting on a nearby wall but failing to enter it. It must be the enemy. They must have some kind of erasure quirk, like Eraserhead Sensei. Rin exclaimed, before pulling on one of the mannequin limbs with all his strength. Kurwaro moved to help him and the boys were able to pry an arm off of the rebar, which they handed to Komori before repeating the process twice more. Without their quirks, the young heroes were at a major disadvantage and needed the makeshift weapons to even more. Once all three were armed, Kurwaro shouted loudly, we know you're there. Come out and face us, unless you're too scared of course. The taunt was amateurish, but it seemed to work as they spotted someone with red eyes hiding in the shadows. Rin spotted the person first and attacked them, smacking them in the head with the mannequin leg he wielded. The person took the blow without even flinching, before they seemed to melt into the shadows entirely. The heroes frowned, wondering what the enemy had been. They'd appeared to be a completely black humanoid made of shadows, with eerie eyes that shone in the color of blood. Only the upper body had been distinct, being shaped like a thin man with long hair, but his lower half was hidden completely by the shadows. Seeing as those red eyes were gone, Rin tried to use his quirk and was disappointed to find he couldn't. I guess those red eyes weren't the same as Eraserhead Sensei's after all. They must be stopping our quirks in another way, he grumbled. Komori opened her mouth to answer, when she felt something touch her back. She shrieked and whirled around, only to find nothing there. She turned to Kurwaro, who stood beside her, and glared at him. Don't freak me out like that, she scolded. Huh? I didn't do anything. I swear. Kurwaro cried. I felt something touch me, and you're the only one here. Rin's over there. Komori argued, pouting. Guys, now isn't the time for, ow. Rin yelped, his words cut off by someone pulling sharply on his braid. He growled and swung his makeshift weapon and whoever was behind him, but found only empty air. What the hell? The villain is screwing with us. Kurwaro looked around worriedly, only to feel something grab his leg and pull it out from under him, making him flop to the floor and staining his clothes with the blood that soaked the ground. Gah! This is gruesome even for me, the boy yelped, grimacing down at the bloody stains. I'll help wash it off for you. Komori said, going to draw her misting sprays. Unfortunately she found her holsters to be empty. My sprays are gone, she exclaimed. Rin growled in annoyance and a fair bit of fear, which only grew as he saw the red-eyed shadow appear on the edge of his peripheral vision. He turned to look at it properly but it melted back into the shadows of the nearby building before he got a proper look. Damn it! We're completely encircled here. We need to move to a more open area and watch each other's backs. Rin ordered. His teammates quickly agreed and began making their way back out of the clearing via the path they'd entered from. The moment they neared it however, a large explosion suddenly ripped out from one of the buildings. The teens cried out in surprise and dove for cover, managing to avoid any damage in the process. Unfortunately, the explosion had demolished a big chunk of the building it had come from, and the result was a huge amount of rubble sliding into their exit and blocking it. Quickly, the teens got back on their feet and ran for another exit from the clearing, but another explosion halted that plan. One by one, each of the exits from the clearing were blocked by the rubble of an explosion, until only one remained. Rin gingerly approached it, and upon seeing that it didn't explode, he gulped. The enemy is leading us somewhere, he said, his nerves getting to him. The enemy had so far avoided detection, except when they wanted to be seen, nullified their quirks, toyed with them without trouble, and now left them only two choices, stay in place and be further tormented, or take the only path they had left and hope they weren't walking into an inescapable trap. The trio hesitated for a moment as they stood in front of their only remaining path, before they silently agreed to move forward. As soon as they were a few meters down this path, an explosion sealed the way back. There was nowhere to go but forward. For several tense minutes, the three teenagers walked down the narrow path that the ruined buildings had been assembled into. They frequently caught glimpses of the red-eyed shadow, but didn't bother to focus on it, knowing it would be gone the moment they did. Once or twice, they would attempt to use their quirks only to find they still didn't work, or try to use gaps in the ruins to escape from their predetermined path, but each time an explosion would force them back. If they slowed their pace, the shadow would torment them in subtle ways, pebbles were tossed at their backs or dropped into the collar of their clothing, or the shadow would flick them, pull on them, or Komori's least favorite, spritz them with the mist sprays it had stolen from her. The continuous annoyance, combined with the snatching away of every hope for escape they found began to fray the teens' already worsening nerves. The helplessness was getting to them and they were all reacting differently. Rin was grinding his teeth as his temper began to get the better of him, Komori whimpered and jumped at every movement in the shadows, and Kurwaro began to twitch and fidget, occasionally letting out nervous giggles that only made his teammates more freaked out. They felt like they were in a horror movie, just waiting to see who'd be picked off first. Finally, they reached the end of the path and emerged into a large clearing that sat on the very edge of the ruins zone. A huge circle of space had been cleared, leaving unnaturally flat ground the teens were sure hadn't been there when they arrived at the USJ. Even more disturbingly was the only structure still within the clearing. A small pyramid built from the fused-together ruins of the various buildings that made up the zone. The trio gasped at the sight of it. The pyramid was small, by pyramid standards, but easily towered over everything else in the ruins zone, and appeared to have been constructed by someone taking the ruined skyscrapers that had previously been there and stacking them together. How the villains had managed such a feat was completely beyond them, but if they were capable of this, it also helped explain why there was such a long, unusually narrow path that led here. In front of the pyramid was an empty concrete throne with spikes of rebar decorating it, and a few feet in front of the throne was a slab of concrete that appeared to have been used as some kind of altar. The teens slowly approached, looking around for any sign of the villain that had been harassing them. Once they were only a short distance from the altar, an explosion behind them made them spin around just in time to see the path blocked by a fresh load of rubble. The teens were now trapped in the clearing. "Good of you to finally join me," came a condescending voice from behind them. The trio of heroes nearly yelped in surprise as they turned to find someone sitting in the previously empty throne. The person was lounging lazily in the throne as if he'd always been there, leaving the students even more unnerved. How had he got there so fast? Had he been hiding behind the throne? Could he disappear and reappear like Banshee? Seeing their questioning and cautious expressions, the man snapped his fingers. "Well, do not keep a king waiting. Approach," he commanded. Slowly Rin, Komori, and Kurwaro did as they were told and walked around the altar to stand in front of the throne, before brandishing their makeshift weapons and preparing to fight. "Who are you?" Rin demanded. The man was wrapped head to toe in golden bandages that clung tightly to his thin frame, emphasizing the lean muscles he possessed. On top of the bandages, he wore ancient Egyptian clothing, a gold and sapphire blue shendit, a sort of Egyptian kilt, and a yusek, a kind of wide collar that doubled as shoulder covering, made from gold and lapis lazuli. His hair and face were completely hidden by the golden mask he wore, which was an almost identical copy of the famous mask of Tutankhamun, only without the face replaced by a simple golden theater mask engraved with a haughty expression, and with one eye replaced by the eye of Horus. Lastly, the villain loosely held a gold crook in one hand and a matching flail in the other. The villain looked like a long-dead Egyptian king that been brought back to life, and considering his pyramid, he enjoyed playing that role. "I am Pharaoh, one of the oldest members of Monster Factory. You should kneel when speaking to a king, boy," the villain said smugly, pointing his crook at Rin. "We don't kneel to villains," Kurwaro yelled. "Yeah. Now where is Amaterasu?" Komori demanded. Pharaoh chuckled darkly. "Amaterasu? Why, she's right behind you," he said, gesturing to the altar they had walked past. The teens looked over their shoulders cautiously, not wanting to give Pharaoh a chance to sneak away, but their caution was replaced by horror as they saw what now lay on the previously empty altar. It was a body, completely wrapped up in bandages like an Egyptian mummy, but dripping blood down the altar. The heroes suddenly remembered the pool of blood and the sharp tools they'd found in the last clearing, and almost vomited at the implication. That isn't Amaterasu," Kurwaro denied, shaking his head violently as he glared at Pharaoh. "I'll admit it wasn't my best work. I normally have more time to mummify my victims, drain the blood, remove the organs and preserve them properly and all that, but Amaterasu was too much trouble. Fire, plants, bombs, invisible blades, and all the rest, her quirk was as versatile as my own. I had to kill her, I'm afraid. It is annoying she forced my hand before the broadcast was ready, but it was even more annoying when she suddenly woke up again." Pharaoh sighed dramatically. "I had just removed her liver when her body flashed and suddenly she was whole again. I had to kill her and start the process from the beginning." The students went green as their faces melted into horror and sorrow. Amaterasu had been killed not once, but twice. If that was true, then she wouldn't be coming back. Astral resurrection only worked once per day. Even Rin knew that, and he didn't even believe in her divinity. "No, no, it can't be!" Komori suddenly screamed, running for the mummified corpse and intending to unwrap the face. She had just pulled away a single layer, enough to reveal a familiar strand of curly green hair, when one of Pharaoh's golden bandages snaked out and wrapped around her waist, forcing back over to her teammates. "Do not undo my work, girl!" Pharaoh roared. "Now, with Amaterasu dead, I need a replacement for when Monster Factory's leader finishes setting up the broadcast. One of you will be my sacrifice, the other two will live. If you think we're going to just pick someone to die for you dash." Rin began, before Pharaoh cut him off. "Do not interrupt me, boy," he roared, getting up from his throne. The moment he stood, the shadow behind him flickered and rose up, taking on a long-haired and vaguely humanoid form with sharp claws and glowing red eyes. "My quirk, Pharaoh's curse, has already marked each of you. If you are in the presence of myself or my shadow, you will be unable to use your quirk as my curse makes your body malfunction. All that I curse is under my control," the villain declared as he unwound several of his golden bandages with a flourish and sent them at the teens. They snaked unnaturally through the air, aiming for the teenagers. Rin tried to bat them away, but they bound his arms to his chest and held him tightly. Kurwaro tried to retreat into a black shadow, but his quirk was still not working thanks to Pharaoh's curse and he was caught immediately, though his hands remained free. Komori tried to dodge and run away, using her small stature to nimbly slide and twirl through the bandages in an attempt to tangle them up, but they refused to give up their pursuit and eventually wrapped around her legs and hips, making her fall to the ground. Trapped, Kurwaro and Komori used their free arms to strike the bandages with their mannequin limb clubs, but Pharaoh's shadow flew towards them and slapped both weapons. Each slap resulted in a small explosion that blasted the weapons away, leaving them unarmed and helpless. Pharaoh looked condescendingly at his three captives. I told you, I can control that which I have cursed. All it takes is a touch of my shadow and my curse seeps into you. Even inanimate objects are affected, and if I should wish it then the thing I have cursed will be destroyed. The explosions you witnessed just now were me choosing to destroy small parts of those doll limbs that my shadow cursed. My power is truly fitting a king. I can command and destroy all that displease me, he boasted. You crazy bastard. Rin roared, trying to squirm free. That is no way to speak to a king. I ignored your disrespect last time, but I think it's time that changed, the villain sneered, yanking the boys to their feet while leaving Komori sprawled on the floor with her legs bound. Whoever displeases me most will be the one to die. Now. Kneel, he ordered coldly. Never. Rin yelled. We won't lose to you. Kurwaro cried defiantly. That was not a request. Pharaoh said, as the boys felt their bodies go stiff. Kneel. To the boys' horror, they couldn't control their bodies at all. Stiffly, Rin and Kurwaro knelt down on the ground, while Komori looked helplessly into their blank, emotionless eyes. The young heroes felt like strangers in their own bodies, and Komori begged for them. Please, let them go. If you need to kill someone, then kill me, she cried, not wanting to see her classmates die like Amaterasu had. Pharaoh laughed at her. I did warn you, all those under my curse are under my control. Now tell me, little girl, would you prefer I kill you before or after I begin the mummification? Komori went pale and began to shake. Aye. Sleep. That order was the last thing Komori, Rin, and Kurwaro heard before their bodies obeyed Pharaoh's command. They had just barely enough force of will left to wonder if they'd ever wake up, before succumbing to sleep in front of the pyramid that may well become their tombs. Next chapter, The Hellhound and the Succubus. To be released, April 5, 2022. Only a short end note today, since most of this chapter speaks for itself. Frankenstein and Pharaoh were very fun to write, and their power sets were fun to work with too, though of the two I prefer Pharaoh. I think that out of the 6 villains of Monster Factory, these two are the easiest ones to guess identity-wise. We are rapidly reaching the end of this arc, with only 3 more chapters to go. One will be the last 2 battles, one is the Monster Factory reveal, and the last one will be the resolution to the arc's conflict before we move on to the next arc. Next chapter, Team Tsunatori finds themselves facing a hellhound in the fiery pits of the conflagration zone, while Team Kendo try to control their blushes when dealing with the sultry succubus in the mountain zone. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 29th April 2282. Conflagration Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The conflagration zone was, fittingly for a zone full of fire, incredibly hot. The trio of Tsuburaba, Fukudashi, and Tsunatori were practically roasting as they searched through the flames, smoke, and haze for 13 and the villain that had taken her. Fukudashi was using a Japanese onomatopoeia for the sound of falling snow to make ice packs that kept them cool, but the heat of the place was melting them quickly and he was finding it hard to keep it up. The continuous use of his quirk and the dry heat were making his throat scratchy. Tsuburaba and Fukudashi were desperate to get out of the zone as fast as they could, while Tsunatori was marginally better since she had been used to spending time in the USA's deep south in the height of summer, making her more used to higher heat. Flames were another thing altogether though, and even she couldn't stand them for too much longer. After what felt like hours of wandering through the burning streets of the simulated cityscape, the trio finally made it to the dead center, where they found 13 waiting for them. The space hero appeared to be unconscious, it was hard to tell with her helmet, but she wasn't moving, and was hanging from a lamppost via chains that wrapped around her arms and torso. She was completely out in the open, in a simulated road crossing, and with no sign of the villain that had captured her. The teens narrowed their eyes, this was definitely a trap. Dog monster is watching us. Tsunatori whispered, eyes flickering in all directions to try and see the enemy. He managed to take out and kidnap 13 in the blink of an eye. If he's watching us, we won't be able to escape without defeating him first. Tsuburaba replied, just as quietly. We can't do that unless he comes out. Let's play like we're stumbling into his trap, then when he attacks, we turn the tables. Fukudashi said, believing that they could counter if they were prepared. His teammates agreed, and Tsunatori shot 2 of her horns and had them float out of sight so she could direct them at the enemy's back and take him unawares when he attacked. Fukidashi also created a couple of his boom attacks and handed them to Tsuburaba so the boy would have an offensive option when the battle started. Once they were as prepared as they thought they could be, they walked out into the clearing. They made a show of obliviously running to 13, exclaiming that they were lucky that the enemy wasn't around, and just as they expected, a shadow shot from one of the nearby rooftops and descended on them. Tsuburaba spotted him first, and tossed the booms up, where they collided with the enemy. They exploded, making the villain let out a high-pitched shriek of pain before he crashed down on the teens. Tsuburaba protected himself and his teammates with a barrier of solid air, which the villain crashed into before bouncing off and landing behind them. The teens backed off, and just as the villain got back on his feet with a grumble, Tsunotori made her previously fired horns fly out of their hiding place and into his back. The villain somehow knew the attack was coming however, and caught the first of the horns in his jaws, while smashing the other to pieces with his tail. Kihihi, you brats are crafty. First you trick me, then you try to bribe me with a tasty snack. How cute. Kihihi, the familiar mocking tone of Hellhound said between chews on Tsunotori's horn. Now that they were able to see the villain standing still, and not just as a blur attacking them or flying away, the three teens could see exactly why the villain was called Hellhound. His body resembled a humanoid canine, like a werewolf, and he was covered in bright yellow fur. Each finger and toe was tipped with a razor-sharp claw, and his fangs were just as terrifying as they chewed and crunched on Tsunotori's horn. His head looked more like a hyena's than a wolf's, and it wore a mocking, toothy grin as he looked at them with eyes of greenish-yellow. The hair on his head was the same color as his fur, but significantly longer and it hung around his face, resembling the long hair of a death metal band. Hellhound's only clothes were some kind of black leather collar, one of Monster Factory's signature theater masks, this one with a grinning face, that he wore on a chain around his neck, and a pair of ragged black shorts with a hole in the back to let out his monstrously long tail, which was about 4 feet long and thicker than any of the villain's limbs. It was covered in the same short yellow fur as the rest of him, but the fur on the end of the tail was as long as the hair on his head. Lastly, the villain had a pair of giant bird wings on his back, with blood-red feathers that seemed to glow in the light of the flames. He certainly fit the image for a dog of hell. You're Hellhound. We'll beat you and rescue 13. Tsuburaba declared. Hellhound cackled like a hyena, which suited his face, kihihi. You wanna fight me, boy brat? Then come on then. I'll even let you throw a couple more of those nifty bombs at me. But only if the girl brat gives me more tasty treats. Kihihi. The villain crunched the horn he'd been chewing, destroying it completely before looking at Tsunotori, or more specifically, her horns. Tsunotori stepped back subconsciously at the hungry look, but kept her cool as best she could. For a moment, no one moved. Hellhound grinned as he stared down the teens, who stood their ground and stared back with expressions of grim determination. Then, without warning, Tsunotori was suddenly struck in the back of the head by something, causing her to stumble forward with her head bowed. Her teammates gasped in surprise, seeing that it was one of Hellhound's feathers that had hit her, but they didn't have time to worry about that as Hellhound lunged forward and wrapped his jaws around Tsunotori's right horn while one of his claws grabbed her left. Tsunotori shrieked in pain and surprise, trying to fire her horns so Hellhound would be knocked away too, but the villain was holding them too tightly, preventing her from firing them. He also quickly grabbed her shoulder with his other hand and dug his claws in, making her scream again. She kicked at him with her hoofed foot, loosening his grip enough so she could fire her horns and briefly get Hellhound's jaws and other hand away from her, but he responded by immediately crushing the fired horns and gripping the new ones that had just grown. Stay away from her. Fukidashi yelled, zap. A bolt of electricity in the shape of the word zap shot from the comic boy's speech bubble head and struck the hand that was holding Tsunotori's shoulder. Since they were touching, the electricity shocked both Hellhound and Tsunotori, but the shock was mild and only intended to weaken his grip so Tsuburaba could make a cudgel out of solid air and smack it into Hellhound's side, staggering him and making him release Tsunotori's shoulder, as well as weakening his grip on her horns. Without him gripping her body or horns, the American girl was able to fire her horns and escape Hellhound's grasp. As soon as Hellhound was knocked off balance and Tsunotori had back-stepped a bit, she bowed her head and fired more horns at him. She could fire them as quickly as her body regenerated them, which was almost instant, though she could only control 4 of them at once. 4 was all she needed however. While Fukidashi began making more booms and metal clanks to attack and defend with, and Tsuburaba prepared barriers of solid air to pen the mad dog in, Tsunotori fired her horns in short bursts that Hellhound was only able to block and dodge thanks to his canine instincts and athleticism. While he was working hard to avoid the sharp horns, and laughing manically the whole time. Tsunatori was secretly controlling a set of 4 that she subtly weaved through the shadows cast by the flames, where Hellhound couldn't see them. When she got them close enough, she struck, sending the horns so that 2 pierced the inside leg of his shorts while the other 2 managed to get impale some of the links in the chain Hellhound's mask hung from. With the horns stuck in his clothing, Tsunatori was able to pull him back and impale the ends of the horns through a nearby wall, essentially nailing the villain down. Hellhound kept laughing, though it sounded more nervous and gasping now. The horns in his shorts bound his legs in place, while the ones binding his chain ensured he could barely move his head without choking himself, especially with his wings and tail pressed against the back. His hands were free however, and he quickly reached to pull the horns out. Tsunatori and Fukudashi were quick to counter him, the later using zaps to stun him while the former fired more horns and directed them to pin his arms down. She couldn't bring herself to impale the man's flesh, so Tsunatori instead combined sets of 2 of her lightning bolt-shaped horns to make a shackles, which held the villain's arms firmly against the wall. The moment he was fully bound, Tsuburaba erected solid air barriers around him as an extra prison, and Fukudashi hauled some his metal CLANKS over to act as barricades. It was overkill as far as restraints went, but Hellhound's lack of concern despite wheezing as he laughed was beginning to worry them. "You're stuck now. We'll leave you here until the police come," Tsuburaba declared, feeling a bit light-headed thanks to breathing out so much solid air in such high temperatures. Hellhound cackled in between gasps for breath, "Kihihi. You brats are way too green. 2 little puppies and a little filly acting like big shot heroes after being in school for what, 3 weeks? Kids, you've got no idea what the real world of villainy is like. Kihihi." Tsuburaba growled, but Tsunatori scoffed, "Then why are you stuck to wall while we are winners?" The villain paused for a moment, then began laughing harder, "Kihihi. You've got spunk, girl brat, but you're too naive. Let me point something out to you. I'm a human whose quirk give me the face and fur of a canine, this thick-ass tail that no normal animal would have, and these big red wings. So why isn't my name Chimera? Why pick Hellhound instead?" "Kihihi," he asked. Fukudashi scratched at his speech bubble head, because you're a mad dog." Hellhound apparently found that hilarious and began laughing even harder, until his chain choked him too hard and he spluttered, still grinning. "Kihihi. Oh, I'm a mad dog alright, being born with this freakish body ensured I'd never be anything else. But no, the real reason I'm called Hellhound is the same reason I chose to come to this fiery place while waiting for the boss." His grin turning sinister as some kind of blue light began to appear behind him. The 3 teenagers gasped as the temperature in the conflagration zone managed to rise even higher, and azure flames began to burst out from Hellhound's back, slowly melting away the concrete wall he was bound to. "It's because I'm filled with the fires of hell. Now let's taste some, little brats. Kihihi." The blue flame blasting out of Hellhound's body quickly engulfed him and incinerated the horns keeping him down, as well as melting the wall they'd originally been pinned to. Free from his restraints, Hellhound grinned viciously and spun on his heel, shattering Tsuburaba's barriers with a single swing of his monstrous tail, the end of which was coated in fire. His flames then melted away the metal CLANKS that Fukudashi had placed in his way, leaving the heroes with nothing between them and this hellish monster. Hellhound stalked towards them slowly, making each step as deliberate as possible while licking his chops and letting his flaming wings and tail sway behind him. As soon as the terrified teens stepped back out of fear, he stopped and extinguished his flames, grinning mockingly as he did so. "Kihihi. So, how do you brats want to die? I could break your necks with my tail." He smashed his tail into the ground, cracking the pavement. "I could carve you up with my claws." He scraped the claws of his left hand against the ground, leaving shallow gashes. "Or perhaps I should fry you in your own fat." He licked his lips, a hint of blue flame following his tongue as it traced his grin. "Or maybe I'll decapitate you with my wings." He flexed his wings, causing several sharp feathers to shoot out and cut down all the lamp posts in the burning street crossing, including the one holding 13 up. The hero thumped to the floor, still bound by chains. "Or would you prefer I just tear your throats out and eat you? So many options to choose from. Kihihi." Tsuburaba and Tsunatori were shaking badly as they saw how easily Hellhound had overcome their restraints. If he could crush their barriers and horns, and even melt away Fukudashi's metallic CLANKS, then what could they do to stop him? They were way out of their depth. Fukudashi remained calm, at least relatively, and observed the situation. His throat was raw from using his quirk so much in the dry heat, and he doubted his snow flurries would stop the villain's fire, and if the clank wasn't strong enough to hold Hellhound back, then nothing he did would be. That left him with few options. Stepping back slowly while pretending to be retreating in fear, an easy thing to do considering he was terrified, Fukudashi whispered solemnly to his teammates. I'm going to rush him. I'll try and hold him back with some booms and zaps, but it won't hold him for long. Tsunatori, use your horns to get 13 out of here and then run. Suburaba, go with her and make as many barriers behind you as you can. His teammates gasped. We can't do that. You'll be torn to pieces. Suburaba said through gritted teeth, trying to keep his voice down. Better just me than all of us. Fukudashi said, visibly shaking at the idea of his very likely death. Why? Tsunatori asked, looking ready to cry. With your horns, you're the only one that can grab 13 and have any chance of getting away, Tsunatori. And I can't use my quirk for much longer, so Tsuburaba is the better choice to cover your escape. Fukudashi explained. Tsunatori gaped at him, opening and closing her mouth as she tried to come up with a counterargument, but try as she might nothing came to mind. Suburaba clenched his fists and grit his teeth, if we do this, you'll die. Fukudashi nodded, knowing full well that his chances of surviving this plan were nil, but better he die alone while his friends and teacher escaped, than for all of them to die together. I'm prepared. Now get ready, as soon as I attack, you need to act. We're ready. Tsunatori whimpered, as ready as we could ever be for such a thing. Fukudashi's lifted his mask to reveal his speech bubble face, which now had an emoticon of a smiley face on it. Suburaba, Tsunatori, thank you both. Suburaba shook his head, Kozii. Call me Kozii, he said, trying not to cry. And call me Pony. You're saving our lives. Pony added, not even bothering to stem the flow of tears. Fukudashi felt his heart lighten a bit, then call me Manga. Pony, Kozii, it's been an honor, he said with one last smile, before tossing his mask aside and charging at the eagerly watching Hellhound. Take this, you dumb dog, he yelled, creating booms, zaps, clanks, and every other onomatopoeia he could think of to hold the monstrous man back. Hellhound quickly engulfed himself in flames and began blasting the explosive and metal projectiles with azure fireballs while dodging the electricity. Manga intentionally aimed the zap so Hellhound would dodge away from where 13 had fallen, and when they were both far away enough, Pony acted. She fired one of her horns and directed it so that it stuck itself through one of the links in the chain binding 13 before hoisting her into the air and flying back towards her and Kozii. As soon as 13 was retrieved and heading towards the entrance to the conflagration zone, the teens followed after. They spared one last sorrowful look at Manga, who gave them a thumbs up, before turning and leaving. As ordered, Kozii began erecting solid air walls behind him and Pony and they began running for the entrance as fast as they could. Once Manga saw his comrades were gone, he turned up his assault and made his attacks as big as he could make them, no longer concerning himself with collateral damage. He'd attacked so much in the dry heat that his throat was now raw and bleeding, but he couldn't stop, at least not until Hellhound suddenly used his canine athleticism, wings, and fire boost to their full advantage. The villain had clearly been holding back, and now that he wasn't, Manga couldn't keep up with him. Hellhound appeared behind him and before the boy could say a word, the villain's powerful tail wrapped around his throat. The boy struggled and kicked at Hellhound as hard as he could, but the cackling creature didn't even seem to notice. The villain tightened his grip slightly, slowly choking the air out of his victim. Manga couldn't breathe properly, and he silently prayed his friends had gotten enough distance, that he'd bought them enough time. Hellhound leaned close to the gasping boy, and whispered in his ear, or at least where he assumed Manga's ears were, "Kihihi. Did you think these canine ears were just for show? I heard your little plan as clear as day. Kihihi." If Manga's face changed to an exclamation mark as he realized that he'd just played right into Hellhound's claws. The villain laughed, "Kihihi. Thanks boy brat. I do so love a good chase. Kihihi." Manga struggled as hard as he could to break free, before screaming at the top of his voice, "Guys. He's coming." Hellhound grinned and tightened his grip until Manga was finally choked into unconsciousness. Kihihi. He's right you know. 1 down, 2 to go. Run far, run fast. The big bad wolf is coming. Kihihi. The villain's voice howled out over the crackling flames, reaching the ears of the other teens. Kozii and Pony were both sobbing as they ran, believing Manga already dead. They kept pushing forward despite this, refusing to let his sacrifice be in vain. They were about halfway to the exit, having taken a somewhat convoluted route through narrow alleys to hopefully slow any pursuit and make it easier for Kozii to put up his barriers. Unfortunately, the ears of a canine weren't the only sense they'd forgotten to account for. With his dog-like nose, Hellhound tracked them quickly even amidst the smoke of the conflagration zone, flying straight over most of kōhei's barriers. He dive-bombed them, aiming for Pony. Kōhei saw this and shoved her out of the way just in time, then threw up a quick barrier of solid air to protect himself. Hellhound didn't even seem to notice it, instead flipping forward mid-descent and slamming his tail down on the barrier, which shattered instantly, before continuing down and striking Kōhei hard across the face. The sheer force of the blow sent Kōhei straight into the oblivion of unconsciousness, and he crumpled to the floor. Pony screamed and cried, cursing Hellhound as she fired another horn and hooked it into Kōhei's belt so she could escape with him. Hellhound didn't even try to stop her, relishing the chase too much. Unable to fight back, even if she wasn't protecting her classmate and teacher, Pony turned and ran as fast as she could. Hellhound chased after her, nipping at her heels and staying just close enough that he could occasionally trip her with his tail as she ran. He could have overtaken her at any moment, and Pony knew it, but he was enjoying the chase far too much. Thinking fast, Pony fired 2 more horns and jumped mid-stride, directing the horns beneath her feet and using them like flying skates to escape at much higher speeds. The villain was shocked by this, not having expected Pony to be able to make herself fly by controlling her horns in such a way. That shock allowed Pony to get some distance, outspeeding the villain until she finally saw the exit of the conflagration zone. If she could just get out of the fiery area, she might be able to find her other friends and get help. Surely some of the others must have been more successful than them and won their battles. Unfortunately, Hellhound had the same thought, and just like with manga, he decided to stop playing. With incredible speed, boosting by his azure flames, the bestial man overtook Pony easily and spun around so he was stood between her and the entrance gate. He then fired numerous red feathers from his wings, which flew forward and destroyed all 4 of the horns Pony was controlling, making her and her 2 unconscious passengers fly forward thanks to their forward momentum. Hellhound used more feathers to grab Kōhei and 13, then pinned them to the walls of a nearby building via their clothes, just as the teens had done to him. He spared Pony that fate though, and instead caught her himself, holding her around the waist with his tail, binding her arms in the process, while holding her horns in place with his hands. A monster. Pony snarled fearfully as she struggled in his grasp. Hellhound grinned, "Kihihi. You've got that right. Monster Factory, remember? Now. I've eaten horses, donkeys, ponies, and even humans before, which will you taste like?" He licked his lips, "Let's find out. Kihihi." He opened his mouth wide and slowly moved his jaws towards Pony's face. The poor girl screamed in terror, staring wide-eyed into the darkness of that gaping maw. The terror overwhelmed her, and the girl let out one more shriek before falling silent as she passed out. The conflagration zone was silent, save for the crackling of flames and the laughter of a monster. Saturday 29th April 2282. Mountain Zone, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. The trio of Kendo, Shiozaki, and Tokage had very little trouble navigating the narrow passages and sheer cliffs of the mountain zone as they climbed up to the peak. With Shiozaki's vines, Kendo's enlarged hands, and Tokage's ability to essentially fly by deconstructing herself, there really was no better zone for them to be fighting in, especially since their foe could fly. The girls were making their way to one of the wider peaks, where their target had landed earlier. The villainous woman, Succubus, had kidnapped Shishida and flown off with him before anyone in their class could stop her, all the while inviting them to come and be her pets. Even now, as the trio of girls climbed, they could hear Succubus giggling and shouting encouraging comments to them, urging them forward so she could play with them all. "I can't wait to slap that woman." Kendo scowled as they neared the peak. "That demoness has a reckoning coming." Shiozaki agreed, sitting on some of her vines as they pulled her up. "Let's save that for after we save Shishida. Who knows what that pervert has been doing to him?" Tokage said. She wondered if Shishida would even want to be saved. He was a boy after all, and in the hands of an attractive woman that wanted to keep him as a pet. Some guys had to pay for that kind of treatment. That thought made Tokage smirk, which eased her tension for the coming fight. After a couple more minutes, the girls finally clambered up onto the wide plateau that made up the peak of this section of the mountain zone. The area was wide and flat, being about the same size as the ring that Amaterasu and the third years had fought in. The heroines carefully scanned the area, but there was nothing else in the area, other than their quarry. Shishida was laying on his stomach in the middle of the plateau, bound in heavy chains and with a large red object stuffed in his mouth. Kendo blushed, thinking it was a ball gag at first, but was soon relieved to find it was actually an apple held in his mouth by a thick black leather gag. The boy appeared to be unharmed, though he was unconscious. Sitting on the ground in front of him was the villain that took him, Succubus. She lounged against the boy, using his large, furry body like a comfy pillow while she idly waited for the heroines, humming to herself as her devilish tail swished back and forth beside her and one of her hands gently caressed Shishida's fur. Her demon-like wings were absent, so the girls assumed she could summon and hide them with her quirk. The winking, flirtatious face on her theater mask almost certainly matched the expression Succubus wore beneath it, and the moment the woman saw the three girls, many of whom were more womanly than she was, she leaned forward slowly and extended her hand, gesturing them to approach with one finger in a come-hither motion. Angry, and slightly flushed, at the casual way the villain treated them, the girls moved forward warily, each ready to attack in an instant if needed. "So, you three are the ones they sent to me? I'm a little surprised you're all girls," Succubus said, leaning her face against her fist. "Did they think because I'm Succubus that I only liked boys? Because if so, you were very wrong. Beauty knows no gender, and you three are beautiful indeed," she said, looking the girls up and down with exaggerated enjoyment. Kendo and Tokage went scarlet, while Shiozaki growled, "Silence, foul temptress. We are heroes in training, we won't fall for your foul perversions." Succubus tilted her head. "Perversions? Surely there's nothing wrong with enjoying the company of pretty girls. It is a sin to lead others to temptation. Love is one thing, but you are a creature of petty lust. Worst still, you inflict your depravities on the unwilling." Shiozaki scolded. In the era of quirks, the majority of Christian churches had become much more liberal in their beliefs towards homosexual relationships. After all, when half the population didn't even look human anymore, who could judge others for who they loved? Shiozaki followed this belief strongly. Love was sacred so long as all involved were willing and virtuous. Succubus giggled at the pious girl's words. "Oh, lust I can agree with, but I take exception at the word petty. And unwilling? Believe me, dear." She leaned forward slowly. "I'm no rapist. My pets are all quite willing." Now even Shiozaki was blushing. Succubus' every action was innocent on the surface, but hid a layer of sensuousness that made her all the more seductive. Of the three girls, only Tokage was at all interested in other women, but even the usually straight Kendo and asexual Shiozaki felt their faces heat up as Succubus stretched her body like a cat, before standing up. There was also something distinctly serpentine in the way the villain smoothly moved from one position to the next, making Shiozaki mentally compare her to the serpent in the Garden of Eden. Succubus was a foul temptress, and had to be brought to justice. "We won't succumb to your tricks," Shiozaki cried, suddenly sending her vines at the woman. Succubus snaked through the first few thorn-covered vines, showing off her flexibility as she made her way over to Shiozaki, who stood in place with her hands clasped together. Furious at the villain's casual evasion, Shiozaki directed the vines on the back of her head to dig down under the ground and shoot up behind Succubus and attack her back. Succubus was prepared however and easily backflipped onto the writhing mass of green that shot up behind her. Shiozaki gasped at her foe's quick reaction, but that turned into a shriek of indignation as Succubus playfully slapped her in the face with her tail. It wasn't hard enough to hurt, but it definitely angered Shiozaki, who shot as many vines at the villain as she could. Giggling, Succubus flipped backwards again, and this time, she summoned her wings in mid-air and took off. Shiozaki's vines followed her like heat-seeking missiles, but Succubus danced through them like an aerial ballerina. With her slender frame and ability to dismiss and summon her wings as she pleased, Succubus was able to slip through almost anything Shiozaki threw at her. But Shiozaki wasn't the only one present. While the vines were keeping Succubus busy, Tokage split her body apart and used a couple of the pieces to go and grab Shishida while allowing Kendo to use the others as stepping stones to reach the sky and try to swat the villain down with her giant hands. Succubus spotted Tokage's hands dragging Shishida away and immediately flew to stop them, leaving herself completely open for Kendo to attack. The powerful slap struck Succubus right in the back, literally swatting her into the ground like a fly. She bounced off the rocky surface, gasping as the breath was knocked out of her and replaced by pain. With her momentarily stunned, Tokage directed two small pieces of her body to smack into the front of the villain's face, making her cry out in pain and temporarily covering the eye holes of her mask. Stunned and blinded, Succubus could no longer dodge Shiozaki's attacks, and the pious girl was able to wrap her head to toe in green vines, binding her tightly and hoisting her into the sky. Well, that was easier than expected. Tokage smirked, looking at the bound villain. Shiozaki had bound the woman's arms to her wings, which meant her body appeared to be crucified, making Tokage and Kendo wonder if that was intentional. The only part of Succubus that could still be seen was her masked face, and Tokage had pulled her body back together now that she'd successfully moved Shishida. Her hands had slowly lowered him down to the ground by the entrance to the mountain zone, where it was relatively safe. Succubus gave a sultry laugh. "I do love a girl with such long, well-kept hair, but don't you think you've overdone it a bit, my dear?" she said, looking at Shiozaki. The vine-haired girl scoffed, hold your tongue, foul temptress. No aspect of my nature is meant to please you. And yet so much of it does, the woman flirted. You sure do talk a lot for a villain that went down so easily. Kendo shot back. The woman let out a girlish giggle, oh my dear, I never go down easy. For a moment, the girls assumed it was another innuendo from a beaten foe, but then Shiozaki's vines were suddenly sliced away from Succubus and the woman was free. Shiozaki gasped as Succubus gave her a smug wave, which made the girls see red and try to bind her villain again. This time, instead of dodging, Succubus showed exactly how she'd escaped by suddenly transforming the claws on her left hand into much longer, sharper versions that shredded the plant-like hair the moment it got near her. While Shiozaki was reeling from the shock, Succubus charged at her, transforming her other hand to match the first. Tokage launched several pieces of herself at Succubus, but the woman easily dodged or destroyed the pieces, leaving Tokage to regenerate the pieces while she continued her attack. Kendo stood in the way however, and threw a massive punch at the villain. Succubus shifted her stance mid-charge so her shoulder was the first thing to hit the orange-haired girl's fist, but right before impact an entire bull skull formed over the villain's shoulder like a pauldron, complete with horns. Kendo's fist was too large and the strength it packed too powerful for such a protection to nullify the damage, so Succubus was still sent skidding several feet back from the blow, and both her arm and the skull were broken in the process, but it did allow her to avoid a direct hit to the head, and the horns of the skull had gored Kendo's knuckles, doing a fair bit of damage. Kendo winced and whimpered as Shiozaki and Tokage worked together to pull the broken horns out of her knuckles so she could safely shrink her hand again. Once shrunken, the wounds didn't look too bad, it looked like she'd punched a rose bush rather than a bull skull, but they still stung like hell and made opening and closing that hand painful. Ouch, what the heck kind of quirk does that woman have? Kendo cursed. She cursed even louder after Succubus made a show of snapping her broken arm back into place, followed by a faint glow as it was healed. You can heal. Succubus nodded with a giggle, oh yes. My quirk is very useful for keeping me in tip-top shape, even after encounters with my more forceful pets. We really should decide on a safe word though dear, I'd hate to spill any more blood than necessary. I guess these Monster Factory guys are true to their names. Tokage frowned. I don't suppose you'd tell us your quirk. I might, if you ask me nicely and call me mistress. Succubus offered. Kendo gritted her teeth and Shiozaki glared furiously, but Tokage just shrugged. Her lost pieces had fully regenerated now, and she was feeling slightly winded thanks to that, so she was completely whole as she sauntered a few steps towards the villain. Bowing theatrically, Tokage said what Succubus wanted her to. Oh mistress, won't you please tell me your quirk, she asked, batting her eyelashes and acting more like a cheeky little girl than a submissive. Her teammates looked torn between confusion and amusement, while Succubus wasn't torn at all, she immediately burst into a fit of laughter. Ha ha ha. Oh, you are a treat. A cheeky girl with a quirk like yours is too good to give up, I'll have to ensure the boss lets me keep you when we're done here. Since you were a good girl and asked nicely, I'll tell you my quirk. Succubus said happily. It's called Demon of the Flesh, and it allows me to fully control any element of my body from the skin, to the bones, to the blood. I can replicate it, rearrange it, and even more. By reshaping my body, I can make my wings, bone claws, and that bull skull. It's all just a matter of growing bones in the right shape, and extending my skin and nerves. Sadly, my nerves are numb to most things, so I have to seek greater and more intense sensations in order to enjoy life. With a quirk like mine, is it any wonder I became Succubus, the villain explained, maintaining a cheery tone. Despite that tone, the three girls were sure they heard a hint of sadness beneath it all. They understood that it must be hard to be unable to feel things as others do, every touch must feel like that of a ghost with her nerves so numb. It made sense for the odd woman to seek pleasure and pain in such intense amounts, it was the only way she could feel anything. Feeling sympathy, Shiozaki's glare lost its heat and she walked cautiously towards the woman. Is that why you became a villain? In a way. A lot of people were happy to use and abuse a girl that can take as much punishment as they wanted to dish out and still bounce back. I saw enough of the world's ugly side to want to change it. Succubus replied, almost wistfully. Before she could say any more, the villain caught herself and shook those thoughts from her head. Oh, look at me being all maudlin. I think it's time we got back to the fun part, right? We don't need to fight, you know, killing people isn't the only way to change the world. Shiozaki argued. Succubus got into a combat stance, true, but it is the fastest. Don't worry though, I'll make sure your furry friend enjoys his death, right after I make you three into my loyal pets, she declared, turning her fingers into long bone claws and leaping at Shiozaki. Shiozaki made a wall of vines in front of her that was thick enough to hold Succubus back for several seconds while Kendo and Tokage lunged at the woman. Tokage removed her hands and launched them forward to grab the villain's wrists and try to force them behind her back, while Kendo enlarged her uninjured hand and grabbed the woman's legs. Shiozaki then unwound her wall of vines and had the green, thorny tendrils wrap around the woman's torso and wings, completely binding her in place. Succubus was strong though, and Tokage couldn't simply hold her wrists in place, so the green net instead separated the rest of her body into pieces, leaving only her head intact, and bombarded Succubus' head with them. The woman cried out in pain from the onslaught, especially as Kendo and Shiozaki were squeezing her hard enough to make her bones creak, and used her quirk to create a bull's skull around her own head to act as a helmet and protect herself. Seeing this, Shiozaki directed some of her vines to rip the skull away, lashing Succubus across the side of the neck as she did so and drawing blood. That hard strike of the vine cracking against her neck, not to mention the thorns leaving a few deep cuts as they struck, knocked some of the fight out of Succubus. She stopped struggling against Tokage's hands, allowing the girl to hold her arms behind her back. Oof, that stung like crazy. You girls really like to play rough. Succubus joked, you could have cut my throat with those thorns. I would never do such a thing. Murder is a monstrous sin. Shiozaki said indignantly. Too bad you made a big mistake by cutting me. Succubus said, blood oozing from the cut on the side of neck. Tokage sneered, oh yeah, and why's that? Did we make you mad? Succubus gave a quiet chuckle, oh my dear, did you forget my quirk already? I control flesh, bone, and blood. In that instant, the blood oozing from her cut began to move on its own and harden into a long spike of crimson that shot behind her and speared one of Tokage's hands. Poor Tokage shrieked in pain as she watched as one of her disembodied hands was turned into a shish kebab and then go limp, releasing one of Succubus's wrists. Shiozaki and Kendo tried to grab for the free arm before the villain could do anything, but Succubus was too quick. She stabbed her bone claws into the back of Kendo's hand, making her cry out and release her legs, then dismissed her wings to free them from the vines while using her claws to slice away the vines on her torso. The only thing still restraining Succubus was Tokage's remaining hand on her other wrist, but Tokage quickly recalled it before it could be destroyed. Lizard Tail Splitter allowed Tokage to regenerate any removed parts over time, but it was tiring and the girl had no intention of being forced to regenerate more than one hand. Once free, Succubus summoned her wings again and flew high above the mountain zone, where she reabsorbed the blood she'd spilled and healed the cut and other bruises the girls had left on her. In an instant, Succubus had freed herself and was now back in peak condition, while both of Kendo's hands were hurt and Tokage was left to regenerate one, which would drain her quickly. For the first time since the battle started, the trio of heroines wondered if they'd bitten off more than they could chew with this villain. Then, to the surprise of the girls, Succubus slashed her own wrists with her bone claws and shaped the blood that poured forth into tendrils that she sent at them. The red vines of blood were as fast as Shiozaki's own, and were tenacious in their pursuit of the heroes, who dodged as best they could. Tokage had no trouble disassembling herself in whatever way she needed to as the tendrils got closer, but Kendo and Shiozaki had much more trouble, as the tendrils could turn back to liquid at Succubus' will and seep through the gaps in her vine defenses. The pious girl knew she wasn't quick or nimble enough to dodge the bloody tendrils, so she instead decided to go on the offensive and try to overwhelm and defeat Succubus in one go. I do not enjoy fighting or harming others, but if I don't stop you, you will take the lives of innocents. I'll stop you right here, Hellspawn, she cried, aiming as much of her long vine hair at the villain as possible. Succubus responded with a happy laugh, now you're getting into it. But sorry my dear, I don't make for a good submissive, she declared, before pulling back her bloody tendrils and shaping them into two blood whips as she dodged the onslaught of green vines. Using her control over her blood, Succubus had incredible skill with her blood whips and was able to wrap them both around the largest bunches of the vines while dodging the others. Then, to Shiozaki's shock, Succubus's blood whips suddenly ignited, burning the blood like oil to create fire whips that incinerated the vines she had caught. The fire whips acting like hot knives slicing through butter, slicing away Shiozaki's vines. Fire too. How? Shiozaki exclaimed. Succubus grinned, did you forget? My quirk isn't just body control, it's demon of the flesh. You were right before when you called me Hellspawn, and what kind of Hellspawn can't whip up a little fire now and then? With that, Succubus swung her arms around and struck all three girls with a single lash of the flaming whips, leaving painful burns on their sides and knocking them down. They couldn't defend against fire, and Shiozaki couldn't grow the vines that had been burned, leaving her with only the sections of her vine hair that hadn't been scorched. Unfortunately, Succubus seemed to realize this too and moved to neutralize her completely. Darting down with her bat-like wings, Succubus flew at Shiozaki with her flame whips wrapped around her bone claws to make bloody flaming razors. Kendo, desperate to help her friend, enlarged both her hands and jumped in the way in a desperate attempt to shield Shiozaki with a wall made from her own flesh, but Succubus reshaped her lower half into the legs of a goat, making her look even more demonic, and kicked her now hoofed feet at the orange-haired girl's palms. She struck with enough force to strain the girl's wrists and knock her over, leaving Shiozaki open. Tokage joined the desperate, but ultimately fruitless defense by pelting Succubus with her segments, only for the villain to incinerate them with a splash of flaming blood. With Kendo knocked down, Tokage having lost most of her body, and Shiozaki now restricted to only the vines she had left, there was little they could do to stop Succubus' assault on Shiozaki. Succubus wrapped Shiozaki in one of her blood whips, thankfully doused so as not to burn her, and drew her close. "You know, I said I like girls with long hair, but I think short would suit you too," she said seductively, closing her still flaming claws around Shiozaki's vine hair and slicing it off so it only reached her shoulders. The burns seared the ends of the vines, preventing the girl from regrowing them until she cut off the burnt sections and leaving Shiozaki essentially quirkless. Shiozaki, now powerless, began whispering prayers even as she maintained a defiant glare. If she was going to die, it wouldn't be while begging for her life. Succubus could kill her, but she couldn't break her. Succubus looked into her eyes, the black holes of her theater mask boring into Shiozaki's dark green eyes. The villain hummed and nodded, apparently pleased by what she saw there. "That's the kind of spirit I like to see. You can't fight back anymore, so I'll end this nice and painlessly," the villain said, dragging Shiozaki towards her while keeping the other girls away with rings of fire created by her other blood whip, which was still alight. Shiozaki braced for the end, but rather than a blade, fire, or even strangulation, she was met with a warm embrace. Succubus was actually smaller than Shiozaki, in height, weight, and figure, something the heroine hadn't noticed when fighting the seemingly larger-than-life villain. She became painfully aware of if though as the small woman held her gently in her arms, pressing Shiozaki's face into the crook of her neck. The pious girl was about to protest, but then she noticed something lilac wafting off of the villain's skin. Then there was a sweet smell and before Shiozaki knew what was happening, she was lulled to sleep like a toddler in the arms of her mother. Kendo and Tokage gaped in horror as they watched Shiozaki go limp in Succubus' arms. The flames had obscured their vision enough that they didn't know what had happened, so all they had seen was Succubus grabbing their classmate and then said classmate collapsing against her. Tokage screamed in outrage, believing Shiozaki had just been murdered. "You bitch!" Succubus flinched in surprise and was forced to drop Shiozaki and take flight to avoid being pelted by what few pieces of Tokage had regenerated after the last attack. The apparent death of her classmate had sent the sharp-toothed girl into a frenzy with anger overruling her normal intelligence. Succubus flew around, slashing and burning any pieces that got too close to her, though she did get both a punch in the gut and a kick in the back of the head by Tokage's flying fists and feet after fumbling a dodge to get a look at the other girl, Kendo. Said girl had run for Shiozaki's prone form and was examining her with shaky hands and a pale expression. Her hands were apparently shaking so badly that she couldn't find a pulse, so Succubus decided to put her out her misery. "She isn't dead. Monster Factory only aims to kill 2 of you, I'd rather not waste any more of your lives. Especially the lives of such beauties," she said, her flirting sounding far clumsier with her gripping her stomach after Tokage's stray gut punch. Kendo looked up at her with wide eyes before turning back to Shiozaki and taking a calming breath. Getting her shaking under control, she finally found Shiozaki's pulse and confirmed Succubus was being truthful. "Shiozaki's alive. There's a pulse, and no signs of injury. She was just knocked out." Kendo cried with relief. Tokage's rage began to melt away. "She is. Of course. I have no reason to lie," Succubus said casually. "You're a villain." Tokage spat back. "Touché. Now, how shall I punish you for your insult earlier?" the woman said, her sultry tone now tinged with something menacing. Tokage wouldn't be intimidated though. "How about you kiss my ass?" "Oh, I intend to. Later though, I've mixed business with pleasure enough already today. My time to play is almost up," Succubus said, completely shamelessly. Kendo blushed and groaned while Tokage's side twitched with irritation, both from the incessant flirting and the blatant dismissal of them. The girl opened her mouth to scream a retort, partly to buy time so more of her body could regenerate, but the words died on her lips as Kendo suddenly cried out. Something metal had just shot out of the dirt behind 1B's class rep and struck her in the back of the head, knocking the girl out, then the object disappeared in a flash of light before Tokage could get a good look at it. It had happened so fast that Tokage was left spluttering in confusion, now completely alone. She had only her head and a few miscellaneous segments of her body left, and the rest was regenerating too slowly to be of use anytime soon. Succubus leisurely sauntered towards her, a whip of flaming blood coming from her left hand and claws of razor-sharp bone on her right. Combined with her large bat wings and the swishing devil tail, the woman really did look just like demon that had crawled out of hell. Tokage was frozen in place, she couldn't fight back and didn't have enough of her body left to get either of her unconscious teammates to safety. Her only choice was to run and hope her quirk let her pieces fly faster than Succubus' wings. Yet despite this, Tokage didn't run. She'd failed to defeat the villain and protect her teammates, she couldn't flee and leave them to suffer this monster's depravities alone. With defiance, and no small amount of poorly hidden fear, the recommendation student held her ground just as Shiozaki had. "Do your worst," she spat as Succubus stopped in front of her, "but spare my friends." She hated how vulnerable that last part had sounded, but the villain didn't seem to care. "Of course, dear. Do not fret, all your pain will go away," Succubus promised. "Now breathe deep, a sweet young thing like you needs a nap." There was something almost motherly in the way the woman spoke as she released the sweet-smelling lilac gas, as well as something serpentine. Tokage wondered why the woman had rolled her S, then she wondered what she was smelling. Then, as sleep took her, she stopped wondering anything at all. Succubus caught Tokage's head before it fell from the air, and gently placed it beside the other sleeping girls. Looking out at the other zones, the woman removed her mask where no one could see her and took a deep breath, smelling the air. All the students have been subdued, she whispered to herself, sensing the other students being moved by her comrades. Succubus replaced her mask and went to collect her hostage and the 3 defeated girls. They and their classmates in all zones had fought valiantly, but in the end, Monster Factory was victorious and Class 1B was crushed. Now it was time to end this battle, and see which sacrifice would be chosen. Next chapter, Monsters Unmasked. To be released, April 8, 2021. And that ends 1B vs Monster Factory. A complete party wipe for the students, and 2 of the most brutal battles so far. Rereading this before posting, I actually forgot how brutal I made the Hellhound fight. He really pulled no punches, and Succubus wasn't much better. However, I will also say that Succubus might be my favorite fight. Writing her flirtatious personality was a blast, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. This chapter also turned out longer than I expected, but that was because I was having too much fun with the Succubus fight. I chose an all-female team for her specifically because I thought any males on the team would be too easily beaten and distracted, and I thought it would be more fun to have girls who are more annoyed than charmed by Succubus. Next chapter, the boss of Monster Factory is revealed, a cruel choice is forced onto 1B, and the identities of the villains are finally revealed. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 29th April 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Following the defeat of each member of Class 1B, the members of Monster Factory had dragged them back to the Central Plaza and bound their unconscious forms in chains. The fountain had been turned off and drained, then had the central pillar removed, leaving it as a large stone basin to easily place the students in. Banshee had been the first to place her victims there, followed by Doppelganger, then Frankenstein, then Pharaoh, then Hellhound, and finally Succubus. With the members of 1B captured and properly restrained, and their injuries treated by Succubus, their previously captured hostages also bound in their proper places, and the video camera set up to record them all, the villains of Monster Factory decided it was time to end things. Using a bag of smelling salts, Banshee roused all 20 members of 1B from unconsciousness. They awoke groggy, unaware of where they were, but that quickly changed as their memories returned and they realized their predicament. Their reactions were loud and varied. "We're alive!" Suburaba cried. "And chained up," Kaibara pointed out, trying to use his quirk to drill through his restraints, only to find he couldn't use his quirk at all. "Komori. Are you okay?" Kurwaro asked, twisting around in his restraints to see the mushroom girl. "We all lost." Komori whimpered, checking and confirming that all 18 of the members of 1B who'd initially escaped capture were now chained up. "I thought I was going to be eaten," Tsunatori cried. "It's okay, Pony. We're alive, so we still have a chance." Fukudashi comforted her. "We didn't stand a chance in the first place. Even 3-on-1, we were crushed by Banshee," Shota said, disappointedly. "It seems we all failed in our battles," Yanagi pointed out, seeing as the whole class was captured. "Are we going to die now?" Bondo whimpered. "Damn cowards, chaining us up. Let me out." Tetsu raged, squirming hard but unable to wriggle out of his restraints. "Ugh, I can't use my quirk." Tokage groaned, trying hard to separate into segments. Her body had completely regenerated after the battle with Succubus. It must be Pharaoh. He was the villain in the ruins zone, and he can curse you with some kind of shadow. The curse gives him control over you, even stopping your quirk. Rin explained, looking around nervously. The members of Monster Factory were stood around the camera they had set up and were discussing something the students couldn't hear, and were thus ignoring them. However, Pharaoh's red-eyed shadow was still watching them closely. Shishida, Kamakiri, and 13 are over there too. Kodai said quietly, nodding her head to where she could see the chained legs of the people they tried to rescue in the middle of the group of villains. Does anyone have any clever plans to get us out of this? Awaze asked nervously, looking specifically at Monoma, Kendo, and Hananuki. Wait, why are only 13 and our classmates over there? Where are All Might and Amaterasu? Kendo asked. Hananuki grit his teeth. That Frankenstein guy claims to have killed All Might before we showed up. His quick apparently allows him to absorb corpses and use their parts as his own, and during our fight he turned into All Might. Amaterasu is apparently gone too. Pharaoh killed her, then killed and mummified her again when she resurrected. We saw the body, but couldn't confirm for certain that it was her. Rin said, holding on to the belief that Amaterasu was alive somewhere. All Might and Amaterasu, both murdered. No, it can't be. Did we fail that badly? Shiozaki cried. Had the heroes been killed because of their defiance? The villains had threatened as much, but Shiozaki had assumed it was a bluff since Shishida had still been alive when she and her teammates reached the mountain zone. Monoma bit his lip in frustration, breaking the skin and leaving a trickle of blood to roll down his chin. This is my fault. If I hadn't pushed us to fight like we did, if I didn't underestimate them. Just like in the combat trial, my big mouth and fucking pride ruined everything. Monoma. Kendo whispered, trying to think of what to say to comfort the boy. Unfortunately, the villains finished whatever they were doing before she could, and turned their attention to the captured students. The members of Monster Factory stood in a line in front of them, with their video camera on a stand in the dead center of the line, recording everything. The students took the chance to carefully examine the appearances of each one, as only Banshee and Succubus had been seen by all of them, as well as a bit of Hellhound when he had blasted past them earlier. With the exception of Succubus, each was holding something. Banshee held a conscious, but bound and gagged Togru on his knees in front of her, while Doppelganger was doing the same with Shishida, who was in the same condition. Hellhound had 13 lying on her stomach in front of him, one of his claws on her back to hold her down, though the students couldn't tell if she was awake or not. Frankenstein was holding the bloody rags of All Might's hero costume, while Pharaoh was carrying what appeared to be Amaterasu's mummified corpse, both of which the villains dumped on the ground in front of the teens with a wet splat. The students looked at the bloody rags and mummified corpse with horror, disgust, and disbelief. The shocking sight left them silent, so Succubus was the first to speak. Well, my dears, you put up quite the entertaining resistance, but alas, you've been beaten. I commend you for the attempt, your passion was delightful, she applauded them. However, you also disobeyed our commands. Naughty pets that don't do as they're told have to be disciplined. Hellhound snickered and the students went pale. Were they planning to torture them? As you can see, you've all been captured and left essentially quirkless by Pharaoh's curse. I took the liberty of treating your wounds so nothing can distract you from this next part. You are all nice and fresh, which is more than can be said for poor All Might and Amaterasu. She gestured to the bloody piles her fellow villains had dropped. The pale students began to turn green, and a few noticed the white locks of hair poking out from the mummified corpse. Succubus sighed dramatically, such a waste. They'd have made wonderful pets, but their lives were needed for our plan. But then again, so are yours, she said to the students. For defying us and trying to fight us, your lives are forfeit. You've no one to blame but yourselves, we did tell you to leave peacefully. We'd never leave our classmates and teachers. Tetsu roared, pulling hard on his chains in an attempt to get at the villainous woman. The villain was unconcerned and kept speaking as if Tetsu wasn't even present. Now, it would be a real waste to kill all of you, so we'll spare most of you, take a couple as hostages, and kill the last few. That's where you children come in, you're heroes, right? So let's see you save some lives and make some hard choices. She gestured to 13, Shishida, and Toguru, the former not reacting at all and the latter two reacting with a mix of nerves and anger. Now, we've already killed 2 heroes. We didn't get it on film, but the bloody remains should be able to get our point across. Succubus said. But that leaves us with these 3. We'll let you decide who lives and who dies. The students looked at her with horror as the villains chuckled darkly. Succubus gently nudged 13's helmet with her foot. You have 4 choices. First, choose 13 to die and we'll spare the boys. Second, choose one of the boys to die, and we'll spare the other and only cripple 13, so she'll never be a hero again. Third, choose to spare 13 completely and both boys will die. And fourth, offer one of your own lives for one of the boys, or 2 lives for 13. You could sacrifice 4 of you and get all 3 back, or just sacrifice 3 and get them all alive and 13 crippled. The choice is yours. The students were shocked into silence by the cruel ultimatum, but that silence didn't last long. You monsters. We aren't playing your sick games. You can't kill them. Please, don't do this. All of them were shouting some variation of those words and pulling in vain on their chains. The villains weren't interested in their pleas though and simply ignored them, until their patience began to run out. Banshee suddenly silenced them all with a loud shriek. Silence. We could just as easily kill all 3, and all of you as well. You should be kissing out feet with gratitude for our generosity, the older woman yelled, still sounding like she was about to cry. You want to murder our friends. You did murder 2 of our teachers. You expect us to be grateful. Kaibara snapped, his anger overpowering his fear. Kihihi. Better be quick, brats. Or I might really eat you this time. Kihihi. Hellhound snickered, his eyes lingering on Tsunatori, who recoiled in terror. Hopelessness began to sink into the students as they saw no way out. At least one person had to die. Choosing 13 was the only way to limit the damage to 1 death and no other injuries, but despite that, none of the young heroes could bring themselves to say it. Some had chosen to be heroes for purely altruistic reasons while others had more selfish desires, but they all recognized that they couldn't just give in and sentence someone else to death. That left them with only one choice. I'm the class representative for 1B. Everyone here elected me. I'll offer my life in exchange for one of the boys. Kendo said, doing her best to stand up despite the heavy chains. She was terrified, shaking violently, and looked ready to cry or throw up, but she didn't back down. I am the vice rep, so I'll take Kamakiri or Shishida's place too. Shota said, looking even more afraid than Kendo. No. This screw-up was my fault. Monoma declared, I'll be the one to give my life. He tried to look smug and confident, but the sweat pouring down his brow was obvious. I couldn't save All Might. I'll offer my life if it means I can save someone else. Hananuki added. His eyes were terrified, but the rest of him was resolute. I was there in the landslide zone too. That was my screw-up as well, so I'll sacrifice myself for my living comrades. Awaze agreed, shaking like a leaf. I am the shield of 1B. You've got to break me before you can kill anyone else. Tetsu roared, his pride overpowering any fear he felt. Amaterasu died horribly before we could save her. I won't let my friends suffer the same fate. Rin declared. Perhaps dying for his classmates would regain the honor he'd lost from his failure. I don't want to die, but I don't want my friends to die even more. Komori yelled, crying desperately. I won't let Komori go alone. If you take her, then you've got to take me too. Kurwaro spat, furious at the tears his crush was shedding. I will give my life also. I will gladly become a martyr and meet my lord if it saves the lives of my fellow man. Shiozaki declared, hands clasped together in prayer, fiercely gripping a hidden rosary to maintain her composure. The others quickly joined in, each offering their own lives to protect their comrades. All of them were afraid, and none of them wanted to die, but none would fall to evil. They had come together with the goal of being heroes, and if they met their ends protecting their classmates after fighting their hardest, then that was a death they could be proud of. They stood together, their bodies chained but their hearts free and standing strong. Even Toguru and Shishida, still bound and gagged, began to thrash in their bonds and shake their heads, trying to silently tell their friends to leave them and save 13 instead. They too were willing to die for their ideals, they were beaten but not broken. The villains didn't seem to know how to react. Succubus, Frankenstein, and Pharaoh had gone oddly still, while Banshee was squirming in her spot and Hellhound had stopped snickering. The only one with an exposed, human expression was Doppelganger, and his expression kept twitching as he fought to keep it neutral. Eventually, Hellhound snarled. Stop your whining, he demanded, no longer laughing, I'm gonna take one of your heads now, and you're gonna pick who. Now you're all gonna say who should die, and so help me, if you don't all give me the same answer, I'm going to start maiming you brats. Got it. Class 1B was silenced, but defiance still shone in their eyes just as prominently as their fear. Now you've got to the count of 3 to give me a target. Hellhound growled, carving deep grooves into the ground with his claws. 1, 2, 3. As one, and with the kind of coordination that could only come from the hearts and minds of those who had fought and shed blood beside each other, and for each other, each and every member of Class 1B shouted the same word. Me. Hellhound froze, and the villain stared at the class in shock. Toguro and Shishida were nodding frantically, non-verbally including themselves in that declaration. The members of 1B stared back, their hearts beating rapidly with terror and with more than a few of them crying silently, yet all of them refusing to back down. They had fought together, and if need be, they would meet their ends together. They would not trade lives. Hellhound recovered from his shock and began to growl and splutter, but he was quickly calmed by Succubus petting his shoulder. Impressive. Even now, you are unbroken. I've seen 1A already, but to think there is another class of humans that are so strong-willed. The light within your heart shines brightly. No wonder your spirits are strong enough to reveal the demons. The members of Class 1B gaped. What was Succubus talking about? Demons and spiritual strength, did that mean she knew about those things? About Amaterasu? Were she and Monster Factory working for the demons? Who are you? Monoma demanded. Succubus shook her head. Now, there is a proper order for all these things. You've all offered your lives to us, it's time for the architect of this scheme to make the final decision. Allow me to introduce the founder of Monster Factory. The woman bowed and stepped aside, and the spot directly in front of the video camera began change shape, as if the concrete floor was made of blocks that were folding in on themselves to create a hole. From the newly created hole, a podium raised up with the same reshaping effect, and stood on the podium was the one that had organized the Monster Factory attack, the one who'd started this whole thing. Principal Nizu. The mouse-like hero smiled pleasantly, as if nothing was amiss, and waved at the captured teens. Good afternoon, students. Have you been having a constructive class? A deathly silence filled the USJ as the students of 1B stared up at their principal. At first, they thought that perhaps the person in front of them was just an impersonator or clone, since they'd already faced Banshee and All Might clones, but the Nizu in front of them acting just like the real one, and had the same quirk too. There was also no need for an impersonator, since 1B were all bound in chains. Their disbelief began to fade and was replaced by confusion, anger, and even betrayal. If the principal had orchestrated this, then there could only be two reasons: either he was actually a villain and was now betraying them, or this whole ordeal had been some kind of lesson. Principal Nizu. I don't understand. Kendo stuttered, the first to find her voice again. Nizu smiled at her. Miss Kendo. I don't blame you for that. This little lesson of mine is highly unconventional, and very controversial amongst my staff. Speaking off, please unmask my fake monsters, he said, clapping his paws. The Monster Factory villains, excluding Doppelganger and Hellhound, lifted their hands to their masks and slowly pulled them off, revealing their true faces. Banshee pulled hers off, revealing herself to be the R-rated hero, Midnight, albeit with the bizarrely wide, lipless mouth of Banshee, who winked at the stunned students to prove it was really her. Pharaoh roughly removed his King Tut-style mask and threw it to the ground, revealing the grumpy face of the Erasure hero, Eraserhead. Frankenstein inflated to his larger, All Might, body before removing his own mask and showing that he really was All Might after all. Lastly, Succubus removed her mask to reveal a very embarrassed, very guilty, and very upset Amaterasu. The students gaped, completely flabbergasted by what they'd seen. The villains had been their teachers all along. No way, it's not possible. Your quirks, how did you dash? Tokage whispered with disbelief, before Amaterasu placed her hands on Hellhound and Doppelganger. Her hands turned black and pulsed with red energy, and after some groans from the two men, they each changed shape to reveal their true selves. Doppelganger was revealed to be Hound Dog, who hadn't needed a mask in human form since everyone knew him as a dog. On the reverse side, Hellhound turned out to be Voice Hero, Present Mike, who'd been given the dog quirk by Amaterasu. The students of 1B looked between the revealed teachers, all of whom looked almost as upset as the students did, and extremely guilty. Only Nizu didn't seem bothered, and stood there looking like the cat that got the cream. Monoma looked at Amaterasu. You borrowed people's quirks and swapped them between the six of you, so you could pretend to be villains for this crazy scheme? Amaterasu nodded sadly as she helped 13, who was actually conscious, to her feet. I did. How was all this possible? It couldn't have been as easy as swapping quirks around. Hananuki asked, trying to keep his composure. I'll be happy to explain. I came up with this little plan yesterday morning, and between Amaterasu's quirk exchange and some express orders to Power Loader and the support classes, we were able to set everything up in record time. Principal Nizu chirped while an apologetic All Might removed the gags from Toguro and Shishida. The boys remained silent so they could listen to Nizu's explanation, but they were glaring daggers at Nizu, and Toguro shot a betrayed look at Amaterasu, who winced and looked ready to cry. Nizu walked over to Midnight. "Let's begin with our dear Banshee." Midnight was kind enough to donate her quirk to someone else and was given 4 others. She received the clone quirk from our very own ectoplasm, permeation from your senpai Mirio Togata aka Lemillion, voice from Present Mike, and invisibility from Class 1A's Toru Hagakure. The result, a banshee that could turn invisible, intangible, and release a supersonic scream. And of course, summon clones with silvery tears, which actually came from her concealed mouth. Hold on a second. That can't be right. Kendo said, Hagakure's invisibility was a mutation, not a transformation. Midnight shouldn't have been able to turn it off without that quirk Amaterasu gave Hagakure, which makes the user effectively quirkless, which would stop Midnight using other quirks at the same time. Kendo is right, and not only that, Lemillion's quirk requires his costume be made of his cells, or else he'd permeate through it and be naked. He told me about it when I asked him after his fight with Amaterasu. Monoma pointed out. Nizu grinned, well spotted. Midnight's banshee costume was made from her own hair, grown out and harvested with the help of a young lady's quirk. A young lady who joined our business course this year and is already proving invaluable for cases like this. That is also why Midnight's mask is the only one made from dyed cloth woven from her hair. It would have taken too much time to make a hardened one. It's also why her costume is so simplistic. And the part about Hagakure's quirk? Shota asked. That is a result of Amaterasu's quirk. Care to explain? The principal asked the wolf heroine. Amaterasu nodded, still looking upset over the whole thing. My quirk exchange works a bit differently with mutation quirks. When I take them for myself or give them to anyone but the original owner, they function like transformation quirks. I think it's because mutation quirks change the new user's DNA, and said DNA remembers what its original form was. My quirk installs a kind of trigger into them automatically, allowing the new user to switch between their original DNA and the new, mutation quirk DNA. At least, that's the theory that the government and I came up with. We still don't understand the science behind it, she explained. Shishida hummed, that would make sense. It would also explain why it only works that way for new users. Taking a mutation quirk and giving it back to the original owner wouldn't involve installing that trigger, as you call it, as the person's quirk factor was already adapted to the quirk. Midnight grimaced as she deactivated Ectoplasm's quirk, which resulted in her face twisting painfully as her mouth returned to its normal appearance. Ugh, transforming a mutation quirk is painful though. Turning on Hagakure's quirk felt like my skin was stung by bees, and Ectoplasm's really makes the bones ache. She whined. Isn't Ectoplasm's quirk an emitter type though? I read it on his fan page. Hananuki asked. His face was similar to Ectoplasm's, so he'd taken an interest from a young age. Nizu nodded, officially yes, but it's a bit more complicated. Ectoplasm's quirk is loosely called an emitter type as it involves, well, emitting an effect. However, since the emission comes from a specially adapted part of his body related to his quirk, it can also be considered a mutation quirk. Amaterasu's use of quirk exchange proved that. It is a gray area in quirk classification, and one largely born from discrimination against mutation types. Now, let us move on to our next dastardly villain, the principal joked, getting a baleful glare from his staff and a very unimpressed look from the students. Tough crowd, anyway. He walked over to Hound Dog, who was happy to have his quirk back but not very happy about the rest of the situation. He was watching his students carefully, wondering how many would need therapy after this harebrained scheme. Hound Dog here took the role of doppelganger, giving up his dog quirk and gaining 2 others in return. The first was Transform, donated by Class 1A's Himiko Midoriya. The second was Double, donated by Midoriya family friend, Jean Babaigawara, who you might all remember as the reformed S-rank villain, twice. Nizu explained. Monoma slapped his forehead, that's why I couldn't copy your transformation. Midoriya's quirk relies on accumulated blood. Jin's double relies on outside information too. He can only make clones of those he has the measurements and information about, the more information, the better. He can only make 2 clones, but the clones have the quirks of the original, so if he clones himself then they can make more too. Amaterasu explained, Jean was also one of the possessed victims I told you about. And Himiko's quirk can only copy clothes by destroying hers, unless they're made from her like her DNA. That's why Doppelganger never transformed his mask, and covered his lower half in transformation slime. Toguro realized. That's right. But I'm actually wearing boxers made from my fur, sort of like Midnight's villain costume. You know, just in case. Hound Dog assured them, wiping away the slime to reveal the sandy-colored boxers. And as the school counselor with access to all our medical records and psyche reports, you had all the information you needed to make doubles of any of us. Monoma said, getting a nod of confirmation from the dog hero. You made the army of All Might clones too, didn't you? Tetsu grumbled. Hound Dog nodded, I did. I kept making doubles of myself until I had enough fresh ones to make an army of All Mights. I was also allowed to consume some of his blood, so I could transform into him, and since my doubles have the same powers, they could too if needed. Oddly though, I couldn't copy All Might's quirk either by transforming into him or by making a double of him. All Might nodded to himself. He'd consented to giving blood, but hadn't consenting to passing along his quirk, for obvious reasons, and as a result, the fake All Mights hadn't been able to use his quirk. Kaibara scowled, the doubles of Amaterasu didn't work either. Amaterasu nodded, my powers are bound to my soul. Doubles can use quirks because they're replicas of the original's body, but they lack souls of their own. So a double of me can use my quirk exchange, but not my Amaterasu powers. That made several of the non-believers frown and think carefully about the new information. Evidence of Amaterasu's divinity just kept coming. They were beginning to wonder if they'd been wrong. Before the introspection could go any further, Bondo shakily raised his hand, a tricky task, given the students were still chained up. Do you have voice changers too? Your voices have sounded different. Indeed they do. All except Midnight, Present Mike, and Hound Dog have voice changers to disguise their voices. They're hidden in the masks. Hound Dog didn't need one, since his vocal cords had changed without his original quirk. The same goes for Present Mike, and Midnight's borrowed voice quirk allowed her to do it naturally, to a degree at least. Nizu explained, giving a thumbs up of approval to Bondo for noticing. Now, let's move on to Frankenstein, played by All Might. He makes a terrifying villain, doesn't he? Nizu smiled. I'll say. Away said bitterly. Well, after being beaten by the doubles of himself, he tore up his costume, which was actually just a purchased cosplay item, and spilled a capsule of his blood over it to make that. The principal pointed at the bloody costume still on the ground. He then put on that improvised costume made from some flexible metals. His quirks are his own quirk, as well as electrification from Class 1A's Denki Kaminari, cement from Cementos for the gray skin and blockier physique, and hardening from Class 1A's Ijiro Kirishima, to make him even more stony looking. What about the size change? Hananuki asked. A quirk belonging to an underground hero friend of mine, who wishes to remain anonymous. All Might cut in smoothly, obviously not wanting the students to know that the size change was an element of his own quirk. By this point, Class 1B could tell that the teachers weren't happy with Nizu over this whole affair, and All Might's lackluster smile and refusal to look at the principal proved it. Eraserhead was easily the angriest, and when Nizu turned to him for the next grand explanation, the Erasure hero had glared at him coldly enough to silence the principal before he decided to do it himself. I'll explain my own, he growled, before turning to the students with a softer tone. I took the role of Pharaoh. As well as my own erasure quirk, I was given Dark Shadow by Fumikage Tokoyami. He gestured to his sentient shadow, which waved happily at them. Hi, it chirped. Apparently he's a fully sentient quirk, so he's got the same personality even though I've got him now instead of Tokoyami. His appearance is changed to match mine since he is a shadow, and he can also use any other quirks his current user has, which is how I was able to use him to keep your quirks erased. Unlike me, Dark Shadow doesn't need to blink and doesn't get dry eye. Eraser explained, I also got homing from Snipe, which gave me the supernatural control over my bandages. I used them to kidnap Amaterasu so she could go and play her role. That mummy is actually just a mannequin with some of her hair and blood smeared on it, he said, pointing disdainfully at the mummy on the ground. I was also lent Katsuki Bakugo's explosion quirk and Hitoshi Shinso's brainwash, so I could end the fight quickly, he finished. Whoa, that's a terrifying combination. Fukudashi exclaimed. It was. Rin muttered, while Komori and Kurwaro shuddered. Wait, what about the pyramid you made? And the suspiciously laid out paths in the ruins, the Chinese boy asked. Eraser pointed at Nizu, he set that up with Overhaul, on my demand. If he was going to force me to play this role, I was doing it my way, he scowled. Nizu just smiled serenely, unconcerned by the anger of his teachers. He moved down the line to the next person, Present Mike, who'd played the role of Hellhound. He looked to the voice hero, expecting him to want to present his own part of the show, but the man remained stubbornly silent in protest. Well, Present Mike here was obviously Hellhound. He previously borrowed Hound Dog's quirk, which surprisingly made him look like a hyena. We used that as the basis of his villain persona and piled on 3 more quirks to sell the Hellspawn image. His powerful tail is a result of Masahiro Ojiro's tail quirk. His wings were donated by the wing hero, Hawks, who is on a day off today. Lastly, the flames come from a provisional hero interning with Hawks, the rekindled hero, Black Phoenix. Some of you may recognize that name, as he was one of Amaterasu's friends who was possessed by a brush demon. Nizu explained. Wait, didn't Amaterasu say that Black Phoenix's quirk was crazy hard to control? Isn't it dangerous to lend it to someone else? Aways asked. Amaterasu nodded, it is. Transferring a quirk to a new owner also passes along any natural resistances that come with it, but Black Phoenix's resistance to his own flame is really low, in part due to his own body rather than the quirk itself. Thankfully, the limited resistance he has combined with a quirk that provides a general increase to endurance, such as the dog quirk, would allow someone to withstand it for longer. Yep. I still got kind of fried though. Old Dobby drilled as much of his control tricks into me as he could in the time we've had since yesterday morning, but even with that and Hound Dog's quirk making my skin tougher, I still had a hard time. Thank God for these things. Present Mike said, pulling out a small black jar. Amaterasu filled these things up with her rejuvenation ink. Without this stuff, I'd be a lot worse off. The other teachers, excluding Ami of course, pulled out their own jars. Some were completely full, while others had clearly been used. Unfortunately, all were useless now as the ink had dried out, it being more than an hour after it was created. Speaking of Amaterasu, she is the last of our fake villains, playing the role of the lovely Succubus. Not the kind of role you'd expect from her, right? Nizu smiled. The students of 1B nodded. If there was one thing they were still struggling to accept, it was the idea that the ultra-flirty Succubus had actually been Amaterasu, who was well known to be very innocent, easily embarrassed, and a terrible liar. Considering how upset, embarrassed, and uncomfortable Amaterasu looked, the students could tell she really didn't like her part in this bizarre attack. Reaching up, Amaterasu pulled off her demonic horns to reveal her wolf ears folded back inside them, then reached behind her and pulled off her devil tail, which was actually a very tight sleeve over her own wolf tail. She wagged her tail hard to make it fluff up again. Phew, that's a lot better. As you can all guess, I wore these things to disguise my wolf features. The costume was made from my hair, just like Midnight's, so my divine powers wouldn't destroy it. The mask covered the divine markings on my face, and a simple hair straightener got rid of my curls, the wolf heroine said, running her hand through her currently straight white hair. The girls of 1B frowned, not liking the look. Ami looked much better with her natural curls and waves, but considering the ends of her hair were already starting to curl again, they didn't think it would be long before she was back to her natural look. As for the quirks that Amaterasu kept for herself, she has Midnight Somnambulist, Vlad King's Blood Control, and Tamaki Amajiki's Manifest. Nizu explained. I combined that with my ink techniques. Power Slash helped me escape from Shiozaki's vines, and I mixed my red Inferno ink with my own blood to create the flaming blood effect. The wings, bone claws, and bull skulls were the results of Manifest. Amaterasu finished, before Nizu could. She was mad at him, and wasn't going to let him treat this like a show. Shiozaki frowned. If I understand Amajiki-senpai's quirk correctly, then you can only manifest things related to what you've got in your stomach. Am I correct? Ami nodded, so the vine-haired girl pressed on, well, the bull skulls make sense since you've almost certainly eaten beef today, but what about the claws? And the bat wings? You couldn't have eaten anything bat-related. I did, but not in the way you might think. Amaterasu assured the girl, Vlad King has a contact at the Muzutafu Zoo, who he works with to do conservation work with various species of bat. I visited the place with Eri and my mama yesterday afternoon, and while they toured the place and had fun, I used rejuvenation to help fix up some of the injured bats that had been recovered from an illegal smuggling operation recently. I got access to a lot of their blood, which a member of my mom's household crystallized for me, so I could consume it without it digesting or making me sick. I'll have to cough it up later. As for the bone claws, they're from bears. Kurwaro snickered, stopped by the bear enclosure too, huh? Ami grinned, bears fight from time to time. They got some healing, and I got some blood. Okay, that explains the powers and everything, but what about the personality? How'd you pull off acting so super sexy? Suburaba asked. Unlike the girls who'd gone after Succubus, he and the rest of the class had only seen a little bit of her acting, but it had left a very strong impression. Amaterasu turned so red that her divine markings were almost invisible. Well. I wasn't exactly the one in charge of my mouth at the time. The students stared blankly at her, so she swallowed hard and clarified, remember what I told you all about brush gods? The spirits inside me that give me my powers. Well, if I allow them to, they can control my body a bit. There's usually no point, as none of them have human forms, so they'd have trouble moving my body and would be less effective than me just doing it myself, but they can easily control my mouth, and my ink powers. They usually only do it to support me, allowing me to use more techniques in combination, like a pseudo-parallel processing. But this time, they controlled my mouth to say those things. Are you being serious? The brush gods, these ancient super-powerful spirits, they were the ones flirting with us. Tokeichi exclaimed. I can prove it if you like. I can take us all to the astral plane for a bit and summon them. Amaterasu offered. Shishida gave her a deadpan stare. You can take us all to this world, and summon these gods, and you didn't think to do this while telling us about your divinity? Don't you think that would have been a good way to convince us? Ami flushed. The brush gods are family to me, they're a bit like my uncles and aunts, and they're fiercely protective. I was afraid that they'd get angry if any of you refused to believe me, and basically threaten you into it. The fact that none of the brush gods in her head commented on that was enough to convince Ami she was right. The brush gods cared for humans just as they cared for any other part of nature, but Amaterasu was their goddess and the reincarnation of their creator, the first life of Amaterasu aka Shiranui, so they'd never accept humans refusing to believe her. The students of 1B accepted that answer, and whether it was just curiosity about the brush gods or a deep desire to get out of the USJ, each of them reacted excitedly with the idea of going to the astral plane and meeting them. After getting a nod of approval from the principal, Amaterasu warned Class 1B to shield their eyes before bathing them and their teachers in light. The students felt some of their tension and stress melt away in that warm light, soothing them after the ordeal Nizu had arranged for them. When the light faded, they all gasped at their new surroundings, the astral plane. The sea of golden clouds, the parchment-colored sky, and the distant mountains drew looks of awe and amazement from all of them, with Shiozaki especially clutching her hands together in prayer. Is this heaven? She gasped. No, but it's as close as any human can get while still living. Ami answered. She allowed the class to enjoy the sights for a few minutes, before getting on with the reason she'd brought them all there. Now allow me to introduce my divine family, the brush gods, she declared, summoning the orbs that the brush gods turned into when entering and leaving her body. They quickly grew and took on the shapes of the gods themselves, as just as they had when Ami summoned them to meet the teachers right after the USJ, the brush gods began to show off their powers and impressive forms as a form of introduction. Class 1B watched, enraptured by the display of power that the brush gods put on. Those that had believed Amaterasu from the beginning suddenly felt vindicated, while those that had been unsure found themselves quickly being convinced by the godly display. Even those that had outright refused to believe that Izumi was actually the goddess Amaterasu were beginning to doubt their original beliefs in the face of these gods. The brush gods didn't just look impressive, but they exuded an aura of divinity, inspiring all those who saw it to worship them. Amaterasu enjoyed watching the reactions of her students, before raising a hand to signal the brush gods to stop. Immediately, the gods obeyed her command and fell into formation around her, showing her deference as their leader. Students of 1B, allow me to introduce my divine family, the celestial brush gods. Yamagami the dragon, Bakugami the boar, Tashigami the rat, the monkey trio of Sakigami, Hajigami, and Tsudagami, Moegami the rooster, and last but not least, Nuregami the snake. Amaterasu proudly introduced. Guys, these are the students of 1B. Before she could rattle off all their names, Yamagami gently patted her head with his tail. No need to introduce them to us. We see and hear all that you do. We know who these children are, the believers, and the rest. That last word was said coldly, making the non-believers shudder, but Amaterasu responded with a sharp reprimand, do not be rude. I said it was fine for them not to believe me and I meant it. They haven't been cruel to me over it, so don't be cruel to them, she warned. Yamagami sighed deeply, I apologize, great mother. And to you too, young heroes, he said, bowing his head. The students could only nod in response, not daring to say a word in response. Watching a small teen like Ami commanding the huge, intimidating dragon was almost as unbelievable to them as her pulling off the role of Succubus. Since their eldest, and unofficial second in command, had just been reprimanded, the rest of the brush gods remained on their best behavior. Bakugami and his children were their usual jolly selves. Hello there. It is nice to meet some of our mistress's friends and students. I expected to meet 1A first, but this is a pleasant surprise, he greeted jovially. Monoma smirked, 1A hasn't met you yet? They have not yet had the honor. Moegami clucked imperiously, aside from our mistress's mortal siblings and the boy from the Raven clan. That made Monoma happy, having 1B achieve something 1A hadn't. He silently preened over it while the other gods gave their own greetings. You are the leader of this class, are you not? Tashigami asked, looking up at Kendo. I'm the class rep, so I'm sort of the leader. Kendo answered. She wanted to pet the mouse, but was worried of offending him. You and those two other girls proved yourselves skilled against our mistress. Even if she wasn't fighting at full strength, you still did well to last so long. You have my respect, the humans could stand to have more women warriors. Kendo and Tokage both beamed at the compliment, while Shiozaki was distracted by the Hanagami monkeys. We love your hair. Sakigami complimented. You use it a lot like we do. It's almost like you were born with a part of green sprout. Hajigami smiled. Tsutagami puffed his chest out proudly, and it is the best part too. Vine is the perfect power for a maiden. You were born with quite the blessing. Shiozaki couldn't stop herself from smiling, even as the heavenly astral planes and the alleged gods shook her faith. She wanted to refuse all this and dismiss it as a trick, but her heart was telling her that she wasn't being deceived. However, her heart also told her that her faith was true, but how could that be? How could both Amaterasu and her brush gods and her faith be true? They couldn't fit together, could they? The pious girl was conflicted, and found her eyes drawn to the white, feather-like crests of fur that each of the brush gods had. She'd seen the same on the shoulders of Amaterasu's wolf form, like shining white wings. The last brush god, Nuregami, was sat inside her water vial, rolling it over towards midnight. The R-rated hero stood with the other teachers, who were being silent so the students could get comfortable with the brush gods. Ah, Midnight. I thank you for your assistance. Those videos of your exploits that you sent to our mistress were most helpful. Nuregami said pleasantly, rolling her S's. The students turned her attention to the two videos. Komori asked. Midnight grinned. Oh, I sent Amaterasu some clips from villain fights and interviews I was involved in. Nuregami here needed them to play the part of Succubus. So you were the one making Amaterasu say all that crazy perverted stuff? Tokage smirked. Nuregami tittered like a schoolgirl, of course. Our mistress is still only a child by human standards and quite a shy one, so I watched those videos through her eyes and learned enough about the way human perverts communicate to be able to imitate it. Mistress Amaterasu allowed me the honor of controlling her mouth while she fought you. It was quite fun. Speak for yourself. Ami blushed, completely mortified by the whole affair. Come now, mistress. You should be willing to learn this yourself. You are young and beautiful, so you should be eager to find a mate. Is that not what humans do at your age? You've gotten yourself a daughter but skipped the fun part, the snake goddess teased. Ami whined, unable to form a coherent response out of embarrassment. That helped further lower the tension among the students, and even the stiffer brush gods began to relax more. Then Nizu began speaking, and the whole atmosphere changed. Thank you for assisting in our explanations, celestial brush gods. However, we still have much to discuss and are expecting Vlad King and the original owners of the borrowed quirks to meet with us soon, so we should really be heading back, the principal said, being polite and showing the proper respect. As an animal, he was even more sensitive to their presence than the students were. Immediately, the brush gods leveled cold glares at him. Nuregami hissed quietly and rolled away in her vial, not even looking at the mouse-like hero, while Yamagami and the Hanagami growled under their breath. Moegami stuck his beak in the air and looked away, while Tashigami glared at his fellow rodent. Even Bakugami responded coldly, giving only the smallest nods of acknowledgement. Clearly the brush gods weren't any happier with Nizu than their young mistress. Choosing to ignore Nizu completely, the brush gods turned to face the students and offered a formal, but friendly, farewell. During this, Yamagami secretly handed the keys to the students' chains, they still hadn't been unbound, to the Hanagami, after he'd snuck them away from Nizu with his tail. The Hanagami then put on a show of loudly hugging each student one after another, and unlocking their chains. They winked at each one, making the students smirk. They'd continue to pretend to be chained, until the perfect moment came, then there could be a bit of payback. Though what that payback would be was dependent on why Nizu had done all this. After the goodbyes were finished, Amaterasu thanked the brush gods and dismissed them, before reabsorbing them into herself. Once that was done, she sent everyone back to the USJ, and they all reappeared in the exact spots they'd been in before. Sat back where they were, Class 1B felt the loss of the astral plane's calming influence. It didn't return the stress and anxiety caused by the fake villain attack, but it did return their anger. They glared at the teachers for a moment, before focusing all of their anger on Nizu himself, as the other teachers clearly hadn't wanted to be a part of this. Okay, so now that we've had the big explanation into how you did all this. I want to know why you did this. You made us think our friends and teachers were going to be killed, while disguising several of the other teachers and having them crush us. Then you made us choose who dies. What kind of sick lesson was this? Kendo asked indignantly, her big sister instincts burning brightly. Nizu's smile faltered in the face of her righteous anger, and a bit of guilt could actually be seen in his eyes, but he held firm and answered honestly. The students of Class 1A and 1B have been rivals since this school year started, but the USJ incident and the resulting Amaterasu reveal has resulted in both classes becoming antagonistic and outright hostile to one another. This behavior was unacceptable, as was your confrontation at lunch the other day and your resulting conspiracy theories, which came very close to slandering Amaterasu and the commission president. Of course, rude and unruly students could have been dealt with much simpler with detention or even a stern talking to, but I found the reasoning behind your actions to be far too disturbing. Class 1A was attacked by real villains and demons that wanted to murder them. They watched as 13 and their own classmates were really harmed, and Amaterasu was turned into a monster by the villains faking her daughter's death. Even before that, Amaterasu was decayed to dust to save the life of Tsuyu Azui, and was later beaten half to death by one of the villains that escaped. Nizu lectured. Class 1B recoiled. They hadn't been given the full details of the USJ attack, namely Akuro, Aries' fake death, and how close 1A had been to death. They'd only been told that weak villains and demons had swarmed them and been beaten back, albeit with some minor injuries among the students. Eraserhead nodded grimly. My class have been in therapy to deal with the mental trauma the attack forced them through. While I don't like this lesson of the principles, you weren't in real danger, 1A was. Every bit of fear, pain, stress, and trauma was genuine and caused by people who would have murdered them at best. Several of the villains would have done worse. They survived largely because the villains and demons were fairly low class and underestimated them, while the students worked together, and had myself, 13, and Amaterasu defending them. None of them escaped unscathed, physically or mentally. Without Recovery Girl and Amaterasu's healing, many of them would still be in the hospital for the foreseeable future, he said, speaking seriously but with more calm and understanding than 1B had expected from the Dhar man. Nizu continued from there, and that is why I decided to give you this lesson. Instead of facing dozens of weak enemies in teams of 3 like 1A, you each faced a single stronger enemy. I will admit, you were treated unfairly since we actively worked to overwhelm and crush you to hammer in the lesson. If Monster Factory had been real, you'd all be dead. If the League of Villains had been smarter, 1A would all be dead. You of 1B needed to understand the terror your fellow class experienced, the horror of fighting for your life and the lives of your comrades, and even, regrettably, the despair that comes with crushing defeats. No one wins every battle they fight. As heroes, you will fail one day and someone will die, whether it's a fellow hero, an innocent civilian, or even a villain. The life of a hero is one in which you constantly walk a tightrope between life and death, fighting with all your worth to keep as many people as you can from falling. Envying others for the attention of surviving a murder attempt is unbefitting of a hero, he lectured. Class 1B lowered their heads, some of their anger turning into shame. The lesson had been cruel and harsh, even unfair, but they couldn't deny it was effective. Many wanted to believe that the teachers could have foregone this lesson and simply told 1B the full story of the USJ and achieved the same effect without virtually traumatizing them, but a few realized that without experiencing the terror themselves, they'd never understand. So they were disappointed with themselves, angry with Nizu, and ashamed of their behavior. Nizu watched their expressions closely and gave a sad smile. After he'd suggested this plan at the staff meeting the other day, the Udata staff had almost rebelled against him, and Amaterasu had almost used her divinity and natural dominance over animals to force him to back down. Nizu had stayed the course though and refused to back down from his plan. 1B had needed a sharp lesson, and this was one they'd never forget. They hadn't been truly harmed, and any emotional problems could be solved without much fuss. Of course, that was his animal mindset speaking, as despite his high spec giving him above human level intelligence, he was still an animal and ruled by survival of the fittest. He accepted full responsibility, and the clear dislike the other teachers had for him at the moment, as well as the outright disdain of the brush gods, ensured that the students knew the blame was solely on him. They'd lose trust in him, and Amaterasu was resentful that he'd essentially used her, but if it made the students better heroes with a higher chance of surviving their futures, he'd accept that and simply work to regain their trust. He turned to Toguru and Shishida. To you two especially, I feel you deserve an explanation for why you were singled out for capture. You, Kamakiri, were captured since you were one of the only students to maintain a friendship with 1A despite their perceived arrogance and your class's growing dislike. Shishida, you were captured since you worked out Monster Factory's true identity with your beast quirk's nose, he explained. 1A also received a sharp lesson as well. Instead of their usual hero lesson today, they were assigned to clean up around campus as a lesson in humility and a reminder that heroes are meant to serve the community, not laud their achievements over them. That further eased some of 1B's anger. They didn't deny their own part in the whole affair, or the fact their own actions had been worse, considering the circumstances, but they were glad 1A was at least being taken to task for acting arrogant over their survival and having a goddess in their class. They felt a little bad for those members of the class that hadn't done anything wrong, but then again, not every member of 1B had done wrong either. As their anger settled, many of the students remembered one of the things Nizu had said, about conspiracy theories and slander regarding Ami and President Konohana. They began to pale. Nizu had all public areas bugged. It was an open secret in U.A that he did that, and 1B had debated over what Amaterasu had told them in both their classroom and common room, and had said, or at least implied, some unsavory things about President Konohana. They'd also implied that Ami could be coerced into offering quirks to her friends in 1A after hearing fake sob stories. If Nizu knew that, then he'd likely told Amaterasu. Guilt began to wash over the members of the class who had made and/or believed those theories. Even if they didn't believe in her divinity, they had no reason to think so little of her. Amaterasu had always been kind to them and made it clear that she didn't hold their beliefs against them. Whether they believed her crazy story or not, and after meeting the brush gods, it was hard not to. She didn't deserve to be treated like a deluded and easily controlled puppet. Shishida, who'd been the first person to suggest Amaterasu might be tricked into offering quirks to her friends, swallowed thickly and decided to come clean. Amaterasu-sensei. I want to apologize. After what you did for Hagakure, and the argument between our classes, I suggested some unkind things about you. I suggested that Class 1A might lie in order to get quirks from you, to give them an unfair advantage, he confessed. Ami looked at him, and the beastly boy winced upon seeing the hurt look in her eyes. He quickly added, I didn't think you'd ever do it maliciously. I just thought that I was easily led. Ami finished for him. Shishida winced. That hadn't been what he was going to say, but it basically amounted to the same thing. The boy lowered his head in shame, and both Monoma and Kaibara spoke up, adding their own apologies. I'm sorry too, sensei. I thought the worst of 1A, and believed they'd use sob stories to trick you. Even if I didn't like the way they acted, it was wrong of me to think so poorly of them. Monoma admitted, and it was wrong of me to imply you'd be that naive. I added to it as well. I called you indoctrinated by the commission and said you'd do it if they asked you to. I also implied that Bakugo and Midoriya were strong because they had extra, unknown quirks that you'd given them. I'm very sorry. Kaibara finished. Monoma's confession, and the first part of Kaibara's, made Ami feel even more hurt. She'd heard this before when Vlad King reported it to the staff, but hearing it again, even as an apology, made it fresh. The pain in her heart was surpassed by her anger though, as she listened to the second part of Kaibara's confession. Kaken and Himiko do not have any quirks other than their own. They are strong because they worked themselves to the bone, spilling blood, sweat, and tears to become the best they could be. Kaken sliced off his own arm to help me defeat Akumanure, and Himiko was shot several times by the zero-pointer trying to save others, despite not even being able to use others' quirks via transform yet. Insult me all you want, refuse to believe me, call me a liar, a puppet, or indoctrinated, I don't care. But never imply that those two didn't work damn hard to achieve what they have. Amaterasu declared, speaking firmly. She did not raise her voice, yet her words carried all the power and authority of a hero, a teacher, a goddess, and a mother. The three apologetic boys, and all others in the class who'd believed their theory, bowed their heads in shame. Ami sighed and continued. Still. I thank you for apologizing, and I accept it. But please, if you ever have doubts about me or someone else, just talk to me about it. Class 1B nodded, and Ami smiled warmly. Truth be told, she was still a bit upset and insulted, but considering she'd helped with Nizu's crazy scheme, she owed 1B. The young goddess was actually fairly bitter over being convinced to take part in the Monster Factory plan, and had been disgusted upon first hearing it. Nizu's reasoning about showing 1B the error of their ways in a safe environment as a kind of scared straight program had been solid, if cold. Ami and the other teachers still would have refused however, the whole thing felt more like corporal and psychological punishment than a lesson/test, but Eraserhead had convinced them. Ami feared this was going to be another one of his logical ruses. She was still angry with him over his first one, since it had hurt Toru, but Eraser begrudgingly stated if they refused then Nizu would just go ahead without them and that would likely make the lesson even harder on the students. At least the teachers could rein in his more extreme ideas. He'd been right too. The teachers had been forced to veto several of Nizu's plans and had been consistently reminded that for all his genius, Nizu's mind worked completely different from any human's, for better or worse. Ami looked over to Eraserhead and smiled. He was the only one of them to not have injured the students at all during their battle. After learning that his ruse on the move-in day had helped contribute to Toru's depression, he'd been far more protective and supportive to all the students, in his usual gruff and strict manner, of course. Pleased that 1B had seemed to take his lesson to heart, and offered preliminary apologies to Amaterasu, Nizu clapped his paws together. I'm proud of you all. Remember to be humble and treat heroism with the seriousness it deserves, and you'll all go far. Now, I believe Vlad King and the original owners of the borrowed quirks will be along in a moment, so I think we can call this lesson over, he said, smiling. The students of 1B exchanged looks, each with a gleam in their eyes. They looked to the teachers, and all but Nizu began to turn away, so they were staring off into the distance. Nizu blinked at the odd response, before Kendo smiled sweetly at him. We still have a bit more time, Principal Nizu. Wouldn't it be a good end to the lesson for us all to work together to defeat the nefarious leader of Monster Factory? The sisterly girl asked innocently. Nizu smiled, well, considering you have all been captured and not yet released, I think I've already won this dash. The clanking of the unlocked chains hitting the ground cut him off. All 20 members of 1B stood straight, completely free from restraints and wearing sinister smiles. Nizu remained calm as he looked over at Ami, who was whistling a tune to herself while spinning the key to the chains around her finger. The principal hummed, remembering the Hanagami hugging each of the teens. It seems the Hanagami took the liberty of freeing you all ahead of schedule. No matter, I'm sure you young ones know that you have to defeat the mini-bosses before facing the final boss, he said, gesturing to the teachers. The students smirked as the teachers pointedly ignored Nizu. Midnight was using Ectoplasm's quirk to admire a clone of herself. Hound Dog was cleaning some transformation slime from under his claws. Present Mike was quietly giving Amaterasu some tips on whistling, which had turned into them both whistling the funeral march. All Might was stretching his metal armor so it covered him better, and Eraserhead was just blatantly ignoring everything. Nizu's smile became strained. It would appear my loyal employees are a bit preoccupied. Well, I suppose I could indulge you all by myself, he said, preparing to use Overhaul to make a tunnel and escape. Unfortunately, Dark Shadow was watching him unblinkingly, his temporary master's erasure quirk shining from his crimson eyes. Nizu blinked. He was effectively quirkless and without any assistance while being surrounded by 20 rather pissed-off students, many of whom were cracking their knuckles or smirking at him. Nizu gave a morbid chuckle, I'm in danger. Next chapter, Friendships and Faiths. To be released, April 12, 2022. A much longer chapter this time around, and being released about an hour early too since I have to go somewhere today. Next chapter will be even longer and finish up the arc, so hopefully the longer break will be forgivable. So, all of the monsters have been revealed and how this attack was planned along with it. I should note that to those who've read the comments, I actually forgot that I gave All Might hardening as well, so that was my mistake. In addition, we see that Nizu's plan was not very popular with anyone, and he gets to suffer some consequences. There will be more in the next chapter too, so this isn't fully over yet. We also get 1B visiting the Brush Gods, which will be important later. Next chapter will have 1A find out about the Monster Factory plot, both classes watching the other's trials in the USJ, Nizu realizing the depths of his mistakes and the harm he has caused, and Ibra and Izumi have a serious conversation about faith. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 29th April 2282. Central Plaza, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. After spending his afternoon supervising 1A and their cleanup efforts around the campus, Vlad King was anxious to get back to his own class. He'd refused to have any part in Nizu's crazy lesson, only consenting to giving up his quirk for an hour or two so it could be used by one of the teachers playing the villains. Vlad didn't envy the six that had been roped into helping Nizu. He knew his class had needed a serious wake-up call, but faking a villain attack and making them think they were going to die. That was just too much. He'd been worrying over his class all afternoon, and the students of 1A had picked up on it. That, combined with their contriteness over how they'd been acting, made them all work diligently and without complaint as they cleaned the school as a lesson in humility. Many had felt guilty when confronted with evidence of their cockiness following the USJ, or at least those who hadn't used said cockiness as a cover or coping mechanism for their trauma, while others had felt guilty over hiding Izumi from 1B. They'd wanted to protect her from people that distrusted her, and had only ended up treating her like a trophy that was too good for 1B. Even Bakugu had been quiet and accepted the lesson. He had no guilt over being cocky, it wasn't being arrogant if he really was the best, but objectifying his sister was another thing altogether. He'd felt so bad about it that he'd actually done the unthinkable and gave his quirk to Izumi when she asked to borrow it. The boy had been jittery all afternoon as a result, and now that Vlad was leading him and the other quirk donors to the USJ, he was nearly vibrating with eagerness to get his quirk back. Vlad looked back at the odd group of people with him, as well as students from 1A. There were 2 members of the Big Three, 2 teachers, a hero college student, a recovering mental patient, and the number 3 hero. Vlad had obviously met them all before, either from U.A or the aftermath of the Orochi incident, but it still made him chuckle to see himself with such a bizarre group. The fact they were all quirkless currently only made it more bizarre. They were probably the largest group of quirkless people there was outside of the increasingly rare sanctuaries and support groups. They soon reached the USJ, having been driven there in a robot-controlled bus. They all raced for the doors, eager to get their quirks back and in Vlad's case, eager to ensure his class was okay. The moment they entered the USJ, the group of quirk donors froze and stared down at one of the most peculiar sights they'd ever thought they'd see. A tree had been grown over the fountain in the central plaza, courtesy of Amaterasu, and Principal Nizu was wrapped up in vines and hanging upside down from the lowest branches like a furry piñata. All around him, the students of 1B were giggling and guffawing as they gently poked him with sticks, making him sway back and forth. Shiozaki and Amaterasu were amusing themselves by controlling the vines to occasionally pull Nizu one way or another to dodge someone's poke. Eraserhead was smirking as he watched, still using erasure via dark shadow to ensure Nizu didn't escape with his quirk, while the other teachers laughed heartily and yelled tips to the students. Nizu, to his credit, was taking this well. It was a prank, he wasn't being hurt, and it was far less than he'd done to them with his Monster Factory plot, so he didn't complain. He was even starting to enjoy the swaying back and forth a bit, and heckled the students when they missed while making bat and rat puns since he was upside down. Seeing as Amaterasu was distracted, Hound Dog was the first one to notice the arrival of the quirk donors, and waved them over. "Hey Vlad. How was your afternoon?" he asked casually. "Stressful, I couldn't relax knowing what was happening here," Vlad admitted, still watching Nizu being poked with a growing smirk. "What is happening here?" Himiko asked. No one in 1A knew what was going to be happening to 1B, they'd just been asked to donate their quirks to Izumi for a couple of hours. They assumed 1B would be getting some kind of remedial lesson just like them, but didn't know the details. "We'll explain later. Classes are pretty much over for the day, so we should gather the first years. I think both classes need to talk to one another," Hound Dog said. "Can I poke Nizu first? It looks fun," Jean asked. Hound Dog laughed, and that drew the attention of the other teachers and students. As soon as the 1B students laid eyes on their 1A counterparts, they stopped what they were doing and immediately ran over to them, and since Shiozaki had been one of the people holding up Nizu, the poor principal nearly smashed into the ground. Thankfully Amaterasu caught him before that could happen. "It's great to see you guys." Kendo smiled, happily greeting the 1A students. The 1A group blinked in surprise, but many smiled in return. "You too." Himiko smiled, "You're all looking okay, but considering what you were doing to the principal, the other teachers not caring about that, and how worried Vlad-sensei has been all afternoon, I take it you went through something crazy." Crazy is an understatement. The principal made the other teachers dress up as villains and use your quirks against us to teach us what a real villain attack was like. Toguru frowned. The immediate shock and horror on the faces of all the quirk donors, especially the 1A students, made it clear they hadn't known. Hitoshi was especially upset, and shot a hurt look at Izumi. "We weren't told about that. Izumi just asked to borrow our quirks for the afternoon. We figured she was on a job," he said bitterly. Izumi winced but didn't defend herself. All Might did however, "Please don't blame Amaterasu. She didn't want to be a part of this," and argued vehemently. The principal overruled her and ordered her not to tell you. "It's true. In fact all the teachers were against it. I gave them no choice," Nizu freely admitted, after Izumi carefully let him go. She touched the tree she'd made and reabsorbed it to restore the fountain. Nizu's confession turned the ire of the quirk donors onto him, with Izumi's siblings being especially livid. Before any angry words could be exchanged though, All Might diplomatically stepped between the groups and gave one of his best smiles. Now, let's all discuss this somewhere more comfortable. Class 1B worked up quite a sweat, and considering what 1A was doing, I wouldn't be surprised if they did too. Let's return all the quirks to their original owners and then we can go get cleaned up and talk about everything in a more relaxed setting," he said. 1B, who were beginning to smell their own sweat more strongly, agreed, and since the quirk donors wanted their quirks back as soon as possible, they agreed too. For the next several minutes, Izumi took back all the quirks she'd given to the other teachers and stored them in her stomach container, before then returning them to their original owners. The ones that had lent out or borrowed mutation quirks hissed with pain as their bodies readjusted to having them back, while the others were just glad to feel whole again. Dark Shadow was also ecstatic to be back with Fumikage, and wrapped the boy in a big hug, which earned him an indignant squawk from the Raven boy. Eraser was almost sad to be parted from the sentient quirk, he was very useful, even if keeping him quiet had been a pain. With every quirk returned to its original owner, Nizu declared the school day for the first-year heroes to be over, and told everyone to meet up in the 1B common room in half an hour. Class 1B headed to the changing rooms to change back into their uniforms, then to their dorms to shower and get cleaned up. Mirio and Tamaki headed off to get Nijire, while the 1A group went to inform their other classmates. Kigo, Dabi, and Jean hung out with Nizu while Izumi and the other teachers went to change and wash up too. Half an hour later, the entirety of 1A and 1B were sat together in 1B's common room, with their homeroom teachers, Nizu, the other Monster Factory teachers, Kigo, Hawks, Dabi, Jean, the big three, Eri, Inko, and Ishiko. It was a big crowd, yet shockingly quiet as both classes of first years seemed embarrassed and unsure what to say to their year mates. It was awkward to say the least, so Nizu stood and informed 1A of what 1B had experienced that afternoon. Considering the students of 1B knew 1A had effectively been doing community service all afternoon, and had previously been attacked by real villains, they expected 1A to be pleased or satisfied with what had happened. A few members of 1B were convinced that the quirk donors from 1A had only been upset because 1B had now seen even more of their quirks' abilities, or they disliked their quirks being used villainously. The outrage that answered Nizu's explanation made it clear they'd misjudged 1A more than they'd thought. Wait, so you thought that because 1B was angry with us for treating them like second-rate heroes because of the fame we got from the attack on the USJ, it was a good idea to force the teachers to pretend to be villains and pretend to try and kill them? Momo exclaimed, her shock so great that her usual courtesy slipped. That is very disturbing. I do not mean to be disrespectful to you, Principal Nizu, but I feel that was highly inappropriate. Tenya said, his usual hand gestures punctuating his words. I never would have agreed to lend Izumi my quirk if I'd known that was what you had planned. Ojiro frowned severely. Katsuki growled, whatever stupid beef there was between us, you should have let us work it out ourselves. In the sports festival or some interclass training. And worse, you forced Izuken to help you. Izumi flushed, well. I did disagree and initially refused to help, but the principal didn't exactly force me to go along with it. I'm to blame for my own actions. Inko patted her daughter's back. Normally yes, but you agreed because you thought the principal would do something even more extreme if you refused, didn't you? She asked. She was Izumi's mama, she knew how the girl's mind works and even after only knowing him for a short time, she also had a good idea of how Nizu's worked. Izumi nodded reluctantly, making Inko frown. If you only agreed because you were worried he'd do something worse, then that is coercion, she said strongly. Not cool, mouse man. Jean yelled, before Twice took over, you made your employees use force against the students as a punishment. Isn't that basically illegal? Nizu shook his head vehemently, it wasn't a punishment. I genuinely meant it only as a lesson about how terrifying a villain battle could be. How close to death heroes often are. It's an important lesson, and one all students learn here. Mirio nodded respectfully, that's true, Principal. But we learn it through our internships and work studies, not after only a couple of weeks of classes. Hold on, how exactly did you pick whose quirks you'd use for this? Kaminari asked. Izumi approached me specifically, and I'm guessing the others too, but why? I'm not actually sure. The principal just gave me a list of quirks he wanted me to borrow. Izumi replied. He didn't tell me the exact details until later. Hitoshi sneered, a look of anger and hurt in his eyes, so Principal, did you pick us specifically? Wanted some nice villainous quirks for your fake villains? The coldness in his words was enough to make Nizu shudder, and he began to realize that in his attempts to make 1B understand the burden of being a hero, he may have inadvertently hurt them and the others too. He'd thought it would be fine, he was being cruel to be kind. Better they learn the dangers that awaited them in a safe environment than in the chaos of the field. He had succeeded, but at a higher cost than he'd thought. The mouse-like principal looked around at the faces of those who donated their quirks. Himiko, Jean, and Dabi all looked bitter and hurt, having once been possessed by demons to be villains, and been used and abused for their quirks. Hitoshi looked betrayed, seeing this as Nizu calling his quirk villainous. Ijiro looked horribly guilty that his quirk, which he'd prided as a shield for the innocent, had been used against his friends and fellow students. Fumikage was quietly petting Dark Shadow, refusing to meet anyone's eyes as if he was ashamed of himself. Mirio and Kigo looked disappointed in the principal, and the trio of Kaminari, Ojiro, and Amajiki looked confused and worried, wondering if their part in the principal's plan meant the teachers thought their quirks were villainous. Lastly there was Katsuki, and the boy was absolutely bursting with fury, not surprising considering he'd been pegged as a villain by teachers before, back in Hibana. Feeling almost numb at the shock of what he'd seen, Nizu looked to Izumi and saw the girl was pale and shaking, looking ready to cry. Nizu suddenly felt disgusted with himself. He had done this, His plot had hurt these children, his students, in ways he hadn't foreseen. And just like Inko had said, he'd effectively coerced Izumi into taking some of that blame too. The only reason 1B weren't in a similar state of major distress is because they'd had the astral planes experience to help calm them, and gotten some revenge on him as a way to cheer themselves up, but even then Nizu could see the residual effects of what he'd done to them. Something cold gripped Nizu's insides. He was left with a bitter reminder that for all his genius, he wasn't all-knowing. He had failed to properly understand the hearts and feelings of these human children, and had wounded them as a result. Worse, he had ignored the counsel of his teachers whom had warned him against this plan. He'd acted arrogantly, which was the very thing he'd had 1A doing community service for. The principal lowered his head. I see, it appears even after all this time, I still don't understand you humans that well. 1B, I apologize for my heavy-handedness, I genuinely had not intended to hurt you. I felt that this lesson would be good for you, even if it was horrifying in the short term. I should not have done that. You aren't wild animals that need hard lessons to learn how to behave, and for treating you otherwise, I am deeply sorry. To those that donated your quirks to this endeavor, I wish you to know that I take full responsibility. As Miss Midoriya aptly said, I coerced Amaterasu and the other teachers into this scheme, even if coercion wasn't my intention. Also, while this is no excuse for my actions, I genuinely didn't ask for any of your quirks out of a belief they suited a villain, he said imploringly. You didn't? Himiko asked distrustfully. I didn't. I had actually planned the Monster Factory scenario for use as a possible final exam for the third years, and had numerous kinds of monster that different members of staff could act as. I selected the 6 that I felt would have the best chance of defeating 1B while also giving them a chance to fight back a bit. Once the roles were assigned, I chose quirks that suited them and asked Amaterasu to gather them. Nizu explained. The quirk donors and 1B muttered amongst themselves. Nizu had certainly seemed contrite, and the quirk donors were mostly content that they hadn't been pigeonholed as villains, while the students of 1B felt that they had deserved at least a little bit of what they'd gone through. He'd gone way too far with it, but Nizu really had been looking out for their best interests, in an admittedly twisted way. As this muttering was going on, Eraser approached Hitoshi and bowed his head. Shinso, I should also confess that your quirk wasn't actually selected by Nizu for the pharaoh persona. I was only supposed to have Erasure, Dark Shadow, Explosion, and Homing. I requested that Nizu add Brainwash. Hitoshi nearly choked. Why? Why would you do that, he demanded, feeling betrayed by his favorite hero. Eraser frowned deeply. I miscalculated during the move-in day. I attempted one of my logical ruses to push you all to do your best, and to test Amaterasu's integrity as a teacher. I thought it was a calculated risk and that any damage I'd done to Hagakure as a result would be easily fixed. I recently learned I was mistaken. As such, I refused to hurt any others in the same way. I requested Brainwash so that I could instantly end the battle the moment I'd gotten Nizu's message across. Shinso, your quirk allowed me to win the fight without causing any serious harm to the students that pursued me. You, Shinso, have a power that allows you to defeat foes without harming them, and I believe that makes it one of the most heroic quirks there are. Hitoshi's lip quivered and he averted his eyes. Thanks, Aizawa-sensei, he whispered, trying not to sound choked up. I wish you'd told me that before. So do I. It seems I miscalculated again. All of us did. Eraser said, putting a hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. Izumi and the other teachers nodded grimly. I need to apologize too. Even if I initially refused, I still ended up helping the principal with his plan, even though I felt it was going too far. I should have kept refusing and worked to convince him, instead of just giving in and going along with it. Saying I was coerced and didn't want to do it isn't good enough. I am responsible for my own actions and choices, and I took the wrong ones. I am deeply sorry. Izumi bowed. The other teachers did the same. They'd known Nizu was going too far. His intentions had been good, but heavily misguided, and they'd not acted. They should have forced the issue, but they didn't and so would take responsibility. Foisting all the blame on the principal was wrong. Like Izumi said, they were responsible for themselves. Seeing as the teachers were all apologizing, Himiko shared a look with her Vice Rep Momo and turned to 1B. We owe an apology too, on behalf of 1A. We were wrong to act like we were better than you, avoid you, or keep Izumi away from you. We were lucky to survive the USJ, and the relief of it and all the praise we got from people who weren't even there, it went to our heads. It wasn't right, and we're sorry. Himiko said, apologizing for the whole class since she was the class representative. Momo and the rest of 1A nodded and apologized as well, not leaving it all to their class representative. Even those that hadn't acted that way offered apologizes out of solidarity. Then there was Katsuki, who grumbled but ultimately muttered sorry. He obviously meant it, as he would have refused to say it if he didn't, but he was still unhappy. He'd only been keeping his little sister away from 1B because half of them thought she was a puppet for some conspiracy and he wasn't about to let them treat her like that. Though it was still wrong to objectify her or treat her like a kid who couldn't take care of herself, and isolate her from the members of 1B who had believed her. Class 1B was touched by the apologies, but as 1A's words helped dismiss the remaining animosity 1B had for them, it left behind the guilt. Since we're all apologizing, we should too. Kendo said, it was wrong of us to dismiss what you went through at the USJ, even if we thought you were getting cocky over it. What happened to you was horrible, and we downplayed it. For that, I apologize on behalf of my class, she said formally. Yeah, and well, we need to confess some things too. We said some nasty things about you, and Amaterasu plotted too. Kaibara frowned guiltily. He confessed everything about the meeting the class had held after the lunch confrontation, including Monoma's scheme to hold back in the sports festival, and the conspiracy theory about Izumi giving quirks to 1A if they asked, letting them cheat. Kaibara made it clear that not everyone had agreed with either subject, and only admitted he himself had agreed with both, but his classmates all admitted their own parts in those schemes. Most of 1B had agreed with Monoma's plan, but very few had agreed with the Amaterasu conspiracy. 1A weren't impressed by Monoma's sports festival scheme, and the conspiracy about Izumi made them angry, but since 1B were apologizing and seemed genuinely regretful of it, and Izumi had quietly mentioned they'd already confessed and apologized to her, the class decided to collectively let bygones be bygones. Considering pretty much everyone here has apologized to everyone else, maybe you should all consider everything forgiven and move on with a clean slate. Kigo suggested, you did wrong, you apologized, and now you move forward and improve. Both classes and their teachers smiled and nodded, allowing the remaining tension to fade away. Monoma looked to Katsuki and smirked, I'll agree to that. I'm also abandoning my old plan to hold back in the sports festival and catch you by surprise, instead, I'll come at you full force. 1B will win with all our power, he declared. Katsuki scoffed and smirked in return, you better come at us with everything you've got then. Otherwise we'll treat you like stepping stones and walk all over you. The two combative blondes kept smirking, as their classes happily agreed around them. The hostile rivalry that had built between them melted away, and was replaced by a more good-natured, friendly rivalry. Each class wanted to beat the other and be the best, but they wanted to be friends too. Nizu watched proudly, and decided to begin making up for his mistake. You've all done well and acted maturely, as a reward, I think I shall arrange for a pizza party. You can all spend your evening having fun together, my treat. That got a cheer from the students, and while Nizu and the teachers, excluding Izumi, went off to order the pizzas for everyone, the Udata students and their guests decided to pass the time by finally learning the full details of what happened in each other's trips to the USJ. 1A showed the videos of the League's attack, with Izumi's permission to show the Akuro segments too, while 1B showed the videos of the fake Monster Factory attack, which Izumi had already collected while they were changing earlier. Inko decided to take Eri outside for a bit so she wouldn't be forced to see any of it, though she promised they wouldn't go far. 1B sat in horrified silence as they watched the videos of the League attack. While the enemies 1A fought had been nowhere near as skilled as the fake Monster Factory villains, the battles felt more visceral and deadly, as 1B knew every mistake 1A made led to real injuries, and the risk of death. They witnessed almost everything, Himiko's disguise trick in the mountain zone, Kaminari absorbing the power of the Thunder Ears in the landslide zone, the frantic death match with the shark demon Ichiro in the flood zone, the danger of Katsuki's quirk in the conflagration zone, the cool extermination of demons by Aoyama in the downpour zone, and Shoto's easy victory over the enemy in the ruin zone. That last one was the only one cut short, as Toru didn't want 1B to see what Shoto had said to her. The boy had apologized and she felt better now, so she didn't want them to think badly of him. Watching the battle in the central plaza was brutal. The power of Rappa, the Nomu, and the horde of villains and demons had been brought to bear against Eraser and Amaterasu. Both had been injured and pushed to their limits, only enduring thanks to Ami's rejuvenation. Then came the moment Shigaraki tried to kill Tsuyu. There were gasps of horror from 1B as they watched Izumi leap to the frog girl's defense and be murdered in her place, but they were replaced by cheers as Izumi revived and fought back with even more ferocity. Then came Shigaraki's little plot and the birth of Akuro. The students of 1B had ashen faces as they watched the monstrous demon rip and tear through Nomu, crying and howling the whole time. They all remembered the horrible shuddering fear that had coursed through them that day, and now they knew why. Izumi had told them about Akuro during her big explanation last week, but actually seeing it was something else entirely. Shiozaki looked especially distraught, covering her mouth with her hands and tearing up as she watched a sobbing Akuro devolve into mad howls. Jean and Dabi had been told what happened too, but they hadn't seen it before. They were grim-faced as they watched, and if they weren't trying to be good people, both would have sworn to murder Shigaraki for what he'd done. Faking Eri's death to torment Izumi into becoming a demon, then enslaving her. They would never forgive him for that. Jean knew that he could never do anything about it, and was almost glad of it, as if he ever faced Shigaraki himself he was afraid he'd unleash his clones to tear him apart. As for Dabi, well, Shigaraki could thank his lucky stars that the burned man was trying to become a true hero, or else he'd turn the man-child to cinders. Compared to all that, the videos of the fake monster factory felt quaint. Now that everyone knew the villains were actually their teachers in disguise and there had been no actual danger, the students of 1B found the videos to be almost funny. They reacted as if they were watching themselves reacting to a haunted house, and enjoyed the cartoonish acting of their teachers. 1A were actually less amused, feeling sorry for their friends in 1B, though even they couldn't help but laugh at Eraser's over-the-top acting, and Izumi's frankly scandalous flirting. As soon as the videos ended, after the Succubus fight, as the plaza section had been restricted by Nizu, so none would see him being used as a piñata, Mina nearly tackled Izumi, making the girl squeak. Holy crap Izumi! How the heck did you become such a flirt? You blush like a little girl whenever someone even mentions someone else is sexy. But you were like a freaking mini Midnight out there, the pink girl demanded, grinning widely. Honestly, it was kind of hot. Izumi went crimson and whined like a puppy, Mina. Don't say stuff like that. Eri and my mother could be back any second. She's not wrong though, Izumi. You were weirdly good at being succubus. Toru chirped, gesturing to the rest of the group. Almost everyone in class 1A and 1B was blushing, regardless of gender. Katsuki, Hawks, and Dabi looked a bit green at the thought of their precious little sister implying anything sexual, while Ishiko, Himiko, and Jean were giggling like children. Even the big three were blushing, with Tamaki hiding his face completely, but not his pointy ears, which had turned scarlet. Nijire looked ready to ask a lot of questions Izumi really didn't want to answer, and Mirio smiling bashfully and tried to calm his two friends down. Ochako and Shoto had even stronger reactions. Ochako had gone beet red and had begun floating around the room, while Shoto had become as still as ice even as his face turned so red that his scar couldn't be seen. Izumi wouldn't admit it, but their reactions made her a bit happy. I watched a bunch of videos Midnight sent me, and Nuregami used them as references. She was the one who said all that stuff, I just let her control my mouth while I focused on fighting. Izumi explained. Mina sighed happily, that explains it. Good. You're supposed to be the sweet and innocent archetype. We can't have the baby of the class being all flirty and sexy. Izumi pouted, baby of the class. I'm a hero and teacher, you know. Plus I'm 15 days older than you, Mina. Mina just giggled in response and hugged the smaller girl, ruffling her hair, which had gone curly again. Izumi whined in response and turned into her demigod form so she could use Vine to restrain Mina and let her escape, but the moment she transformed, Mina's ruffling turned into scratches behind her ears. That made Izumi melt and she transformed all the way into her wolf form and basically tackled Mina to the floor to make her pet her more. Her logical side was screaming with embarrassment, but her primal side enjoyed being petted so much that she didn't care. Mina laughed loudly and continued to pet the playful wolf, and she was soon joined by all of the believers, with 1B's believers specifically being allowed to pet her first, as a sign of goodwill and a silent apology from 1A for keeping them away. By the time they had all had their fill, and Izumi had regained her senses enough to turn back to normal and recover from embarrassment, she found several members of 1B stood together, facing her with serious expressions. These students were Kaibara, Kodai, Shishida, Shota, Tsunatori, Bondo, and Rin, 7 of the 8 students who hadn't believed Izumi's story. They were joined by Kendo and Hananuki, who'd been unsure and wanted more time to think. The only non-believer who hadn't joined the group was Shiozaki, who stood off to the side looking pensive. Izumi stood and looked back at them, neutrality hiding the nervousness she felt. She knew where this going. Amaterasu. We have something we need to say. Kaibara began nervously. Of the non-believers, he'd been the most hostile so he'd taken it upon himself to act as their spokesperson. Kaibara. Izumi nodded with a pleasant smile, say whatever you need to. I'll happily listen. Kaibara blushed slightly, we were wrong. About you, he admitted, we didn't believe you before, when you told us about who you were, what you were. We were wrong and need to epilogue dash. Stop. Izumi cut him off, I told you then, and I've told you since, and I'll tell you once more, I do not hold your disbelief against you. It wasn't unreasonable to think I was lying, or at least repeating lies I was told and believed. The idea of gods, spirits, and demons, it's terrifying. I've lived with the knowledge of them for 10 years, and I'm still terrified. None of you did anything wrong by choosing to stay true to your own beliefs. She looked at Shiozaki as she said that last part, you cannot apologize for doing nothing wrong. Kaibara and his group looked taken aback for a moment, before relief flooded their features. Thank you, Amaterasu. Kaibara said, and for the record, you've changed our minds. After what we saw today, in that cloud place, we felt it in our bones. The others and I talked about it after class ended, there's just too much to believe it's all a lie or conspiracy. Those beings. Brush gods, we could feel their power. Their divinity. Ah man, you got to meet those guys. Kaminari exclaimed. Izumi hasn't let us meet them. Shiro pouted. He and a handful of 1A had been badgering her to let them meet the brush gods, but she'd always refused since the brush gods didn't want to be treated like some kind of exhibit. They'd only agreed to meet with 1B because it would help Izumi convert the non-believers, not that she knew that, and protect her reputation after pretending to be Succubus. One day you will. It's up to them though, I'm not about to order them to allow it. Izumi said firmly, but fairly. Himiko smiled at the group, so, you're all officially in the Amaterasu Believers Club. It's hard not to be. I wanted to believe this was all just a scheme, but I saw Yamagami, a real dragon god. Rin said with awe in his eyes. When you eliminate the impossible then whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. The brush gods are overwhelming evidence of Amaterasu's divinity, and those videos of Akuro further seal the deal. Shishida said, fixing his glasses after a shudder had shaken them loose. Akuro really was horrifying. It's hard to believe she and Izumi are the same person. Kendo agreed. Bondo shivered, I don't want to think about that. I'd rather think about that cute mouse god, he said. Himiko grinned, oh, good old stabby mouse. Izumi winced as the god in question squawked in outrage, Himiko, his name is Tashigami. The blonde girl's eyes twinkled as she grinned mischievously, stabby mouse. Sensing that she wasn't going to win this argument and Tashigami was already pouting with indignation, Izumi decided to just shake her head and listen to what the others were saying. I liked the rooster god. He looked like a phoenix. Kodai said quietly. He was pretty cool. Or hot, I guess. He was the fire god if I remember correctly. Hananuki said thoughtfully, trying to remember the full details of what Izumi had told them last week. Nuregami the snake goddess was amazing too. It's a bit scary how good she was at making Amaterasu act like a dominatrix though. Shoda blushed. And they're all based on the zodiac. I remember that from poster at Chinese restaurant at home. Tsunatori said excitedly, there is going to be a horse god too. I want to meet them. Class 1A and the believers of 1B all grinned, happy to see how excited the newly converted were to be chatting about the gods they'd met. It was such an exciting event for them, and 1A freely admitted they were jealous, though they were good-natured about it. Dabi, Hawks, and Jean smiled happily to see pretty much everyone in the first-year hero course now supporting Izumi just as she was supporting them as a teacher. Mirio and Nijire quietly looked to Tamaki, who'd been grim-faced since seeing Akuro. You're still not fully convinced, are you? Mirio asked with an understanding smile. Tamaki frowned and shook his head, Akuro, that thing was a monster, but so was the Nomu. I could pretend like I was a full believer, but it would just be a lie, my heart isn't in it. Nijire pouted, that's a shame. But you believe what you believe I guess, she said kindly, while Mirio patted their friend on the back. Still, you are right to be worried about Akuro, Tamaki. I'm going to see if I can arrange for Sir to meet with Amaterasu. Mirio said. You want him to use his foresight on her? Tamaki asked, mildly surprised. Mirio nodded, you saw that video. Akuro was able to toy with a Nomu designed to fight All Might, and even stood toe-to-toe with All Might himself without breaking a sweat. I honestly think she could have killed him. If that monster ever wakes up again, we need to be prepared, and Sir is the only one who'll be able to know for certain if she'll turn again. Tamaki and Nijire frowned, the idea of a meeting between Amaterasu and Sir Night-Eye gave them both bad feelings. Before any more discussion could be had, Inko and Eri returned from playing outside, along with All Might, Eraserhead, and Vlad King. The three heroes were carrying a mountain of pizzas, with at least 2 of each type sold at the pizzeria that had been opened in Valor Village. Immediately, the atmosphere in the 1B common room went from casual hangout to a full-on party, with the students descending on the teachers and liberating the pizzas, much to the men's amusement. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, drinks had been set out, all the pizzas were spread out on every available table, a few of the boys had grabbed various gaming systems and were hooking them up to one B's TV, Kyoka had commandeered the sound system and borrowed a laptop to essentially DJ the impromptu party, and Sato had run off to gather the ingredients to make various sweets to go along with it. With music playing, everyone enjoying pizza together, and cheering on those who decided to begin a Smash Brothers tournament while socializing, it became hard to believe that there'd been a cold war between the classes that morning. Izumi, who was sat with Eri and Ashiko in a beanbag chair while happily sharing a meat feast pizza, looked around the room to see who was doing what. Katsuki, Ijiro, Toguru, and Tetsu were having some kind of competition that involved arm wrestling, chugging hot sauce, and eating slices of pizza with weird combinations of toppings, but Izumi didn't really understand the rules, nor did she want to. Kaminari, Shiro, Owaze, Kaibara, Subiraba, and Mirio were having a round-robin smash tournament, with them betting pizza slices on who would win. Tenya and Shishida were having some kind of friendly debate while Shota and Hananuki watched with interest. Himiko, Monoma, and Jean were goofing around with their quirks to imitate each other and others in the class while doing increasingly unusual impressions, all while Hitoshi acted as a judge and gave scathing comments in a deadpan voice that never failed to make the three copycats crack up. Aoyama had somehow managed to get into an energetic discussion with Komori about showmanship for heroes. Apparently Komori wanted to be an idol hero, while Fumikage commiserated with a very jealous-looking Korwaro, since neither darkness-loving boy could approach the dazzling Aoyama. Mina was dancing joyfully with the visible Toru and energetic Nijire, who'd also managed to drag the quiet Kodai into dancing with them. Azui and Yanagi were sitting with Tamaki, Bondo and Koda in the kitchen, keeping the shy boys company while they chatted with Sato, who was happily baking some kind of mouth-watering treat. Kendo, Momo, and Tokage were having an earnest discussion about female heroes and how they could stand out without falling into the usual stereotypes. Izumi was very interested in hearing their thoughts later, and they had managed to convince Ochako to join their conversation too, though the round-cheeked girl felt a bit out of her depth. Ojiro was asking Rin about life in China, and how he'd been trained in martial arts, with Rin wearing a nostalgic expression as he answered, no doubt recalling his childhood back home. Kyoka and Pony were discussing American music, with Kyoka revealing a surprising amount of competence in speaking English, something Pony seemed to appreciate. Then there was the oddballs of the two classes, Fukudashi and Shoji, who were enjoying quiet companionship, with Fukudashi explaining some very old manga stories to Shoji, who listened with interest. Shoto was sat against the wall by the TV, supposedly watching the video game tournament, but Izumi could see he was actually watching All Might, still in his hero form since they were in public, chatting intimately with Inko. Izumi blushed a bit, seeing her mama and Toshi holding hands over the table they sat at and leaning close to whisper to each other, exchanging smiles and giggles with soft blushes. It was very cute, but since Shoto was watching them with interest, Izumi had the feeling she'd have to disabuse him of some notions before too long. The rest of the adults, Hawks, Dobby, Eraserhead, and Vlad King, were sat at another table while discussing various events going on in the political world, or various criminal investigations. Izumi caught Dobby's eye for a moment and then made a point of looking to Shoto, then back at Dobby and raising an eyebrow, silently asking if Dobby was going to speak to his little brother. The burned man, who'd largely been avoided by the students thanks to his intimidating aura, averted his eyes for a moment before shrugging. Clearly he wasn't going to be speaking to Shoto tonight, not that Izumi blamed him. This probably wasn't the best time and place for a reunion. Shoto wouldn't react well if Dobby just sidled up to him and said, "Hi, I'm the brother you thought was dead, how are you doing?" The wolf girl shook that thought out of her head, better to leave the Todoroki reunion for a more private setting, when Dobby was ready and Shoto was a bit more open with himself. Putting those thoughts aside, Izumi took another look around and realized that they were missing someone, Shiozaki. Izumi frowned. She had last seen the pious girl back when Kaibara and the others had expressed their belief in her. Shiozaki and Amajiki-senpai had been the only ones not to change their minds. Izumi hadn't been concerned by that, though she remembered how conflicted Shiozaki had looked. The fact that the girl was missing now worried her, so Izumi resolved to find her. She stood up, scooping a giggling Eri into a Princess Carry while heading over to Kendo, who'd be the most likely one to know where Shiozaki had gone. As she approached the group of Momo, Kendo, Tokage, and Ochako, they smiled at her. "Hey Izumi. We were just discussing female heroes. Would you like to join us? As a woman working in the industry, you must have a lot you can tell us." Momo said brightly. "I'd like to Momo, but I can't at the moment. I'm actually looking for Shiozaki, she disappeared and I was wondering if Kendo knew anything about it." Izumi replied. Kendo's face fell and Tokage's smile turned sad. "Ah. Shiozaki has been having a hard time with the whole divine thing," Kendo admitted. Izumi sighed sadly, I suspected as much. Shiozaki's faith is really important to her. It's defined a huge part of her life and you're kind of a big problem for her. I think she's the same as Kaibara, Kodai, and the others, she wants to believe you, but because her faith is monotheistic, it's basically blasphemous to think that. Tokage explained. Christianity isn't a big thing in Japan, and none of us really understand it very well, so we weren't able to help her. She can't exactly talk about it with anyone else either, since your identity is a big secret. Shiozaki's having a major crisis of faith, as her class rep, I should be helping her through these troubles, but I just don't know what to do. Kendo said sadly. Momo, Ochako, and Ishiko frowned, feeling sorry for Shiozaki. Eri didn't really understand, but she did know Shiozaki was sad, and she knew exactly what to do when it came to sad people. Mama, you should find Shio and make her happy again. Eri said cheerfully, Mama's a hero, so she'll make Shio's problems go away. Izumi smiled warmly and kissed her daughter on the cheek, that's right my pup, I will. Ochako, Ishiko, could you watch Eri for a bit? I think this conversation is better had in private. You got it. Ishiko grinned, giving a little salute while hopping onto Ochako's shoulder. Ochako happily took Eri, grinning while gently tickling the little girl and making her giggle. Izumi felt an incredible warmth in her heart, seeing Eri and Ochako play like that, before turning her attention to Kendo again. Kendo, can you tell me where Shiozaki went? I'm not sure exactly. I saw her eat a few slices of the veggie pizza but I didn't see where she went after that. If she's not here or in her room though, she's probably at her garden. Ken-sensei gave her permission to make one along the east side of the dorms. Kendo answered. Izumi entered her demigod form and sniffed the air, she could smell Shiozaki's trail heading towards the doors, so the girl must have gone to the garden. Alright, I'll be back soon. You guys have fun, and I'll happily join that talk of yours once Shiozaki's okay, she said, before turning and marching towards the doors. Ochako watched her go, staring at her emerald eyes until they were out of sight. Ochako loved those eyes, shining with the fierce determination to save someone. She'd had the same look in her eyes when she'd faced down the zero-pointer, and when she'd fought the villains at the beginning of the USJ invasion, and when she'd marched off a week earlier to help Toru. Ochako sighed quietly, she didn't like to admit it, but she felt a little jealous, she knew she was being stupid, but she didn't want Izumi looking at anyone else with those eyes. Eri reached up and playfully poked her cheek, making Ochako snap out of her thoughts and suddenly blush crimson. What am I thinking? Get a grip Ochako, she thought, pinching her own cheek, and almost making herself float in the process. Izumi didn't belong to her, even if a secret part of Ochako wished she did. Ochako realized once again what she was thinking, and promptly grabbed a pillow and screamed into it, confusing Eri but making the other girls in the group grin knowingly. While Ochako was in the middle of her gay awakening, Izumi was following Shiozaki's scent, she smelled of incense and aloe vera, to the girl's garden. When she turned the corner to the east side of the building, Izumi found Shiozaki kneeling in front of several flower beds. They were small, but the flowers growing within were vibrant and smelled beautiful, reflecting the clear love and care that had been put into raising them. Shiozaki was kneeling in front of them, using her hands to carefully transfer a small red flower from a flower pot to the soil. Her vine hair was wielding several gardening tools and a watering can, but Shiozaki wasn't using the vines themselves for anything more than holding the items, as when she needed one she would take it in her own hands. The girl seemed to take pride in caring for the flowers with her own hands. Izumi smiled softly, watching her for a few moments, until Shiozaki turned a bit and Izumi got to see her face, her eyes were downcast and filled with doubt and worry. Taking a deep breath, Izumi approached her. Shiozaki, she called quietly. Shiozaki paused for a moment, some unknown emotion flickering through her eyes before she gently put her tools down and sighed, then looked to Izumi. She wasn't surprised to see her, no, she seemed almost resigned. Izumi, she nodded politely. Izumi smiled softly, I guess you were expecting me. Yes. I knew it was a matter of time before you came to see me. I'm the only one left who hasn't chosen to believe you yet, other than Amajika-senpai. Shiozaki, turning back to her flowers but not actually working with them. I didn't come to convert you, Shiozaki. Izumi said gently. Shiozaki lowered her head, I know, you kept saying it over and over again, remember? It's okay if we don't believe you. You said it before you told us, you said it after you told us, and you said it every time the subject has come up since. It's the truth. Izumi said simply. I know that too. What I don't understand is why. Shiozaki said, her quiet voice rising in volume by just a little bit. By your own claim, you are a goddess. One who freely admits to gaining power from praise and worship. But you encourage us to make our own decisions on our beliefs, refuse to try and convince us, and outright refuse to be worshipped. I don't understand you at all. If what you say is true, how can you be okay with us refusing to believe you? Isn't it blasphemy? Heresy. Izumi frowned. A person's heart and mind are their own, I refuse to interfere with that. It is my belief, and a tenet of your own faith, that humanity's free will is sacrosanct. A gift, and a curse, from a being far beyond any of us. I won't rob others of that gift. Shiozaki gave a tiny smile. So you really were listening when I spoke of the Bible with you. I was afraid you were just humoring me. Izumi chuckled and knelt beside Shiozaki. Of course I was listening. I don't follow your faith, but I do respect it and find it interesting. And I also wanted to understand you better, see things from your perspective. I don't think even I understand my perspective anymore. Shiozaki said in a pained whisper. The wolf girl nodded grimly. Yeah. I spoke to Kendo. She told me that you've been conflicted about me, that you want to believe me, but you can't without betraying your faith. Shiozaki let out a shuddering breath and began to gently adjust the flower she'd just planted. Conflicted is one word for it. She said bitterly, I wish you were different. I wish you were some kind of blatant hypocrite, or a fickle false god. I wish you weren't kind, it would be so much easier for me to reject you. Shiozaki, you don't need to accept me as anything other than Izumi. Just think of me as a hero with a weird quirk. Izumi said, reaching to put a hand on the other girl's shoulder. Shiozaki promptly growled and yelled, it's not that simple. Izumi recoiled in surprise, and Shiozaki turned to fully face her with teary eyes. You said it yourself, our hearts and minds are our own. Well, mine is driving me into a crisis of faith because I can't just dismiss you. Ever since I was a little girl, I felt drawn to my faith and believed in it with all my heart. But that same heart, which still believes in it completely, is now drawing me to you as well. I felt your power. The power of your brush gods. Shiozaki turned back to the flowers. Every fiber of my being is screaming that you are telling the truth, but I still believe wholeheartedly in my faith. But in that faith, there is only one God, our Lord. And then there's you, a being who defies that. If my faith says there is only one God, and you claim to be another, different God, then which is true? My heart pulls me towards both, but one has to be a lie. I want to reject you, but I can't. But by refusing to reject you, I feel like I'm rejecting my faith, and I can't do that either. Shiozaki began to pound her fist against the dirt. I don't know what to do. I pray for answers and my heart only grows more conflicted. I try to turn my back on you, and you tell me it's all okay. How can I serve the Lord with these doubts in my heart? Who can I even turn to about this? No one who knows your secret knows anything of my faith, so what am I to do? She cried, her every word punctuated her fist pounding against the ground. What do I do? She let out one last cry, and slammed her fist down. Unlike the previous slams though, this one landed right on the flower she'd been tending, crushing it. Shiozaki gasped and pulled her hands away to see the damage she'd done. The flower was almost completely destroyed, and Shiozaki's tears began to fall on the soil around it. And now, I've become a destroyer, pointlessly cutting life short due to my own sinfulness, she sobbed, cradling the flower, which remained rooted to the ground by a few threads of sinew that kept the stem in one broken piece. Izumi gently wrapped an arm around Shiozaki's shoulders and held her close. You are not a destroyer, and I can honestly say, even with my limited knowledge on the subject, that you're one of the least sinful people I know. How can you say that? I know it may just be a flower, but the fact that I gave into wrath and destroyed it unthinkingly is an awful sin. What if I do the same with a villain in the future? Crushing the life from them with my quirk because I gave into the sin of wrath? Shiozaki asked in a broken voice. I don't believe you're capable of that. And besides, you haven't destroyed anything just yet. Izumi said, reaching for the severely damaged flower being held by Shiozaki. I think, flowers and faiths have a lot in common. They are beautiful, but sometimes fragile things. They can be broken, and in times of winter, of turmoil, they may wither, but just as spring comes, so too can a resurgence of belief. And so long as the root remains strong. Izumi cast rejuvenation, and the flower glowed gold before straightening up and returning to its original, healthy state. Then even the broken can be fixed. You are strong, Shiozaki. Your faith is strong. I can't cast rejuvenation and fix it like I did the flower, but I can support you while you search for answers. The pious girl looked between the restored flower and Izumi, who was smiling softly at her. Even while I try to reject you, you offer me absolution. You tell me to embrace the same faith that would have me refuse you. Izumi smiled softly. She reached down and touched the soil beside the red flower, and used greensprout to grow an identical one with white petals instead of red. Shiozaki gasped quietly, beautiful. I'm sorry for being presumptuous, but I wanted to add my own little piece to this garden. Like your faith, you dedicated yourself to it and made something wonderful. And again, like your faith, I've injected a little bit of myself into it, though it was actually intentional with the flowers. But that's the thing, it's easy for this little flower of mine to fit in with the rest of the garden, it's not so easy for belief in me to fit in with your faith. If you can't reject one or the other, then you've got no choice but to find a way for them to fit. Don't force yourself to unnaturally change your beliefs if your heart is not in it, but instead alter your perspective until you can comfortably accept everything you believe. Shiozaki looked from the flower to Izumi curiously. You sound like you speak from experience, the vine-haired girl said. Izumi nodded. I was first told about my true nature when I was only 5 years old. I was in a vulnerable place back then, and I think I accepted the godhood story so easily because I was desperate to be worth something. I'd been quirkless and abused, and had only just awoken a strange power I was struggling to understand. My belief grew stronger as I met the brush gods, learned more about demons and my place in the world, and grew more confident. But even now, 10 years later, there is still a part of me that refuses to completely accept it. That's partly why I was so accepting of others not believing me, because I still had that tiny part of myself that thought I was still a lonely little girl desperate to be worth something. But I think that's normal with faith. You're going to have doubts sometimes, especially when you don't fully understand yourself. I didn't know you had such doubts. Whenever you spoke of your divinity, you always seemed so sure of yourself. So confident. Shiozaki said. That confidence was hard-won, I'll tell you that. Izumi gave a wry chuckle. There is a lot about the world I don't know, despite being a goddess. I don't even know how I came into existence. My first incarnation, I mean. Shiozaki blinked in surprise. You don't? Nope. The brush gods have all their memories from my second incarnation, and since they were born from my first incarnation splitting up, they have most of her memories too. But the earliest ones are fuzzy. They say that both the sun, the earth, and humanity already existed when my first incarnation was born, millennia ago. They don't know exactly how I came to be, but they and my mom theorize that because early humans worshipped the sun, the power of their faith and praise is what birthed me. Mom is a tree spirit who was born from people worshipping her tree, so it makes sense that I would be born the same way. She described it as, the sun is the womb you were born from, and the faith of humanity was the seed from which you grew. But the thing is, if the sun is older than I am even though I'm the goddess of the sun, then who or what created it? How did any of this come to be? My previous incarnations helped shape Japan, but what about the rest of the world? The universe? I mean, if I could exist as a goddess above the other, weaker spirits, then couldn't there be something even bigger and stronger than me? A greater god? Perhaps even a singular god that created everything like in your own faith, and the rest of us are just a part of the system they put in place. Shiozaki clasped her hands together. Do you truly believe that? That there is a great god above all others? Izumi thought about it for a moment. She'd only really been speaking from a theoretical point of view. She'd never had cause to think more on that, since so few people believed in gods in this day and age. After several silent minutes, Izumi nodded slowly. I think I do. Something created this world. Created me. Just as my mama gave birth to Izumi Midoriya, someone must have given birth to OkamiAmaterasu, or at least created the system that caused me to be born. I can't believe that could happen by chance. Sorry, calling it a system makes it all sound so mechanical, doesn't it? I need to find better terminology. Izumi said sheepishly. Shiozaki smiled, feeling a bit better after Izumi's attempts to comfort her. Then, almost like a lightning bolt coursing through her brain, Shiozaki was struck by an epiphany. Change of perspective, terminology. I understand now, she gasped, grabbing Izumi and almost squeezing the life out of her with delight. You understand? Izumi squeaked, struggling to breathe. Yes. Shiozaki released her from the hug but kept a grip on her shoulders. Izumi, please turn into your wolf form. The girl blinked in surprise at the sudden request, but since she didn't see any harm in it, she complied. In a flash of light, Shiozaki was suddenly holding the white and furry shoulders of Izumi's wolf form. The girl eagerly ran her fingers through the wing-like tufts of fur on Izumi's shoulders, while admiring her brilliant white fur. I should have seen it from the start. This holy white form with these crests of fur, which look so much like tiny wings, you are not a goddess, but an angel. Shiozaki exclaimed, looking as if everything had just slotted into place for her. Izumi tilted her head in confusion. She'd been called a goddess, a kami, and a spirit before, but never an angel, at least not seriously. Her mama called her a little angel sometimes, but that was just endearment. Shiozaki clearly meant it. It fits everything. The followers of Shinto believe in multiple gods, but it's just a matter of terminology. What they call gods, the people of my faith would call angels. These angelic crests, your innate kindness, and the way my heart was pulling me towards both you and my faith all prove it. You are a part of my faith, even if you do not realize it. Izumi returned to her demigod form with a slightly baffled smile. She didn't exactly agree with Shiozaki's claims, but if there really was a god far above her and she was a part of that god's creation, then Shiozaki, who followed a monotheistic faith where all such beings beneath God were considered angels, would naturally consider her to be one such creature. It didn't gel with Izumi's own beliefs, but Shiozaki looked so happy that the wolf girl didn't want to argue. She didn't need to either. People were entitled to their own beliefs, as she had repeated often in the last 2 weeks. I don't know if that's true, but it would fit. I do worry a little though. If that is true and there is an omnipotent god above me, I'm afraid they might be angry with me for turning into a demon. Izumi admitted. Shiozaki grabbed Izumi's hands between her own and smiled earnestly. Izumi, the Lord knows better than anyone that even angels fall. Even the most devout can have moments of weakness, as I did. The important thing is to repent, and allow new strength to flourish. If God can forgive my foolishness and lead me to this epiphany, he can forgive your shortfall. He would not abandon a benevolent soul, she said earnestly. You helped remind me of that. Izumi gave a joyful smile. Shiozaki was bursting with happiness and fulfillment, overjoyed that her crisis had come to an end. The wolf girl loved to see it, even if Shiozaki thought she was an angel and not a goddess. I will pray to the Lord for forgiveness, both for my foolishness and for your brief fall to the darkness. I understand you are still unsure of this revelation, so I shan't push you to join me, but please know that I am always willing to provide instruction in the ways of the faith. Shiozaki said with a large smile. Thanks Shiozaki. Izumi said, accepting the gesture in the spirit it was intended. Please, call me Ibra. If it is not presumptuous, I would like to call you my friend, the vine girl replied. The young goddess gave a toothy grin and nodded. All right then, we're friends Ibra. Call me Izumi, or Ami if I'm working as a hero. Now speaking of friends, I think we should go and rejoin the rest of them back at the party. You must be hungry after everything that happened, and I need to get Eri back before she sweet talks Ochako into letting her eat too much. Ibra giggled, of course. I am not much of a party animal, but I do enjoy good food and good company. With that, a significantly happier Ibra and a happy, but somewhat baffled Izumi returned to the common room. They had only been gone for about half an hour, so almost everyone was still doing what they'd been doing before, just with fuller bellies as the pizza slowly disappeared. Just as Izumi had predicted, Eri had gotten Ochako and the other girls in her little group to feed her pizza by transforming into her puppy form and begging for it. The sheepish look on puppy Eri's face when she saw Izumi looking at her with a raised eyebrow and a small smirk had Ashiko, Momo, Ochako, Kendo, and Tokage roaring with laughter, with Ashiko actually laughing hard enough to fall off Eri's horn and land on a slice of pepperoni pizza. That of course made them laugh more, with even Izumi, Eri, and Ibra giggling with amusement. The loud laughter drew the attention of Mina, Toru, Nijire and Kodai, who'd been dancing nearby. Mina immediately hopped over with a big grin. Hey Izumi. Where'd you disappear to? I was going to get you to dance with us. Mina asked. I was with Ibra. She was showing me the flowers she's been growing. Izumi smiled, not wanting to go into details that would violate Ibra's privacy. She instantly realized she'd made a mistake however, when Mina's smile twisted into an impish grin of mischief. Oh, it's Ibra now is it? You disappeared with a girl for a little while and come back on a first-name basis. Just like with Toru. Maybe I was wrong, you might make a good succubus all by yourself after all. Mina teased. Izumi blushed until she was pinker than Mina, and Ochako frowned as she felt jealousy crawling around in her stomach. However Ibra answered by huffing indignantly, honestly. What kind of lewd behavior are you accusing us of? We merely had a heart-to-heart over faith, after which we were friendly enough that I considered it to be appropriate for us to use first names. Mina pouted, I was hoping for something more juicy, though I guess I was barking up the wrong tree with you too. Still, I've gotta know, who do you like, Izumi? Guys or girls? Well, romantically speaking I like both. I've never dated before, but I've been attracted to both guys and girls. Izumi admitted, blushing slightly less now. She figured she'd throw Mina a bone so the pinkette would leave her alone. Mina clapped happily, awesome. You're the same as me then. By girls represent. While a confused Eri was asking what by girls represented, and what by girls were, to a sheepish Mina and an annoyed Izumi, Ochako felt her heart beat a bit faster in excitement, the fact that Izumi liked girls as well making her feel giddy inside. She felt even giddier a moment later when Mina turned the same question on Ibra. I'm not interested in either, to be honest. I am devoted to the Lord and can honestly say I never felt attraction to anyone, the pious girl admitted. Hearing that, Ochako had immediately looked at Izumi's face and seen only friendly curiosity and acceptance in the wolf girl's expression, proving in her mind that Izumi had no feelings for Ibra. When Ochako once again realized what she was thinking, she turned bright red. Oh God! She thought as she watched Izumi and Eri join Mina's group in dancing, I'm actually falling for Izumi. Little did she know, but Ochako wasn't the only one focused on their class's resident hero. Across the room, Shoto was watching the girl with obvious interest and no trace of his usual icy facade. Instead a natural, and neutral, expression rested on his face as he looked between Izumi and the duo of Inko and All Might. She did the same thing again, she disappeared with someone who was having trouble, and came back with that person's trouble solved. She's managed to change Hagakure and Shiozaki for the better, and has helped me too. And then there's those two. He looked to Inko and All Might, I may not know much about relationships, but even I can see something's going on there. Izumi is also All Might's assistant, is she his successor? Or perhaps, his child? Shoto didn't know what the true relationship between Izumi and All Might was, but he was keen to find out. Maybe then he'd also find out the reason for the bizarre new feelings that Izumi was stirring within him. For an instant, both Ochako and Shoto had the same thought, the sports festival. That's where I'll work these feelings out. Something was growing within them, and with the sports festival looming, the first years of 1A and 1B would soon find themselves fighting one another for a chance to show the world what they could do. End of Arc 11, Gods and Monsters. Next arc, the Roaring Sports Festival. First chapter, Bring It On. To be released, April 18, 2022. Phew. Longest chapter in quite a while to cap off this arc. We had a lot to go through, 1B's minor payback on Nizu, 1A and the others finding out about Monster Factory, Nizu finding out just how much he messed up, the classes coming together again, some fluff, some angst and some theological debate. There was certainly a lot going on. I'm personally pretty proud of the whole Izumi and Ibra conversation, I really like how it turned out, though how accurate it is to Christianity is obviously up for debate, since my knowledge of it is somewhat limited. I tried to write it and Ibra in a way that made sense for the setting and without bashing it, and I think it came out pretty good. We also get to see that Izumi isn't quite as sure of herself as she might appear, and the idea that something out there is bigger than her and the other spirits. On that topic, no, I do not plan on introducing any kind of one god above all the others. I'm keeping that ambiguous, because I don't think it will benefit the story and I want to keep things somewhat open-ended when it comes to things like faith. There are greater gods like Ami, Yami, and the Evil One, and there are lesser gods like the Brush Gods, but that is as far as I'm taking things. Next chapter will be the opening ceremony for the sports festival, the reveal of a much more pleasant surprise from Izumi and Nizu, Shoto struggling with his feelings, and a declaration in front of the entire world. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Following the Monster Factory incident, the first years of U.A's hero course spent a long 2 weeks training themselves vigorously in preparation for the sports festival. Both classes volunteered to spend the Sunday after the fake villain attack taking the classes they were supposed to have taken instead of the remedial lessons, as they'd taken to calling it. It didn't end up taking much time, as Class 1B had already completed 2 of the 6 zones of the USJ each, and the lecture 1A was supposed to sit through was effectively summarized by Eraserhead, giving them the information they needed without having to spend a whole afternoon on it. After that, the 2 classes spent almost every available moment together in training for the sports festival. The school's gyms and training grounds were constantly packed as students from all 6 hero classes worked their hardest to prepare for the festival, joined by several first years from the Gen Ed course that hoped to take a spot in the hero course. As previously promised, Izumi spent a lot of her limited free time training Toru for the festival. Toru's new routine was safer than her improvised one, but it was also more difficult, as Izumi had gotten help from All Might and Master Onijairai to create a training plan that would provide the best possible improvement for Toru, maximizing the muscle, agility, and martial prowess she could gain in the 2 weeks before the festival. Aizawa-sensei had even quietly approached Toru and offered to train her in the use of his capture weapon in the future, should she choose to. Toru was very interested, especially as she was also taking knife lessons with Himiko, while Izumi was taking whip lessons from Midnight, but opted to wait until she was better with knives before learning another weapon, in case it became too much all at once. Aizawa-sensei had smiled at that and praised Toru for being rational, which had gotten a giggle from the invisible girl. When Izumi wasn't working as a teacher, hero, student, Eri's mother, or Toru's tutor, she was off doing something secretive with Nizu. Considering the monster factory situation, the students were naturally a bit nervous about those two working on some secret project together, but the other teachers assured them that this project was Izumi's idea, and Nizu was helping as a way to repay the students for any trauma he'd caused them. Whenever someone asked Izumi what it was, she would just grin cheekily and say it was a surprise. The actual trauma from the monster factory incident had also been extremely minor, thankfully. A few students had spoken to Hound Dog about it, but none had come back for a second session after the first, while several members of 1A were still seeing him after their own USJ experience. For the most part, the students confided in each other instead, with members of the two classes commiserating with each other. The bond between the two classes had grown strong and it was common to see them in mixed class groups. In fact, it was rare to see members of one class grouped together without any of the other. Ibara, Tokeiji, and Kendo, the latter two asking to be called Setsuna and Itsuka, ended up joining the Midoriya lunch squad, as did Tetsu, whom everyone just called Tetsu for expedience's sake. Because of the large number of them, the group had taken to eating together outside. There had also been other changes in relationships between and within the classes, the most prominent one being Komori and Kurwaro. Komori hadn't forgotten how Kurwaro had proclaimed he wouldn't let her die alone and would die alongside her, and had privately spoken to him about it. No one but them knew what had happened in that conversation, but when they were next seen, they were holding hands and smiling shyly, a huge blush on both their faces. They became the first and so far only couple of the first years, and had been met with universal support from the others in their year. The only other thing of note to occur in the 2 weeks before the sports festival was the odd behavior of both Ochako and Shoto. Izumi had begun to notice both acting a bit strangely, not so much as to be concerning, but enough to make her curious. Ochako was training intensely, working very hard for the festival, but had also become a bit clingy with Izumi too. Whenever Izumi needed someone to watch Eri for a moment, Ochako was the first to volunteer and Eri was quickly growing close to the girl. Izumi would also occasionally catch Ochako watching her, and whenever their eyes met, both of them would blush and smile. Izumi couldn't deny she felt happy, but she did wonder what changed. As for Shoto, he was watching her even more than before. He wouldn't look away when she caught him watching her, but would instead go red in the face and put a hand on his chest. Shoto was also mentioning All Might and her mother a lot when they had their conversations, asking some pointed questions that Izumi was somewhat puzzled by. Shoto clearly had the wrong idea about something, but Izumi didn't have the time to find out what. He was harmless though, and was spending more time with her and the rest of the class, so Izumi had no complaints. The 2 weeks went by in a flash, and before they knew it, it was time for the U.A Sports Festival. Saturday 13th May 2282. 1A Prep Room, U.A Arena. Despite the opening ceremony not having taken place yet, the U.A Sports Festival was already in full swing. Reporters, heroes, and those lucky enough to get tickets were flooding into the arena and exploring the stalls that had been set up all around the largest of U.A's arenas. As Aizawa had told them, the number of police officers present was 5 times higher than normal, and were further supplemented by heroes and commission employees. The entire Tao and Hawk's hero agencies had come out to guard the place, sans the Tao hero himself. Despite this, however, some people were commenting that they'd expected there to be more pros in the audience, and a rumor had spread that a special event involving the heroes in the audience, as well as a sudden scarcity of available seats, had reduced the number of heroes that could attend. The arena was still packed, however. Not a single seat was empty, and quite a few of the heroes and police officers that were guarding the place were leaning against walls and railings to watch the event. The students of 1A were gathered in their prep room, pumping themselves up and warming up their bodies. Is everyone prepared? The event will begin soon. Himiko asked, in her role as class rep. I think everyone's good. Ochako replied. It's a shame we can't wear our costumes. Mina said with a sigh. She'd wanted to show off her style at the festival, but instead she and the others were dressed in their normal gym uniforms. They're not allowed, in order to keep things fair. Only support students are allowed any kind of support item, and I hear they have to have made it themselves. Ojiro commented. Really? I saw Izumi in her wolf form earlier, dragging along a cart filled with our costume cases. So you said. The class exchanged curious looks. I wonder what that's about. Do you think we'll be allowed to use them in the one-on-one matches? Sato asked. Shoto looked around. Where is Izumi? She said she'd come and see us before the event. If she's not here, then she's either with Eri or 1B. Himiko hummed, but seriously, is everyone ready? The first two events are going to be back-to-back without any real break time between them, so make sure you're warmed up and properly hydrated. The blonde grinned cheekily, mimicking how Sakuya, Inko, and Izumi got when they were in mom mode. The class chuckled and did some more last-minute stretches and grabbed their water bottles. Water bottles and their costume shoes, assuming they weren't designed to enhance their abilities, were the only non-standard items they were allowed to bring into the event, so they all had them. A few minutes later, Izumi appeared in the prep room. She was in demigod form and dressed in her full costume. Class 1A greeted her cheerfully, making her smile. You guys look fired up. Good, you're going to have to be. I just came from 1B's room and they're full of pep too. It's going to be an intense day. Izumi grinned. Hey Izuken, what have you been up to? You've been scurrying around all morning. Katsuki asked. Izumi smiled mysteriously. Oh, I was just putting my finishing touches on a little gift for you and Class 1B. A gift for us? That's what you've been working on with the principal? Shiro asked curiously. Ooh. What is it? Is it cool? Mina asked excitedly. Izumi giggled, I think you guys will find it pretty cool. Here, let me show you, she said, walking over to the large TV mounted on the wall of the prep room, which students could use to watch other events while they prepared for their own. Izumi fiddled with the buttons on the side for a moment then touched her earpiece. Ishiko, I'm with 1A. What's the access code for the feed? 1305228111A. Got it. Thanks. The class watched curiously as Izumi input the code and the image on the screen switched to show a view of a part of the stands. The students looked at the screen, wondering for a moment what they were supposed to be seeing, before they suddenly recognized some very familiar faces. That's my mom and dad. Ochako cried. Mine too. Toru cheered. And mine. Momo smiled broadly. My siblings are there too. Tsuyu ribbited joyfully, looking ready to cry from happiness. All of their families were there in the stands, sitting together in one big block of seats near the teachers. Each family was holding a sign that was painted in the style of their child's hero costume and with their names on it, as well as a cartoonish picture of their face, clearly drawn by a child, and a more detailed silhouette of them in an action pose. The parents, and siblings for those who had them, were cheering and waving at the camera, eager to see their children show off their talents. The entire Konohana household was present too, with Jin, Inko, Eri, and Sakuya holding up the sign for Himiko right beside Mitsuki and Masaru's Katsuki sign. Hawks was sat with Fumikichi's parents, Tenji was with Tenya's parents, though Ingenium was absent, while Dabi was sat with the other Konohana household members. The only person who didn't have a parent there was Hitoshi, but he had a sign being held up by the Maeda maids who cheered happily for him. The students looked misty-eyed at the signs and their parents, then back to a pleased Izumi. How? Himiko asked, her voice cracking a bit with emotion. Principal Nizu owed me a favor. I used it to get tickets for the parents of every first-year hero. He reserved 5 tickets per family for all 40 students in 1A and 1B, and only gave out the others once we confirmed who could and couldn't come. Plus a lot of the heroes who were on the waiting list since last year chose to opt out, but that's down to something Nizu cooked up. Eri and I made the signs, Eri worked really hard on the faces. Izumi said proudly. The principal really wanted to repay 1B for what he did to them, as well as offer an apology to 1A since we were attacked on school grounds. The parents and siblings of Class 1B are in the next block of seats. Man, you really know how to give surprises, Ami-sensei. Kaminari smiled, rubbing his eyes to stop himself tearing up. He and the others were very touched by the gesture. Thanks Ami-sensei, this means a lot to us. Kyoka added, trying not to appear too choked up herself. Izumi beamed, you're welcome. I kind of owed everyone a little something after I scared you all so badly with the whole Akuro and demon thing, you've been really understanding, so I was happy to repay you a bit, she chirped, before looking to Tenya. Tenya, your brother Ingenium sends his apologizes, but he had to patrol today. There's apparently been some trouble in Hosu and Ingenium is needed, so he wasn't able to attend. He wishes you luck though. Tenya nodded, I understand, my brother is a well-respected hero. His work takes priority. My parents and cousin Tenji are more than enough for me. Izumi smiled at him, then looked to Hitoshi, Hitoshi, your mom wasn't able to make it either. She said something about an important thing at her job. I didn't push her for details. I think she felt guilty about it, since she didn't want to talk much. Hitoshi snorted, he would have been more surprised if she had shown up. He also highly doubted it was guilt that made her want to avoid talking about him. That's fine. Who are those girls holding the sign with my name? Oh, those are the Maeda sisters. They're maids that work for my mom and I. Their names are Hitomi, Himori, and Hikari. I didn't think it was right that you'd be the only first year without someone cheering you on, so I asked my household and they practically fought for the right to cheer for you. They still remember you helping Himiko out in the entrance exam. Izumi explained. Hitoshi blushed faintly. The Maeda maids were all very beautiful girls. He wasn't really bothered by that sort of thing, but it still made him happy that they were eager to cheer for him. The last person Izumi looked to was Shoto, who was staring fixedly at the screen with an expression of both joy and pain. He was looking at his own family. His mother sat between Natsuo and Fuyumi, the three of them holding a sign with his name on it. His siblings were cheering and his mother was smiling serenely, looking so excited for the moment they would all emerge into the arena and she'd get to see him again. Izumi walked over and whispered to him, Endeavor wasn't invited by me, but as the number 2 hero he managed to go get a ticket and is attending anyway. Security is watching him, he won't be allowed near you or your family. Shoto shuddered and looked at Izumi, an unknown emotion sparkling in his eyes. Izumi looked back at him curiously. Why did you do this? Shoto asked in a croaky whisper. I told you, it was a way for Nizu and I to repay you all. A nice gesture to make the day even more special, you know. Izumi answered, getting a bit worried by the look in Shoto's eyes. I don't understand you. I don't understand you. Shoto yelled, his voice growing louder with every word. The rest of the class was startled and turned to look at him and Izumi, but the dual-colored boy didn't notice. He looked like he wanted to reach out and touch her, but the worry in her eyes, and the anger and caution in the eyes of Katsuki and Himiko, stayed his hand. Shoto. Are you okay? Do you not feel well? Can I help you? Izumi asked, taking a step closer. Shoto shook his head, there it is again. Can I help you? That thing you keep doing that I just don't understand. I get that you're a hero, and heroes help people, but why do you go so damn far? You've been trying so damn hard to help me and connect with me, and you went out of your way to help Shiozaki and do all this for us today. Hell, you went all the way to Okinawa just to help out Hagakure, but I don't understand why. None of that is stuff heroes do. That wasn't stopping a villain or saving us from a disaster. Izumi reached out and put a hand on Shoto's shoulder. Shoto, there isn't anything to understand. Not really. I did those things because I could. Because I cared. Shiozaki was upset and I cared about her, so I helped. I thought inviting everyone's parents would be a nice surprise and make everyone happy, so I did it. Toru is my friend and she was hurting, so I went to Okinawa to make it stop. You are hurting, and I care about you, so I try to help. That's what being a hero and a friend is about, you help people and make them happy. It doesn't need to be big and life-changing. If a flower and a smile is all it takes to make a crying child happy, then that's what I'll give. If I have the power to help someone, then I have to do it. There isn't anything else to it, no great reason why or motive. I care, so I help. That's all. Shoto blinked, searching Izumi's expression for something more, something deeper, but there was nothing there. She was completely open and transparent. There was no other reason, no ulterior motive. The most selfish thing he could say would be that she made others happy because it made her happy, as she had freely admitted before. Straightening up and restraining his emotions, Shoto looked Izumi in the eye. You are the antithesis of everything I was raised to believe in. You are the opposite of him. I don't understand you. I can't understand you, but I want to. He took Izumi's hand from his shoulder and squeezed it for a moment before returning it to Izumi's side. I heard a rumor about this sports festival. I wanted to know more about it, so I asked around. Apparently Principal Nizu plans to add a special, 4th event for the winner of each year. This event is allegedly an exhibition match against any pro hero in the arena. The other students gasped and Izumi's eyes flickered for a moment, silently confirming what Shoto had heard. That was why fewer pro heroes were attending. One of the conditions for getting a ticket was being willing to fight the winner of each year if the winner chose them. Quite a few pros didn't want to fight a student for fear of losing and appearing weak, or winning and looking like a bully. Izumi wasn't allowed to reveal this, but she wouldn't lie either, so she remained silent. Her silence was all the answer her classmates needed. Before any excited questions could be asked, however, Shoto continued speaking. I didn't mention that for no reason. You have made me feel a lot of strange things, Izumi. I don't understand half of what I feel when I look at you, and that frustrates me. I don't know how to deal with that, or how I can understand you better. The way I was raised, it didn't exactly prepare me for this. Shoto admitted, so I'm going to win today. I'm going to fight through everyone and everything and come out on top, and when I do, I want to fight you. I want to stand as your equal, see the world from your level, and see if I can finally get the answers to my questions. I'll win the sports festival, and then face you, Amaterasu. Shoto's declaration completely silenced any questions the others were about to ask. The tension in the room had grown thick, and no one could do anything but look back and forth between the duo. Shoto was staring determinedly at Izumi, who was staring right back with an even expression. Before Izumi could open her mouth to answer Shoto's declaration, 3 other voices shouted out. Hold it right there, icy hot. You aren't going to be winning today. I'll take the top spot and I'll face down Izuken. Katsuki growled, punching his palm. I'm aiming for the top 2. I'm not gonna step aside so you boys can run past me, I'm gonna win and fight my little sister at the end. Himiko said, crossing her arms determinedly. I want to win as well, and I want to fight against you too, Izumi. And not because I don't like you or anything, but I want to show how strong I've gotten. Ochako declared, blushing heavily. Izumi looked between the 3 of them with mild surprise. Honestly, she fully expected Katsuki and Himiko to challenge her if they won. They were siblings and the best of friends, but they each wanted to prove they could stand as equals with the other 2, prove they could pull their own weight without being a burden. If Izumi was in either of their places and one of them were in hers, she would be aiming to challenge them too. It was Ochako who was the surprise. Izumi knew she was fired up for the festival and her parents being in the audience would probably fire her up even more, but Izumi hadn't expected Ochako to want to fight her. You guys. Izumi whispered, not sure how to respond. Katsuki smirked. Once upon a time, you were this dopey little girl that followed me around everywhere, powerless to do anything for yourself. Now you've surpassed me and become a hero before I could even start school, and now you're the one doing everything for us. The old me would have thrown a shit fit over that, pissed that a stepping stone managed to get ahead of me, but even though I've changed, I've not given up my ambitions. I want to be the number 1, the best hero in the world. And I want to be the one to protect you for a change as well. So I'll reach the top, and fight you. I'll show you that I'm going to surpass you. Himiko giggled, I'm not as competitive as Kaken here, but I do agree with him on this. You saved me, and took me in as your big sister. Now I want to live up to that, by proving I can take care of my little sister like a big sister should. I'm not going to let myself become a burden for you and Kaken, I'm going to prove I deserve to stand as your equals. I don't think I can defeat you, but I want to show you how strong I've gotten. It's the strength you helped give me, so I want to show it off. Ochako blushed profusely, but still managed to speak with determination. I sound shallow compared to Katsuki and Himiko, but I still want to fight you. You saved me from the 0-pointer and you keep doing all these crazy things to help us all. Todoroki isn't the only one who wants to understand you. I want to fight you too, she said. I want you to look at me. I want you to see me and feel what I feel when I see you. I want to inspire you like you inspired me. I want to prove that I'm strong enough to stay by your side. I want to prove to my parents that I can protect them and build them a happy life. I want to have the people I love by my side, without being a burden to them. Izumi. I'm going to make you see that I can stand as your equal, maybe not now, but someday, she thought, unable and unwilling to spill her deepest and most personal thoughts. Her feelings for Izumi had been growing stronger with every passing day and Ochako wanted to show those feelings to Izumi, and the strength they brought her. What better place than by challenging her from the winner's podium? Izumi looked between the 4 students that had challenged her, 2 were her siblings and 2 were people that had begun to stir strange new feelings in her heart. She couldn't answer directly because of the rules of the event, which hadn't been officially announced. Hey now, don't go counting us out yet. Aijiro grinned, cutting the tension, we're all aiming for the top 2. Don't think you 4 can cut us out of this. Yeah, the others yelled in unison. We aren't crazy enough to challenge Amaterasu, but we still want to win, you know. Between us and 1B, there are 40 people aiming for the top of the mountain, not to mention the other courses that might be gunning for a spot. Hitoshi said casually. Oh yeah. I'll take you all on. That first place position is mine. Katsuki declared with a confident smirk. Sorry Kaken, you'll need to settle for number 2, I'm taking the top spot. Himiko said. Shoto narrowed his eyes, I won't let anyone interfere. I'll freeze you and take the trophy. Not a chance. I'm taking it. Ochako yelled. Izumi smiled softly and turned to walk towards the door. The others watched her as she touched the handle and paused. Kaken, Himiko, Ochako, Shoto. Izumi looked over her shoulder, her fierce eyes flitting between her 4 challengers. I'll be waiting, at the pinnacle. And with that, she opened the door and left. The 4 teens clenched their fists determinedly. Izumi had accepted their challenge in the only way she could, now they had to win and meet her at the top. With even more fire in their bellies than before, the students of 1A waited for only a few more minutes, before they were given the signal to emerge out into the arena. In one large group, they marched from their prep room, through the tunnel, and into the grand U.A arena, where they were met with the screaming and cheers of the audience, and the flashing cameras of the press. The other classes were coming out of their own tunnels too, including 1B, and both first-year hero classes looked up to the stands and saw their families cheering for them. They waved and smiled at them, and the four that had challenged Amaterasu found her in the crowd, sitting with her mothers and Eri. As the students walked out into the field, Present Mic's voice boomed out over the speaker system. "Alright ladies and gentlemen, you all know what time it is. It's the U.A Sports Festival. The one event each year where our hot-blooded students fight it out and prove their skills to the whole world." The crowd went wild, and the students looked up to see Present Mic in the commentator's booth along with Eraserhead and Vlad King, who both looked like they were wincing from the volume of their co-commentator. Mike continued without a care in the world. "First up. You know who I'm talking about. The rising stars who battled against a villain attack and came out shining. Our very own first years of the hero course. Class 1A. Class 1A marched forward confidently, though many were extremely nervous. Himiko couldn't help but shudder. Look at all these people, and there are even more watching on TV. We're like real celebrities, she said, idly fixing one of her hair buns. We're expected to put forward our best efforts in front of so many people. This must be another of the skills U.A hopes to instill in us. Tenya said quietly. Mike-sensei is kind of laying it on thick though, ain't he? But we aren't gonna let nerves get to us, right bro? Aijiro said, obviously a bit nervous despite his big grin. Katsuki answered with a confident smirk, no way, this is just getting my blood pumping even more. Of course, not to be outdone, we also have the aspiring heroes of Class 1B. They may not have had the spotlight on them before now, but let me tell you folks, these kids play second fiddle to no one. Mike introduced as Class 1B joined their fellows in 1A. Tetsu and Tagaru grinned at Aijiro and Katsuki. Guess we warrant a fancy intro too. Let's fight our hardest, bro, the Steel Boy said, pumping his fist. We of 1B won't go down without a fight. Prepare yourselves, we're giving it our all. Monoma smirked. 1A smirked right back, and Mike introduced the other classes and courses. Next we have classes C, D, and E of the General Education course coming out to show their spirit. Then there are the geniuses of support, classes F, G, and H. And last but not least, our budding corporate overlords, the business courses classes I, J, and K. The other courses came out to much less fanfare than the heroes, and Hitoshi couldn't help but feel bad for them. The support and business students didn't seem bothered, but the Gen Ed crowd looked fairly bitter. Kyoka could hear them muttering to each other. We're just here to make the others look good. Hard to get motivated when we're basically just the goats for the hero kids to slaughter. Let's just get this over with so we can go home. Kyoka frowned. I can't blame them for feeling that way. The sports festival really is meant for the hero course, but it still must suck to feel so sidelined. There's some mutterings of agreement from both classes, and Katsuki frowned in thought. The students' chatter was cut short when the referee for the first-year stage walked up onto the podium. It was midnight, and she immediately grabbed all attention by cracking her flogger-style whip in the air. Her appearance got quite the reaction from the heroes in the audience, particularly the male ones. Woo! The first years get midnight as their ref? Talk about lucky. What about the principal? He always referees the third years. But isn't each year being done on a different day this year? That was true, to accommodate the increased interest in the first years without reducing the attention on the older classes. Instead of the 3-year groups having simultaneous events in different arenas on U.A's campus, they were instead having a 3-day festival with each day dedicated to a different year. Principal Nizu had originally intended on refereeing all 3 days, but since the first-year heroes were still quite upset with him, he opted out of the first-year festival. Down on the field, Midnight quickly grew tired of the chattering from the stands and cracked her whip again. Quiet now, before I have to start dishing out punishments. With some faces paling and others reddening at the idea, a hush came over the arena. Pleased, Midnight officially began the opening ceremony. We'll begin with the athlete's oath. By U.A tradition, a student representative will come up and deliver a speech to kick off the festival. This year's representative will be Katsuki Bakugu of Class 1A. Midnight cheerfully announced. The entire hero course went white with worry as an unconcerned Katsuki made his way up to the microphone on the podium. Himiko shuddered. Why Kaken? This is gonna be nuts. It must be because he got the highest score in the entrance exam. Shiro replied, sharing Himiko's feelings. Katsuki must be the worst person to give a speech. He was going to piss everybody off. Heck, many of the Gen Ed students were already angry with the choice, with one girl bitterly muttering, "TCH, first place in the hero entrance exam you mean, not like the rest of us matter though." Katsuki took his place at the mic and looked up at the audience. He looked at his parents, who were smiling proudly and waving their sign, then to Izumi. The emerald-eyed girl stared back at him with a neutral expression, no doubt waiting for what he'd say. Midnight winked and whispered to him, "Sorry for dropping this on you. Try and keep it PG, okay? I'm supposed to give a speech, huh?" Katsuki muttered. He thought for a moment, then relaxed his posture. "All right then. I'm Katsuki Bakugo, a first year of U.A's hero course. Remember that name, it belongs to the guy who's gonna take first place today, and become the future #1 hero," he declared, a fierce look in his eyes. Behind him, the Gen Ed students looked ready to riot while the hero students were collectively face-palming, but before things could get out of hand, Katsuki continued, "That declaration probably sounds cocky to you up in the audience. I'm a first year talking about surpassing All Might, but if no one is aiming to surpass the best there is, then the world isn't going to get any better. And what kind of hero would I be if I accepted that this was as good as it gets?" That surprised the other students and began to quell their outrage. Katsuki gestured to them, "I'm not the only one either. Every student behind me is aiming for something, to make the world better in some way, big or small, for themselves or their family or society as a whole." He pointed up to the audience, "Look and remember our faces, because everyone here, hero, support, business, and Gen Ed, we're going to take this world you made and make it even better." The force of his words made many people sit back in their chairs, wide-eyed at the ferocious determination that was blasting off of Katsuki like waves of power. The students behind him were looking at him with new vigor, many acting as if they were truly seeing him for the first time. Katsuki grinned, "Ever since I was a brat, all I wanted to do was win. I wanted to be a hero because I saw All Might as the pinnacle of what a winner could be. But I grew up, I saw the villains and monsters in the world, and decided that victory for my own sake isn't good enough. I want to win so that others can enjoy my victory too." He closed his eyes and remembered the past, his abuse of Izumi, the incident at the sandbox, the Hibana incident, his inability to help her during the Shai Hasaikai incident, the battle with Muscular, helping take down the zero-pointer with Aijiro and Toguru, and finally, looking up at the monstrous Akuro as she wept and howled with anguish. A selfish victory isn't going to make the world better. He whispered to himself before looking up at the crowd again. He pointed to Izumi, making eye contact with her and making one last declaration. "I've got something to prove today, to the person who gave me my first ever defeat. To the person who took the crappy person I used to be, and made me want to be better. Do you hear me up there? I said it before, but I'll say it again now, in front of all these people. I'll win today, and then I'll face you as an equal. I challenge you, OkamiHeroAmaterasu." Katsuki finished with one last roar. The entire audience, student and spectator alike, were locked into silence at Katsuki's powerful words. The Kanahana household looked between Katsuki and Izumi, curious as to how this would play out. Slowly, Izumi got to her feet and with the eyes of everyone in the arena on her, she walked down the steps to the bottom of the stands, and moved to the section that directly overlooked Katsuki. Izumi stood there for a moment, her emerald eyes searching Katsuki's ruby ones. Then, she clashed her bangles together to create a spark of flame. With a whisper of Moegami art, Phoenix Quill, a tongue of flame flickered to life above Izumi and began to shape itself into words, "All." While Izumi's eyes remained fixed on Katsuki's. The audience waited with bated breath until finally, 10 massive flames in the shape of letters hung above Izumi's head, easily big enough for anyone to read them. "Bring it on." A rumbling went through the arena as heroes, journalists, spectators, and students alike all began to smile and feel a surge of excitement in their chests. Katsuki's speech, along with Amaterasu's reply, had roused the otherwise unmotivated students of Gen Ed, and now even those that weren't aiming for the hero course were pumped up. The support students were eagerly chatting about how to use this new excitement to shine a spotlight on their inventions, while the business students were discussing how to best market Katsuki and how his words would be received in the media. The hero students were practically frothing at the mouth to get started, each aiming to be the best and prove themselves. Himiko, Ochako, and Shoto looked up at Izumi's flaming message and knew full well that it was meant for them too, and each was determined to be the one that reached the top and faced her. Katsuki and Izumi simply stared into one another's eyes, the former smirking while the latter wore an appropriately wolfish grin. Once again, in front of the school, the audience, and the entire country, Katsuki had thrown down the gauntlet and Izumi had picked it up. Now it was time for the sports festival to truly begin. Next chapter, the 5-layer obstacle race. To be released, April 20th, 2022. Well, that was a somewhat dramatic opening to the sports festival. Fair warning that this is going to be quite a long arc, tournament arc, go figure, and has 25 chapters if I remember correctly. This chapter was very heavy on character moments, Shoto trying to understand feelings, Ochako trying to show her own feelings for Izumi, and Katsuki showing off how he's grown since the first arc. Not to mention teasing a few future character arcs, such as Hitoshi and his family situation. In the interest of full disclosure, I'll say this, the idea for the exhibition match between the festival winner and a hero audience member was taken, with permission, from another FIC, The Immortal Hero, Phoenix by author Phoenix Izuka. This person and their story is what inspired me to write Okami Hero, and has influenced a lot of my writing, especially in the earlier arcs. If you enjoy my story, then you have them to thank in large part for making me write it. Next chapter, the first event of the sports festival begins and Toru is determined to use her new training to get as far as she can. But with 5 of her teachers planning devilish obstacles, she's in for a rough time. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. Festival Field, U.A Arena. With the entire arena fired up thanks to Katsuki's speech, which had earned him some appraising looks and pats on the back from his fellow hero students as he returned to them, the desire to begin was almost palpable. Midnight, who had been swooning from Katsuki's hot-blooded youthful declaration, managed to get herself under control and continue the event. With a speech like that to start us off, let's not waste any more time on words. Let's see what the first event will be, she cried, cracking her whip towards the massive monitor on the arena wall. The qualifying event that will whittle you down to only 44 participants will be this. The screen flashed and the words, obstacle race, appeared on it. The crowd cheered and the students eyed the screen curiously. Along the side of the arena, a wall began open up to reveal a long tunnel that led out of the arena, with a gate forming around it that displayed a set of 3 colored lights. So the first event is like an obstacle course? Himiko wondered. That's right. The obstacle race will consist of a single lap around the arena, which will be 6 kilometers. 5 of U.A's very own heroes have set up obstacles for you to get through at predetermined points. The racers will have to conquer all 5 if they want to move on to the second round. Midnight declared, a mischievous grin on her face. Of course, this is U.A high school, where we preach freedom in all things. So long as you don't seriously harm your fellow contestants or go off the course, anything goes. Now racers, to your positions. With 30 students per Gen Ed, Support, and Business class, and 20 per Hero class, there was a grand total of 310 students gathering around the gate, as the first of the 3 lights turned green. The classes were all mixed up in the crowd, and there wasn't a lot of breathing room, with almost everyone finding themselves stuck surrounded by people they didn't know. Thanks to Katsuki's speech, the previously lethargic students from the non-hero courses were now raring to go, which would make the race quite a bit tougher for the heroes. Up in the audience, Izumi had returned to her seat and exchanged knowing smiles with the Bakugas. Firing up his competitors was exactly what Katsuki wanted. He would never stop pushing himself forward, so he riled the others up against him with an arrogant boast, then ignited their fighting spirit by essentially putting them all on the same level, as people aiming to achieve their dreams. It showed Katsuki's odd brand of charisma and his own ability to inspire people, even if it was just inspiring them to make him eat his words. It looks like things are about to get crazy down there. My brat really stirred the pot. Mitsuki laughed. He definitely has a way with words. No wonder my boy has been spending so much time with him. Ichiro's mother commented cheerfully. Izumi grinned as the parents around her cheered for their children, and she pulled out a small tablet that Nizu had given her before the event. She'd need it for the final obstacle. Back down in the arena, Toru found herself stuck at the back of the crowd. She didn't have a quirk that was useful for this kind of event and had ended up shoved back by those that were larger, stronger, and better equipped. She watched as the second light turned green and the tension increased again, with everyone preparing to run. Keep your cool, Toru. You've been training for this. I don't have any advantages in offense, defense, or speed, so I need to take Izumi's advice. Observe the situation and the target, find the ideal approach, and act decisively, she thought, turning invisible again to make her less noticeable. I'm getting to the 3rd round, no matter what. Then I'll aim for the top. The third light turned green and Present Mix's voice screamed, "Start." Despite the race beginning, Toru didn't move. She had watched her surroundings and the crowd and correctly predicted what would happen next. The tunnel simply wasn't big enough for 310 students to fit through in one big group, so when they all surged forward to begin the race, the crowd quickly got stuck. Toru grinned as her observation paid off. the gate itself was the first, unofficial, obstacle. With her light frame and athleticism, Toru clambered onto the shoulders of the nearest students and began hopping from person to person, essentially surfing the crowd to reach the front. Just as she was reaching the end of the tunnel, where the crowd had begun to thin out, she heard Todoroki speak. "This is the first filter," he said coldly. Toru saw the cool mist emerge from his right side and just barely had the time to bounce herself off the shoulders of her current perch before a wave of ice raced towards the tunnel and froze the legs of the crowd, locking them in place. Several of the other students began shrieking and shivering as they struggled in vain against the ice, their legs frozen to the ground. One poor soul had tripped right before the ice came and was now stuck on all fours, unable to break the ice without tearing his skin. Toru felt bad for them all, remembering how it felt to be frozen by Todoroki, but she couldn't stop. She landed on the icy ground and almost slipped, but managed to regain her balance and begin skating forward. As she chased Todoroki, who was at the front of the pack, Toru grinned and saw she wasn't the only survivor. Every member of the hero course had managed to avoid the ice by either melting it, leaping over it like Toru had, or otherwise avoiding it altogether. Katsuki was the flashiest, using his explosions to fly over the ice while also blasting himself after Todoroki. "You ain't taking me out that easy, half and half," Katsuki roared. "Don't think you can count us out." Himiko laughed, having used the same tactic as Toru to leap over the icy attack. Others had begun to squeeze through too. The frozen students acted as a wall that further slowed passage through the tunnel, but the same students also prevented the ice from going further back and freezing those towards the back of the pack, allowing others to trickle through the gaps. Toru was happy to find herself so far ahead of many, almost catching up with Todoroki himself thanks to her skill with skating. Todoroki frowned upon seeing her and the others coming up behind him. "I expected the hero classes to get through, but more of the others got past than I thought would." He frowned. At that moment, the great boy that Himiko had saved in the entrance exam, and who had declared war on their class, came bouncing forward. He tossing the purple spheres from his head to the ground and then bouncing off them to give him some surprising speed while also avoiding the ice. "Haha. Nice try. You thought you were 2 steps ahead of everyone else, hero class, but now it's my turn. Have a taste of my grape ACK." Whatever the boy, Mineta, if Toru remembered right, was going to say was lost as the sudden appearance of a one-pointer robot led to him being smacked to the side, somersaulting through the air as he went. The racers gasped as they saw that the track had widened as they turned the first corner and they were now in a much larger section full of 1, 2, and 3-pointer robots from the entrance exam. Toru shuddered upon seeing them, and thanked her lucky stars that the 0-pointers had been left out. "Multiple targets acquired," the robot that struck Mineta bleeped. Present Mix's cheerful voice sounded over the speaker system. "What kind of obstacle race has no obstacles? This one starts off with Power Loader's very own Robo Inferno." The hero students eyed the army of robots with an almost nostalgic look. After the things they'd faced so far this year, the old point robots seemed almost quaint. Of course, that didn't make Toru feel any better. "Crap. I was invisible and naked when I faced these things before. Should I ditch my uniform? Is that even allowed?" Toru thought worriedly, biting her lip. The other courses freaked out upon seeing the robots, with many hesitating to keep moving. Seriously. The hero kids had to fight these things. I heard they fought these and an even bigger robot that went crazy. There's too many. We can't slip through. Shoto looked at the army with an unimpressed frown. This was in the regular exam. If only they'd given us a bigger challenge. "Shame the 0-pointers were all destroyed," he said, before summoning forth a wave of ice that froze the robots in front of him. With the robots now frozen, Shoto ran through the small gaps between them, intentionally shoving them over and creating another roadblock as he went. "I kind of want to show off a little more, knowing she's watching me," he murmured as he kept running past the first obstacle. Katsuki and the others were hot on his heels though, destroying the frozen robot barrier and smashing many other robots too. Toru watched with amusement as a cackling Himiko dragged Hitoshi over to a distracted 3-pointer and forced her way inside, before taking control of it and racing off as fast as the robotic tank could move. It looked like Power Loader hadn't removed Himiko's credentials from the approved operators list. Several support students were doing the same thing, hacking the robots to use them as weapons to destroy other robots, or just as fast transportation to the next obstacle. Toru couldn't hack though, so she instead opted for a different plan. Grabbing 2 pieces of metal, one pole-like and one wide like a shield, both of which had been blown from a destroyed robot by Katsuki. Toru ran and pole vaulted onto the back of a two-pointer, before jamming the wider metal through a joint in its neck and decapitating it, essentially destroying it. Once the two-pointer went down, a pair of other two-pointers focused on her and fired their lasers at her. With a wide grin, Toru allowed the lasers to hit her and used her invisible body's light refraction ability to redirect the lasers right back at the robots. She aimed the blasts at the missile pods on some three-pointers, which exploded and took out not only the three-pointers, but several other robots around them. Toru then used her body to warp the sunlight itself, creating a massive flash that blinded the robots and allowed her hang her scrap metal shield off her back, then get away. Toru giggled to herself as she ran. She had used the blinding trick in the entrance exam, but actually refracting laser blasts was new. It was something Izumi had theorized she could do, and then helped her learn during their training together. Already it was paying off. Once she was free of the Robo Inferno, Toru ran as fast as she could to catch up with those ahead of her. She was lightweight and agile, and with Izumi's training boot camp, Toru had gained a fair bit of speed, so she easily outpaced the few lucky Gen Ed and support kids that had gotten through on foot. Looking ahead, she could see that Himiko and Hitoshi had taken first place in their three-pointer, with the other robot riding students right behind them and the others behind them. As fast as Todoroki and Katsuki were with their quirks, they couldn't quite match the full speed that the wheeled robots could reach. Only Tenya was challenging them with his engine quirk, but Todoroki had frozen so much of the path behind him that the boy was having trouble passing his chilling rival on the slippery ground. Present Mike cheered. "It looks like all the hero students and some skilled support students have cleared the first obstacle. The heroes wasted no time in decimating the robots. They've learned by now that there is no time to hesitate in the world of heroes. One pause could spell the end." Eraser commented ominously. Be it Class A and their experience with the villains, or Class B and their desire to match and surpass their rivals, they've all changed quite a bit in these past weeks. Vlad King agreed. "You two are proud of your students, all right. Warms my heart to see it. But that was only the first obstacle. The second is fast approaching." Toru scowled and narrowed her eyes, before widening them again in surprise. The track had previously widened to account for all the robots of the first obstacle, but it had grown even wider for the second. What little track there was anyway. "This is the second obstacle, built by Cementos. It's the fall," Present Mike declared. The invisible girl gaped. The second obstacle was a monstrously huge and deep pit filled with thin concrete pillars connected by ropes. The pillars came in various sizes and the ropes varied in thickness and length, with some being almost string while others were thick enough to walk on. As she reached the pit, Toru found that those that had commandeered robots as mounts had been forced to abandon them, as there was no way they could cross in those things. A few had tried, and quickly found themselves falling into the foam cubes at the bottom of the pit. But just like with the robots, the heroes were undeterred. Tsuyu easily climbed across by moving along the ropes like a frog on a tree branch. Katsuki blasted his way from pillar to pillar without bothering with the ropes. Shoto made his own ice bridges. Tenya used his engines to slide along the ropes. Ochako floated herself over. Himiko transformed into hawks and flew across with Hitoshi, an act that drew a lot of gasps from the audience. And one curious girl with pink dreadlocks and a plethora of gadgets was able to get across by using grappling hooks and jet-propelled shoes. Toru took a deep breath before running for the ropes herself. She could only rely on athleticism here, so she quickly observed the shortest path to the other side and then began traveling along the ropes by holding on like a sloth. Up in the audience, Izumi was smiling broadly as everyone around her was screaming and cheering for their child, or Hitoshi, in the Maeda's case. Everyone was going wonderfully, using all that they had to get to the next stage. The only one who wasn't was Shoto, who was still holding back his fire side. Izumi sighed. Everyone was working so hard and giving it their best, but Shoto was right at the front of the pack while only using half his power. If he used his fire too, he'd likely have blown Katsuki out of the water, but due to his refusal, Izumi's explosive brother was right on his tail. Her wolfish ears could also pick up some of the comments being made about Shoto in the other stands. Almost everyone was talking about him as the son of Endeavor. It felt wrong. It felt insulting to everyone working their hardest. They were giving it their all, and Shoto was half-assing his way to victory. Even watching the event on the screens, Izumi could see the anger and frustration building on Katsuki's face as he pursued Shoto. Something would have to be done soon. Shoto couldn't be allowed to continue like this. Back on the track, Toru had just made it across the second obstacle and was back on solid ground, much to her relief. Looking around quickly, she saw that she was behind almost everyone else in the hero course. Only Koda, who was carefully creeping across the pit like Toru had, was behind her as he'd taken time to gather the birds he needed to distract the robots and get past them. That was frustrating, but Toru knew she was still in the top 44, so she kept running. An obstacle race really wasn't well suited to her, at least that's what she thought until she reached the third obstacle. The racers are now coming face to face with our third obstacle. It's something cooked up by our favorite gunslinger, Snipe. It's the bullet hell. Mike yelled. Be bullet hell. Toru yelped as she reached the obstacle. The track had narrowed back to the same width as the Robo Inferno section, but this time the edges of the track were lined with walls that had dozens of turrets of all different kinds on them, while the track itself was covered in random walls in different shapes. The walls formed a maze that those ahead of Toru were currently working their way through, staying crouched to avoid the fire of the turrets. The bullets fired by these turrets are simply paintballs. They sting a little if they hit, but they won't cause any harm. Eraser assured the audience. And they're filled with a non-toxic and non-staining chemical that acts like a local anesthetic. If you got hit on the bare skin, you'll begin to go numb. Vlad warned. That was certainly true. Toru could see Eijiro, Tetsu, and Toguro slogging their way forward while ignoring the bullets fired at them with their hardening/steel skin/blade shields, but the effects of the numbing agent were beginning to slow them down drastically. As Toru examined the obstacle to find the best way through, she found that it was a lot more complex than she first thought. At first glance, the walls were there to act as cover from the turrets, but not every wall covered the racers from all angles, and they also acted as a maze that slowed their progress. If one ignored the walls, then the turrets would numb them and slow them down, but if they didn't, then the walls themselves became the obstacle. Todoroki, Katsuki, and Himiko were the only ones to have cleared the obstacle so far. Todoroki had ignored the walls and made his own with ice to protect himself, Katsuki had used his explosions to blast across while also destroying any paintballs aimed at him, and Himiko had transformed into Inko, whom the turrets didn't shoot since she wasn't an approved target, and run along the top of the walls. Toru hummed, looks like the turrets are relying on the same kind of camera as the robots. Let's try this, she declared, rushing forward. As quickly as she could, and leveraging her brief experience vaulting over fallen trees in her impromptu forest obstacle course, Toru began to essentially parkour over the walls, moving straight towards the exit of the bullet hell section. The turrets in front of her prepared to fire, but Toru just kept running, and soon, she was peppered with paintballs. She winced at the sting of the impacts, then grinned as she found her body completely unaffected by the numbing agent. I knew it. They can't see my body to target it, so they aim for my clothes. The paint can't get through to my skin. Toru cheered, not letting the stings of the paintballs deter her as she ran forward. A few of the turrets kept trying to shoot her as she passed them, but their shots splattered across the scrap shield she wore on her back from the Robo Inferno. Thanks to not hiding behind the walls and not being hit directly by the anesthetic, Toru was able to get through the bullet hell section in record time, blasting her all the way to 4th place. Amazing! Hagakure of Class 1A has cleared the bullet hell without a scratch. Guess that's what we get for not using infrared or heat-seeking cameras. Present Mike yelled. Up in the audience, Toru's parents roared proudly, that's our girl. You show them all, honey. Sadly, Toru's 4th place spot didn't last long, as once some of the others got out of the turret's range, they were able to race ahead much faster than she could. Tenya and Monoma both shot past her, the latter having copied the former's engine quirk, followed closely by Setsuna and Tsunatori, who were using their quirks to fly. Momo, Mineta, and Hitoshi were the last ones to pass Toru before the next obstacle. Momo had created some rocket-powered roller skates and was racing along, with Mineta glued to her back with his purple orbs and Hitoshi sliding along behind them, having grabbed Mineta around the waist with a cable he'd looted from a robot, while using a piece of metal like Toru's as a makeshift sled. Toru hummed and filed that little idea away for later. Momo didn't seem to notice the boys, as she was so focused on getting ahead. Thankfully, no one else passed her before she reached the next obstacle, which immediately gave Toru uncomfortable flashbacks to the USJ. The next section of the track had been expanded to the same size as the pit, but had then been filled completely with a miniature version of the USJ's ruin zone. Several small city blocks had been built and then trashed, and beyond them was a large metal gate that looked almost exactly like the U-Data barrier. Is this 13's obstacle? Toru muttered. Seeing Todoroki ahead of her, freezing his way through the ruins brought back bad memories. As if on cue, Present Mike introduced the new obstacle, now for our penultimate challenge. It's the Rescue Ruins, devised by our rescue specialist, 13. Buried throughout these carefully constructed ruins are several robots simulating victims. If a racer wants to pass through the gate, they need to find and tag one of them. Then their face is added to the approved list and the gate will open for them. Fair warning racers, going above or around the gate is forbidden. Happy rescuing. Toru frowned as she entered the ruins, the familiar surroundings and ambient coldness from Todoroki's ice making her shudder. She didn't like it, but she'd bear it and find one of the robots. Up in the stands where the teachers were sitting, Ectoplasm turned to 13, this is quite the unusual choice for a race. It completely slows the pace to a halt and makes it more of a scavenger hunt. 13 nodded. Principal Nizu gave us all the same directive, we were to make obstacles that could act as equalizers, a way to give a chance of recovery to those who fumbled earlier. Someone who plowed through one obstacle may falter at the next, she explained, but in addition, they are also meant to test our hero course students. Power Loader's obstacle tested one's high-speed combat ability, including avoidance. Samentasa's fall acted as a way to thin the herd and reduce stress on the future obstacles, while also testing one's maneuverability in hostile terrain. Snipe's bullet hell tested snap decision-making under pressure and how well one can plan their route on limited information and in a dangerous place, as well as assessing risk versus reward. Then there's my test, hunting the robots will test their tracking and intuition, navigating. The buildings will test vertical maneuverability, and maintaining high speed and urgency through the tightly packed ruins will further test their general maneuverability and judgment skills. Snipe, sat on the other side of 13, sighed heavily, Ol' Nizu's really pullin' out all the stops this year, and he left the little lady's trap for the end. What do you think that one tests? Ectoplasm asked. How well one reacts to unforeseen circumstances. 13 answered, smiling beneath her helmet as she looked over to the newest member of their staff, enjoying the race with her family. Back down on the track, Toru was creeping through the ruins carefully. Despite the safety of the event being assured, she couldn't help but feel like demons were watching her from the shadows. The sounds of Katsuki blasting through the sky, followed by a giggling Himiko, helped ease the invisible girl's tension, as did the sound of her classmates searching high and low for the well-hidden robots. All the hero students and a handful of support and Gen Ed students had reached the fourth obstacle and were now desperately picking through the ruins to find a robot to scan them so they could get through the gates. While most of the others searched the larger buildings, or from the sky if they could get there, Toru stayed close to the ground and wandered the edges of the ruins. She had lived her life being easily overlooked, and so she'd learned fast the kinds of places and people that were overlooked just as easily. In a rescue scenario, it was natural to go for the bigger buildings first, that was where one was likely to find the most people after all. But it was important not to overlook the smaller residential buildings too, where families could end up trapped. That was where Toru focused her search, some small low-quality apartment buildings along the edge of the faux city block, which had been virtually powderized by whatever fake disaster wrecked the city. She carefully shifted through the dust and gravel to find a way into one of the few intact parts of the buildings, idly listening to present mixed commentary as she worked. He announced every student that had cleared the obstacle and moved on. Hitoshi was first to pass after using brainwashing to force Shishida into sniffing out one of the robots, with the newly freed Shishida being the second to escape. Shoto was third out, followed closely by Katsuki and Himiko, but even though they were behind Hitoshi and Shishida, they quickly passed them by with their greater speed and took the top 3 spots again. Before anyone else found a robot, they apparently stopped registering names and then ran away to hide again after a single person had found them. Toru struck gold and managed to find a crevice she could squeeze through to enter the building, and just as she hoped, one of the robots was sitting cross-legged in the room, stooped over so it barely fit without scraping its head on the collapsed ceiling above it. Toru grinned, found you. Now let's get you out of here, she said, reaching out and taking the robot's hand. Contestant designation, Toru Hagakure, Hero Class 1A, credentials updated. You are permitted to proceed, the robot chirped as Toru touched it. Awesome. But I should still help you out of here, she smiled. The robot was kind of cute, resembling Chibi Robo from those old video games of the 21st century, only with a round head and no giant plug trailing behind it. It gave an affirmative beep and accepted Toru's help to squeeze it out of the crack she came in through, before it scurried off to hide again. Toru gave it a jaunty wave as she raced for the gate. The large barrier scanned her as she approached and opened up, allowing her through with a satisfying bleep. And the 6th person has cleared the rescue ruins. It looks like Hagakure of Class 1A has been paying attention in rescue class. Present Mike praised, making Toru grin and blush as she ran. She didn't know it, but both Aizawa-sensei and Izumi were smiling proudly at her, while her parents were screaming themselves hoarse in support of her. Spurred on by Present Mick's praise and the knowledge that she was in 6th place, Toru picked up the pace and ran full pelt towards the final obstacle. Just as she turned the last corner and entered the final stretch, Shoto reached the last obstacle towards the end of the track. The boy looked at the last few meters of track with trepidation, seeing several hundred circles of dirt that were a lighter color than the rest of the racetrack. It looked as if someone had dug hundreds of small holes and then refilled them, likely burying something. There was also colored sand on each of the dirt circles, which had been arranged into the shape of a different kanji. No two kanji were the same, and most appeared to just be random words like burst, green, rooster, spring, and so on. What is this? Shoto muttered. It looks like Todoroki of Class 1A has reached our last obstacle. This one was put together by our newest teacher here at U.A, our very own Amaterasu. This is her minefield surprise. Watch your step out there, kiddies. Mike laughed. Katsuki quickly caught up with Shoto and smirked, so Izuken is behind this, she must have rigged each of these with one of her techniques. Well, that's no problem for me, he laughed, using explosions to fly over the makeshift minefield. Shoto growled and ran forward. There was enough space between the buried surprises for him to put his foot if he was careful. Unfortunately, these weren't simply mines that had to be stepped on. Up in the audience, Izumi turned her attention to her tablet, ignoring the events of the race altogether. Her tablet showed a still image of her section of the race course, and was linked to another one that Nizu held. To keep things fair, Nizu would decide which mines would activate, then tap the mine on his tablet. This would light up the same one on Izumi's tablet, and she'd promptly activate whatever technique was buried in that spot. As such, it didn't matter if Katsuki flew over them without touching them, or Shoto ran carefully between them, they could still be activated. Nizu pressed 2 buttons and Izumi activated 2 mines. On the field, Katsuki groaned as a trap beneath him, marked with the fur kanji, suddenly activated and created a huge tree that immediately sprouted upward and caught him in its branches, scraping his skin with its bark. At the same moment, a festival kanji trap that Shoto was running past suddenly popped open to reveal a cherry bomb, which exploded and sent the icy boy careening backwards, just barely managing to avoid landing directly on any of the other traps. Seeing Katsuki and Shoto both halted by the traps made the others slow their pace and hesitate at the beginning of the minefield. As such, Toru was able to catch up to the others, and several more quickly followed. Setsuna, choosing to be bold, didn't stop at all and kept flying forward with the belief that she could simply disassemble around any obstacles and fly high enough to be out of their range. Unfortunately, Nizu had anticipated such a thing and pressed a combination of buttons. Suddenly, some of the trees that lined the sides of the track began to glow green, and vines shot out toward Setsuna. They wrapped around her, but the girl disassembled herself to escape their grasp, only for her to discover one of the vines was holding a small flat stone. The stone had a golden circle painted on it, and before the girl could react, the blinding light of sunrise erupted in her face and made her shriek and fall to the ground, unable to fly if she couldn't see. Toru frowned. Ami-sensei turned the trees into turrets. Ochako, who'd just arrived from the last obstacle, hummed as she looked at the minefield, there is no safe route through. We'll just have to improvise, she declared, running out into minefield. An inferno trap was triggered directly in front of the gravity girl, blocking her path with a pillar of flame and forcing her to go another route. With no other option if they wanted to win, Toru and the others plunged forward into the chaotic stretch of traps. With the sole exception of Power Slash, all of Izumi's techniques had been utilized to create the traps, flashes of light from sunrise, which proved the most problematic for fumigage, the explosions from cherry bombs, thankfully not the full power variant, sudden tree walls and grasping vine traps from Greensprout, pillars of flame from Inferno, and a small lighter buried with the trap, and lastly giant jets of water from Waterspout, fueled by a buried sprinkler system. The maze of traps became almost impossible to navigate thanks to the chaos as everyone tried to get through. Nizu and Amaterasu had planned it meticulously, and with Nizu deciding when to activate each trap, the two had created a monster of an obstacle. Himiko tried to fly over with Hawk's form but plummeted to the ground when one of the trees managed to bind her wings with vines, forcing her to change form and try something else. Shoto tried to freeze the ground over the traps, but the icy ground did nothing to stop Izumi from activating them, and the reactions to sunrise was even worse as the ice acted like a disco ball for the light, blinding everyone even more. Katsuki was using his knowledge of Izumi's techniques to counter them, but he was being cautious to avoid another mistake and had thus slowed down considerably. Toru grabbed the scrap metal shield from her back and ran forward as quickly as she could, paying special attention to the traps beneath her. One of the advantages to being towards the back was that those rushing forward had triggered most of the traps already, giving Toru an easier time, though not protecting her from the trees throwing trapped stones at her. Not only that, but Toru was one of the only students to bother paying attention to the kanji on the traps, which acted as clues as to which kind of trap it was. A vine trap suddenly went off beside her and tried to tie her up, but Toru responded with a battle cry and sliced through the vines with the sharp edge of her shield. Phew! That was close, she muttered, looking back to the finish line. Todoroki, Katsuki, Himiko, Ochako, Setsuna and several others were getting very close to the end, while Toru was still back near the beginning. Crap. I don't just want to pass, I want to do well. Toru frowned, realizing how far behind she was the others. There was almost no chance of her failing the race, too few other students had even made it this far for that to be a concern, but Toru wanted to prove herself after how hard she trained. Closing her eyes and focusing, Toru remembered a bit of advice from Izumi. There are going to be times when you can't overcome an enemy or barrier with your own strength. But as a hero, you can't give up. Like Aizawa-sensei said, as heroes it is our job to correct the unfairness of the world, so if you find your own strength isn't enough, then rely on others. People, tools, the environment, even your opponents themselves. If you can open your mind to the possibilities and learn to bend the battlefield to your will, no one will be able to stand against you. Toru opened her eyes, bend the battlefield to my will. Let's see. Her eyes darted all over the place, taking in everything she could and thinking of how she could use it for an advantage. She had some cut vines, her scrap shield, her fellow racers, and the traps themselves. A thought from earlier came back to her, and the girl gasped with excitement. She had a plan. While the others raced ahead, Toru carefully tied her scrap shield to her ankle with some of the severed vines, while wrapping the rest around her arm to be used as a lasso. She then carefully searched the ground for kanji of a specific theme, grinning as she found one that said hot and another that said erupt. Using the edge of her shield, Toru carefully dug the traps out, praying they wouldn't activate and blow her and her plan away. Thankfully, and unbeknownst to Toru, Nizu was more focused on those at the front, so she was able to dig the traps up without much trouble, collecting 2 small stones. One had the mark of Bakugami, while the other was painted red with Moegami's Inferno ink. Izumi had painted her traps on stones rather than the ground itself to stop the drawings being distorted by the shifting soil, and now Toru was taking advantage of that to use them for herself. With all her equipment ready, Toru found a waterspout trap, marked by river, and ran and jumped on it, slamming her scrap shield down on it first and then landing on the shield. As she hoped, the trap activated and launched Toru into the sky on her makeshift surfboard with a powerful jet of water. Once she was in the sky, still surfing her shield, Toru said a prayer and pointed her 2 trapped stones behind her. Izumi said it herself before, anyone can use her techniques if she makes the ink and infuses it with her will. Please, work. As if answering her prayers, the traps activated to her will. A cherry bomb burst from one stone and detonated, blasting Toru and her shield forward towards the finish line, while the Inferno trap took command of the flames created by the explosion and began using it as Izumi had intended, a long stream of fire. On the ground, this would create a fire pillar, but up in the air it became like a jet engine. Toru held on for dear life as the Inferno jet engine propelled her rapidly across the field, passing over several other students with no trouble, all of whom gaped at her as she passed. The trees along the edge of the track tried to pelt Toru with more trapped stones, but at first she was moving too fast and sailed right past them, and when Nizu adjusted his aim to match her speed, Toru just twisted in the air to use her scrap shield to block the stones. Her Inferno jet burned away any vine traps, and her shield was enough to stop cherry bombs, even if the explosions knocked Toru off course a bit and took her a moment to recover from, and to top it all off, she could refract the light of sunrise, so not only did it not affect her, but the bright flashes were also redirected to those around her, stunning them and making them run into traps. Unfortunately, her Inferno jet couldn't last forever, and as the flames spluttered out, Toru began to land. She had managed to get into pole position, but without the speed of her jet, Shoto, Katsuki, and Setsuna ran past her just as she hit the ground. Toru wasn't done yet however, and she smirked as she landed on the icy track Shoto had left behind him to disrupt the others. "I'll use your power too, Todoroki," she yelled, throwing the vine she'd held previously wrapped around her arm. The vine wrapped around Todoroki's waist and the boy suddenly found himself the unwilling sled dog for Toru, who held on to the other end of the vine and slid along the ice he'd made with her scrap shield, pulled along by him. She was using the very same tactic that Hitoshi had used earlier with Momo and Mineta. Toru grinned cheekily as Todoroki scowled, she was using him to pull herself to the finish line. She couldn't win first place like that, but she'd at least do better than most of the others. Shoto's mind spun with how to deal with the situation. Normally he'd just freeze the vine and shatter it, but Izumi's vines were fairly tough and fibrous, so it would take a lot of effort to freeze them deeply enough to shatter them, and Shoto was already dangerously cold after using his ice so much. He dismissed burning them immediately, refusing to use his power, but the only other option was to cut them or try and swing Toru into another trap. Unfortunately, the former would require him to stop and find something to cut them with, and the latter might impede him too if the vine wasn't destroyed by whatever trap he forced Toru into. In the end, his refusal to simply use his fire, his hesitating in deciding what to do, and Toru's weight slowing him down, Shoto was stalled just enough that Katsuki was able to blast himself forward with one last big burst and cross the finish line, scoring first place with a triumphant roar. Shoto's eyes widened, then his face twisted into a grimace of frustration as he decided to stop worrying about Toru and simply keep running. He was just barely fast enough to get over the finish line in second place, just a few millimeters ahead of Setsuna Tokeichi. Still being dragged along by Todoroki, Toru was the fourth person to cross the finish line, and immediately, she could hear the raucous cheering of her parents, as well as present Mike. And we have our top 4 already. All 4 crossed the line within milliseconds of each other. Talk about a close race. Our number 1 and the winner of the first event is none other than Katsuki Bakugo of Class 1A. Katsuki panted hard, having pushed himself hard, but he quickly recovered and gave a huge, feral grin as he pumped his fist in the air to the cheers of the audience. In second place is one, S. Shoto Todoroki. He and Bakugo were neck and neck through the whole race, but it looks like he was just barely surpassed at the last minute. Since he'd stopped running and Toru wasn't holding onto the vine anymore, Shoto was able to easily shrug it off with a pensive expression. He knew he could have won, and was momentarily furious that Toru had robbed him off his top spot, but considering what he'd said at the USJ, her literally pulling him down to second felt justified. Besides, Shoto thought as he looked at his left hand, feeling the heat beneath the skin as he ignored the cheers of his own family and the cold glare of endeavor, I could have won. I could have gotten rid of the vine. I just didn't. Unaware of the dual-colored boy's contemplation, present Mike continued, in third place, we have our first member of 1B. Setsuna Tokeichi came in just a fraction of a hair behind Todoroki. Good work. Setsuna showed off her sharp teeth as she gave a big grin to the audience, detaching her hands and having them fly around the audience, flashing victory signs and giving high fives to people. And of course in fourth place, after using some incredibly quick thinking and strategic planning, we have the dark horse of this race Toru Hagakure. With a quirk that gives neither speed, strength, or mobility, she was able to claw her way to fourth place. Toru, turning fully visible again, flashed her biggest, brightest smile as the knowledge that she had come in fourth truly sank in. She'd come fourth out of 310. She'd beaten every support, business, and gen ed kid, as well as 36 of her fellow heroes, including recommendation students like Momo and Hananuki, or those from heroic families like Himiko and Tenya. She, the girl who had believed herself the most useless, had beaten them all. Happy tears began to pour down her cheeks as Himiko, who had just arrived in fifth place, approached with a big grin. Toru. You did awesome out there. I can't believe you beat me, she congratulated, hugging the girl. Himiko. Thank you, I can barely believe it myself. It was mostly luck probably. Toru said bashfully. Cut the crap, see me not, came the gruff voice of Katsuki as the boy marched over to her. You beat Sunny and all the others fair and square. That was your victory, wear it with fucking pride, he demanded. Toru blinked as he looked back at the boy, then looked to the others. Shoto and Setsuna were both watching her with an appraising look in their eyes, and as each new person finished the race, they looked at her with shock and amazement, almost unable to believe how Toru had beaten them. Up in the audience, Izumi smiled proudly, Toru, you've managed to come so far. Your quirk was almost completely useless in this event, yet you rose all the way to fourth place out of hundreds, all off the back of your own skills. Your own hard work and intelligence carried you to this place, you've spent so much of your life being invisible, being overlooked, but now look, the wolf girl looked around at the audience, who were all smiling, cheering, and looking at Toru, everyone's got their eyes on you now. Well done, Toru Hagakure, you've shown the whole world that you're here. Down in the arena, Toru looked up at Izumi. The girl hadn't heard a word Izumi said, not that Izumi expected her to, the distance was too great, but she still seemed to pick up on the feelings Izumi had expressed. Perhaps the quirk Toru now held, which had once been briefly held by Izumi, allowed them to share their feelings for one instant, or perhaps it was Izumi's divine nature at work. Either way, Toru felt the pride Izumi felt for her, and she responded by pumping her fist in the air and giving a brilliant smile. No matter what happened in the rest of the festival, this would be the moment Toru remembered, the moment where the invisible girl was well and truly seen by the whole world. Toru Hagakure had found her origin. Next chapter, King of the Hill. To be released, April 23, 2022. And there we have it, the first event is over and Toru got to have her big victorious moment. I'd wager not many people saw her coming in the top 5, let alone beating out the likes of Himiko and Tenya. I hope you liked the events I added. I tried to think of what each teacher would create as an obstacle, and how those obstacles would be used as a heroic test, and this is what I ended up with. It still used elements of canon, because I liked them and there was no real in-universe reason to change them, but added my own twist. The next event will be completely different though. Next chapter will have the top 44 forming teams and taking part in the second event of the festival, but a few twists lie in wait for them. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come. Saturday 13th May 2282. Festival Field, U.A Arena. One by one, the U.A first years crossed the finish line of the first event, earning a place in the second. After the top 5 had been determined, the remaining 39 who would be moving on to the next event began to arrive in groups. Tenya was frustrated that he didn't do better, since he was a speed specialist, while Ochako pouted over being the only one of the 4 to challenge Izumi that didn't make it into the top 5. Momo was especially upset, as the Gen Ed student Mineta had managed to latch onto her back with his quirk, forcing her to carry him across the finish line and into the next round. The race officially ended once 44 students had crossed the finish line, the top 5 being Katsuki, Shoto, Setsuna, Toru, and Himiko. Following them were the entirety of classes 1A and 1B, as well as the pink-haired girl from support, Minoru Mineta, and 2 Gen Ed students who'd managed to get lucky. The latter 2 could barely believe their luck, though they had come in dead last of those that passed. Midnight quickly tallied them, then struck a sultry pose. Well, it looks like we have our passers. These 44 students here will be moving on to the next round. Give them a big round of applause. The audience didn't need to be told twice, and the arena filled with the sound of cheering and applause. The 2 blocks of seats where the hero families were sat proved to be especially loud and boisterous, with the Bakugas and Hagakures competing over who could cheer the loudest. Izumi had to cover her sensitive wolf ears in response, but she didn't mind too much. It was nice to see her friends being cheered for. Once the applause died down a little bit, Midnight continued, with our first event finished, it is now time to move on to the next one. To all those who didn't manage to get into the top 44, don't worry, we'll be having some more fun recreational games later so you can enjoy yourselves and show your stuff. The rest of the students, those that had come in below the top 44 or had failed to finish at all, began to march off to the stands, though many flashed looks at the heroes as they left. Most of the previous animosity and resentment they'd felt before had left them, and more than a couple nodded at Katsuki, who'd inspired them. Himiko grinned even as Katsuki ignored them. Looks like your speech got them fired up enough that they forgot to hate on you. Nice work. Katsuki scoffed, I just got tired of them bitching and giving up before we'd even started. Even someone you think is beneath you can take you unawares if you underestimate them. That's part of why half and half got used as Seminot's ride. The explosive boy had learned that lesson very well, when the girl he'd scorned and looked down on had suddenly handed him his only defeat up to that point. Strength seemed to come from all kinds of strange places, and Katsuki wanted to face everyone at their best. He turned to glare at Shoto, who was frowning off to the side. Katsuki wasn't going to let that guy reach the end of the festival. Someone who refused to give it their all didn't deserve to win. Once all those who hadn't qualified had left the field and track, Midnight pointed to the big screen behind her. Now then, it's time for the second event. This one is going to really whittle down your numbers, as only 16 of you can pass on to the third and final event. Can you feel the suspense in the air? The second event is. The name of the event appeared on the big screen, and Midnight happily declared, it's King of the Hill. The audience went wild and the students looked amongst each other with mild concern. So we're all going to be competing to hold a single spot? So you questioned. A free-for-all for a single spot? Oh no. That would be far too mundane for you. Midnight grinned, the real event is going to be a little bigger. With a snap of her fingers, a rumbling began to shake the festival field and 4 patches of the ground opened up to reveal what had been hidden below. From each of the 4 open hatches, a large cone-like hill of concrete rose up, each one of which was too steep to stand on and had several flat platforms sticking out of it, forming a kind of spiral pattern leading up to the flat peak of the hills. Each platform was smaller than the previous one, with the peak themselves being the smallest. 3 of the hills were identical in size and painted primary colors, red, blue, and yellow. They were arranged in the field so they were equidistant from each other, forming a triangle, while the 4th and largest hill was painted black and stuck directly in the middle of the other 3. The students looked around at the hills with wide eyes, then back at Midnight. This is a team event. Midnight announced. Team King of the Hill. Kaminari exclaimed. For different hills, so are we going to be in teams of 4? Hitoshi asked. That's right. Midnight smiled, let me explain the rules. She cleared her throat and the screen behind her began to show visual aids. The first showed the 4 hills from an aerial view. All participants will arrange themselves into teams of 4, which means there will be 11 teams. 1 member of each team will be assigned to each hill, and have to compete with the others on that hill to claim the highest position you can. Each platform is worth points, with the peak obviously being worth the most. When the event ends, the 4 teams with the most points across the 4 hills will win. The screen then switched to show the faces of the 44 participants in the order they finished the obstacle race. Each hill only has 10 platforms plus the peak, so when the event begins, the participants on each hill will line up in the order they came in the race, and then the fastest of them will start on the peak while the next fastest is on the next platform down and so on. So where we finished in the race determined where we start on the hill? Sato asked. That means teams made up of the faster finishers from the race will start higher on the hill, so they have an advantage from the start. Toru muttered. Yeah, but that also means they'll have to work harder to defend their spots through the whole event. Himiko added. Midnight pouted and cracked her whip. Hey. Explaining this stuff is my job, she yelled, quieting the chatter, but yes, that is essentially the case. This event will last for 15 minutes, and at the 5 and 10-minute marks, we will be adding a twist to the event to make things more entertaining. However, remember one important factor in this event: team members can help each other as they see fit, and they aren't forbidden from stepping foot on any hill but their own, but they won't win any points if they aren't on their own hill at the end. If one member of a team is disqualified for any reason, then the whole team is out. Lastly, you can use your quirks to make more platforms if you want, but only the original 10 and the peak of each hill will be counted. You've also got 15 minutes to form your teams, but first we have one final point to make. The R-rated hero cracked her whip and a serious look entered her eye, even as her usual flirtatious smile didn't shift. No matter what, it isn't over until it's over. Use your quirks as you wish, so long as you don't aim to seriously injure, and don't give up. Even if you're knocked to the bottom of the rankings, you're not out until you're disqualified or the final bell rings, so keep fighting to the top. That's Plus Ultra. The participants let out a cheer of Plus Ultra and immediately began running to build their teams. Up in the audience, Izumi got up from her seat and prepared to head off. Inko smiled at her. Does the principal have you helping out with this event? Izumi nodded. Yeah, I've got to do something for both of the twists, so I've got to get in position. Ishiko, I need you with me. The punkle, who'd been resting on Aries' horn as usual, perked up. Really? Sweet. It's been a while since I got to do something useful, she said, hopping over to get into the reinforced pouch on Izumi's kimono sash. Alright, I'm off. You guys have fun and enjoy the event. Izumi smiled. The parents and Kanahana household members waved her goodbye and Eri shouted, good luck with work, before they all turned back to the event. As Izumi walked down to where she'd be needed for the event, she passed by Dabi as he was coming back from the bathroom. The girl smiled softly at him, knowing the burned man was having trouble today as he tried to hide from his family, who didn't know he was there. You doing okay, Dabi? She asked. I'm fine, just nervous being around them. Dabi admitted. Having his mother and siblings so close was almost painful, but he wasn't ready to reveal himself yet. Especially with the old bastard being in the stands too. It was a small miracle that Endeavor hadn't noticed them yet, but the man was focused on Shoto. Izumi smiled. So, what do you think so far? Of Shoto and the others? That Hagakure girl was pretty impressive, and she made Shoto look like an idiot. If he didn't have his pledge, he would have won. He could have used his ice to create a track and his fire to propel him like Katsuki does, and he could have burned the vine Hagakure caught him with. Dabi said with an irritated sigh. Izumi nodded, understanding the frustration her honorary big brother was feeling. Seeing someone who could be better, but chose not to be felt, bad to say the least. It's becoming a problem. One I'm going to have to deal with sooner rather than later. Dabi nodded grimly. I always thought his pledge was foolish. You can't handicap yourself when other people's lives are on the line. Training to be a hero myself has only made that belief stronger. If Shoto stays on this path, someone is going to end up dead, and it'll either be him or his fault. Yeah. Izumi whispered, her heart hurting at the very idea. Don't worry Dabi, I have a plan. You do? Dabi asked. Yes. It's a bit drastic but I can't allow things to continue like this. Izumi said. The burned man gave her a contemplative look. Do what you've got to do, little sis. I trust you. Izumi smiled and began to continue walking. Thanks Dabi, I'll be sure to pay you back for that trust. Back on the festival field, the students had quickly begun trying to form their ideal teams, which meant most had swarmed around Katsuki, Shoto, Momo, and Himiko. Katsuki was the combat genius and powerhouse of the first years, Shoto was the prodigious son of Endeavor, Momo's creation and intelligence made her the ultimate strategist/supplier, and Himiko's transform gave her almost limitless ability to adapt to any situation. The four of them were considered the four strongest first years by far, and three of them were in the top 5 of the last event, so they would be starting in high positions already, making them the top choice for the rest of the participants. Unfortunately, their plans hit a snag when Katsuki walked straight over to Himiko, ignoring his own crowd and pushing through hers to stand face to face with her. "Hey Sunny, we're teaming up right?" Himiko smirked. "Of course, Kaken. I can't in good consciousness expose the rest of the participants to your temper," she joked. Katsuki gave a feral grin in response and the two tapped their fists together. The groups that had tried to recruit the duo to their own teams combined and began to even more desperately try to win their favor and take the remaining spots on their team. Mineta especially was jumping up and down to try and get Himiko's attention. However, both Katsuki and Himiko had their eyes on specific people already. "Fumikage, Ochako, want to team with us?" Himiko asked, looking over to the duo. Ochako had been trying to convince Tenya to team with her, while Fumikage was looking towards Kurwaro and Komori, though neither had met with any success. Upon hearing Himiko's offer however, both looked relieved. "You want us on your team?" Fumikage asked. "Why?" "I've got a good idea what you two can do with your quirks. The four of us together will have the ability to freely move between the hills to support each other. I can fly with explosions, Sunny can mimic me or another flyer, Roundface can float with zero gravity, and you can use Polly like a grappling hook to drag you around." Katsuki explained, "I can also trust you both to handle yourselves if shit goes south and Sunny and I are busy." Ochako and Fumikage both smiled, feeling proud that even the prickly Katsuki approved of their skills. "I'm kind of surprised, I thought you might have tried to get Todoroki or Momo," Ochako said. Katsuki sneered, "Half and half has no business on any team of mine. I don't take people that half-ass things. Ponytail and Shambles were my next choices, being the recommendation girls, but I wanted you both first." "You wanted me more than Momo or Setsuna?" Ochako yelped in surprise. "You were serious when you challenged Azuken, and you're determined. I respect that shit," Katsuki said simply. "What of Ijiro and Toguro?" Fumikage asked. "Sharp Tooth is good for defense but would be stuck on his hill like a rock. Mantis is the same, but with offense. If our teams could be on the same hill, I'd have asked them. With multiple hills, I prefer maneuverability," Katsuki explained. "That's not your only reason though, right?" Himiko asked teasingly. Katsuki looked away and grumbled to himself, while Himiko giggled. Those two managed to win their matches back in the combat trial, while Kaken here lost. "He wants to even the score, right?" the sunny girl asked. The explosive boy just huffed impatiently, refusing to answer. Ochako and Fumikage grinned. Katsuki was strangely earnest and endearing when he wasn't yelling. Still, in only 5 minutes, the team of Katsuki, Himiko, Ochako, and Fumikage had formed. Himiko took a brief look around as the disappointed students that had tried to recruit her went off to try and find other teams to join. A handful of other teams had formed already, the most prominent being Team Todoroki. That team consisted of Shoto, Momo, Setsuna, and Hananuki, aka the recommendation students. That would be the team to beat, and possessed a lot of power, skill, and versatility. They'd be Team Bakugu's biggest rivals. Several of their friends from the lunch group had teamed up too. Ijiro and Toguro had teamed up together after Katsuki had refused them, and they'd then recruited Hitoshi and Toru, who tried to team with Himiko. Then there was Monoma's team, which had himself, Itsuka, Tsunatori, and the pink-haired support girl, who'd somehow sweet-talked Monoma into letting her join. Himiko saw the smirk on his face and was sure the support girl meant trouble. Turning to Katsuki, Himiko said, "Would you be against working with another team?" Katsuki frowned. "You're thinking Seminat's team, right?" Himiko nodded. "They're a dangerous team. Ijiro's got defense, Toguro's got offense, Toru is resourceful, and Hitoshi could eliminate anyone instantly if he manages to use his quirk. If 16 people can pass this round, then that means 4 teams. If we work together, we'd have a major advantage." Fumikage agreed. "I think it's a good plan. Team Todoroki is going to be really tough and I doubt they'd work with another team, so we should get every advantage we can," Ochako added. Katsuki crossed his arms in thought, then nodded. "Plus we get the benefits of those guys without sacrificing our movement ability. Best of both worlds. Alright. I'd rather settle things in the combat tournament anyway." With that said, Himiko smiled brightly and led her teammates over to Team Kirishima. Ijiro and his team greeted Team Bakugu warmly, so Himiko immediately told them her plan to work together. The other 4 immediately agreed, binding the 2 teams together as if they were actually a team of 8. "Working together is going to be way better than fighting each other. Let's kick butt, brothers." Ijiro cheered. "Yeah, we'll work together for this round, so we can fight in the next one," I've still got one win over you, Blasty. Toguru smirked. I work better with support, so this is a good idea for me. I'm starting off near the bottom of the hill as it is. Hitoshi admitted, having not used his quirk much in the race and getting in around the 30th place mark. Who? Third round, here I come. Toru grinned impishly. Yeah, let's get on with it. Here's the strategy. Katsuki said gruffly. He explained his basic strategy for their victory, stating that 2 members of each of their teams will take the top spots on their hills while the other 2 members took the second or third place spots, depending on how challenging their opponents were. Once a basic strategy had been ironed out, complete with signals, the 2 teams decided how they would be split up and then went over to their respective hills to await the end. When the 15 minutes of prep time were up, midnight had them all go to their hills, with all the leaders being on the Black Hill while the others got to choose which hill they went to. Katsuki, as the first place of the last event, was at the top of the Black Hill, followed by Shoto in second place. Eijiro was also on the Black Hill, but lower down. The Blue Hill had Setsuna Tokage of Team Todoroki at the top, with Hitoshi and Ochako several spots beneath her. The Yellow Hill was topped by Toru, who had Momo and Fumikichi with her. The Red Hill was, fittingly, topped by Himiko, with support from Toguru while the likes of Hananuki would be gunning for her. Team Bakugo already held 2 first-place positions, and Team Kirishima held 1, all they needed to do was get the rest of their teammates into position. Now that everyone's in position, let's get ready. The event will begin in 3, 2, 1. Midnight yelled, "Start." The entire field immediately descended into chaos as all 4 hills became battlegrounds, with every student gunning for the top while those above them tried to climb higher and stop themselves falling down to a lower level. On the Black Hill, Shoto wasted no time in launching himself at Katsuki by creating an ice block beneath his feet, but Katsuki was prepared for him. Shoto could only use his ice on something he was directly touching or else the ice would just build up on his own body and potentially injure him, so while he was in the air, he couldn't use his quirk at all, unless he was willing to give up his pledge and use his fire. As Shoto leapt at him, Katsuki ducked his grasping hand so he wouldn't be frozen, then slammed a light explosion into his open abdomen to blast the boy away. Since he was in the air, Shoto had no way of resisting and was blasted right off the hill and would have hit the ground if it weren't for the timely catch by one of Setsuna's disembodied hands. "I've got a Todoroki special for express delivery." Setsuna grinned, her head far above the field so she could observe everything and use her parts to support her comrades. She tossed Shoto back onto the Black Hill, where the boy immediately created a huge wave of ice to freeze the entire hill. Katsuki evaded by leaping into the air and holding himself there with his explosions, but the rest of the group wasn't so lucky. Eijiro, Monoma, and the other team leaders were frozen in place, which was a double-edged sword for Katsuki's plan. Sure, the rest of the scrubs had been left stuck in place, but so had Eijiro. Looking around and seeing the others were busy on their own hills, Katsuki growled and used his explosions to rocket away from the peak. "I'll take it back in a second, icy hot," he yelled, allowing Shoto to take the peak of the Black Hill while he went down to free Eijiro. He easily broke the ice with some carefully controlled mini-explosions, while Eijiro protected himself with hardening. "Thanks bro. I'll go take the second spot and wall the rest of these guys off while you fight Todoroki." Eijiro grinned. "You got it." Katsuki smirked, tossing Eijiro into the air and launching him at the second-place platform with an explosion, which Eijiro easily tanked with his quirk. The red-haired boy slammed into position like a cannonball and Katsuki immediately flew up to attack Shoto and stop him, freezing Eijiro again. As Katsuki flew, he felt something grab his head and went to attack it, only to find it was some kind of robotic pincer on the end of a metal tentacle being controlled by the support chick on Team Monoma, who was currently at the bottom of the Yellow Hill. The pincer retracted before he could break it, and it pulled a hair out as it went, which it then dropped onto Monoma. With a smug grin, Monoma used the hair to mimic Katsuki's quirk and escape the ice, before following him up to challenge Todoroki. "Don't think you're the only one with free support from the other hills." Monoma grinned as he pursued Katsuki through the air. Katsuki scoffed and ignored him, instead gunning for Shoto, who had begun freezing parts of the peak to create an icy nest/cage to protect himself. Katsuki blasted right through and swung a punch at Shoto, who blocked with a quick wave of ice. Monoma hovered just beyond the ice cage for a moment, seeing the ice and explosions bursting out from within. He didn't have unlimited time with his copy quirk, and both Katsuki and Shoto were strong. It was better to let them duke it out in their own time and then swoop in to take the top spot when they were tired. Instead, Monoma went for Eijiro and tried to immediately take him out with an explosion, but Eijiro easily blocked it. "Sorry Monoma, but even with my bro's quirk, you ain't getting past me." Eijiro grinned. Before Monoma could retort, he and Ijiro were interrupted by a loud battle cry and the sound of shattering ice beneath them. Tetsu, the leader of his own team, had managed to activate his quirk before Shoto froze him, and was able to break his way out of the icy coating without hurting himself. Now the steel boy was aggressively climbing up the hill, stabbing his steel fingers into the ice to stop himself from slipping. "Ag bro. Monoma. I'm in this fight too. My solid steel body is more than a match for any of you," he yelled, leaping up and aiming a punch at Monoma. The copycat paled and just barely managed to touch Ijiro, copy his quirk, and harden himself before Tetsu's steel fist slammed into his cheek. The force still knocked Monoma back a step however, and thanks to the very limited space on the platform, he almost fell off, only staying on thanks to explosion. While Monoma was teetering on the edge, Tetsu and Ijiro swung their fists at one another, simultaneously punching each other in the face. This stunned them both, and a recovering Monoma used the opportunity to hit them both with explosions, though their hardness severely limited the effect. The three boys locked eyes with one another, before Ijiro and Tetsu dove into a full-on melee, and Monoma tried to avoid it while whittling down the other two, mindful of his timer running out. No one else on the Black Hill could escape Shoto's ice, which was a major upset for some of the teams, as many strong candidates were trapped there, including Tenya and Tsuyu, the latter of which was going into hibernation due to the cold. With Shoto and Katsuki fighting on the top spot, Ijiro, Tetsu, and Monoma fighting on the second, and the rest of the Black Hill currently frozen and trying to get free or alert their teammates to come help them, people's attention began to wander to the other three hills. Setsuna Tokage was keeping only her feet and a few small pieces of her body on the peak of the Blue Hill, while several others tried to catch her, only to fail as the tiny parts of her body that she'd left on the hill easily slipped through their grasp. Sato had started in the second position and downed some sugar. It turned out hero students could bring supplies if their quirk needed them to function, to try and hold the others off, having given up on defeating Setsuna. The sugar made him fast and strong, but mentally weak, and he frequently fell from his platform only to climb back up like King Kong, swatting away whichever contestant had claimed it in his brief absence, usually Kaibara, who could use his drilling fingers to make holes in the hill for him to climb with. Kaminari, Kurwaro, and Bondo had also started on the Blue Hill, but when the latter two tried to catch the former in glue so they could pass him, Kaminari had panicked and zapped the area around him with lightning. The spiral nature of the hill's platforms meant that the hill itself protected most of the other combatants, but Kaminari managed to go over his limit, rendering himself stupid while also knocking out his attackers. Meanwhile, Itsuka had climbed up to Mina's spot and attacked her, engaging the pink girl in a martial arts showcase as she aimed her blows at Mina's clothed body, so as to avoid her acidic skin. Mina, to her credit, could take a punch and dish one out with surprising strength, and she moved like a break dancer, giving even the seasoned martial artist Itsuka a hard time. That left Ochako and Hitoshi to work together almost flawlessly, using their experience together in the USJ incident to fight very effectively, with Hitoshi and Ochako taking off their jackets and tying them together to make a capture weapon for Hitoshi. Hitoshi had started on the third lowest platform while Ochako had been on the third highest, so no one batted an eye when Ochako chose to go down instead of up. Setsuna soon regretted that, however, as Hitoshi used his Ochako on a rope trick to swing himself and Ochako, both sans gravity, through the air like a pair of bolas, reaching the top of the hill in seconds and driving all of Setsuna's pieces away by returning gravity to Hitoshi, who then spun like a top and using a still weightless Ochako to easily sweep the pieces away like a mini tornado. For now at least, Setsuna was forced to retreat and rethink her strategy, leaving the top spot to Ochako and Hitoshi, who now plotted to get rid of Sato, unaware of a certain great boy sneaking his way up the hill behind them. Fittingly for the Red Hill, the competition there had nearly become a bloodbath. Himiko had started at the top, while Toguro had been on the fifth platform. Ibara, who'd started on the second spot, had thought she'd get an easy win when Himiko abandoned the peak and slid down the hill, but she and the other competitors soon realized how wrong they were when Himiko transformed into hawks and used his fierce wings to collect Toguro and bring him to the top with her. Once the duo had gotten back to the peak, Himiko transformed into Toguro and Ibara was faced with two manically grinning mantis boys with the ability to create near-limitless blades. Wisely, she opted to climb back down to third place and not get an unwelcome new haircut. Between Toguro's ferocity and skill with his blade creation quirk, and Himiko's knife skills, using blades made and broken off by Toguro since her own vanished when she transformed back, and potential to become any one of the people whose blood she'd drunk, it became nearly impossible for anyone on the Red Hill to get past them. Hananuki tried, using softening to try and turn the hill to slop below them, but Himiko had transformed into Katsuki and sent him flying with an explosion, forcing Setsuna to save him, which is partly why Hitoshi and Ochako had knocked her parts away so easily. She'd been distracted. Himiko and Togaru's ruthless combination was too much for any of the others to overcome alone, and with this being a free-for-all on each hill, almost no one else was working together. As such, the battle on the Red Hill became a fight for third place, with a few enterprising individuals trying crafty sneak attacks against the top two when they thought they could get away with it. Himiko was craftier though, and their efforts were often wasted. Hananuki pretty much solidified his hold on third place only minutes later, as Ibra had been dragged down to the lower levels of the hill by the support girl, leaving the others to try and overcome Hananuki's softening. Zero and Aways were taking him on with all they had, desperate to climb above the lowly positions they'd found themselves in. Kodai and Koda were also present, but they stayed back to capitalize on the moment the others got tired. The Yellow Hill was even more chaotic. Those closer to the bottom of the hill, namely Kyoka, Fukudashi, and Aoyama, were too busy trying to get past each other to worry those at the top. Momo, who'd been stuck near the bottom thanks to Mineta slowing her down in the race, was rapidly climbing to the top by creating grappling hooks, rocket-propelled boots, and climbing spikes to scale the steep hill and bypass several platforms. She ended up on the third-place platform and found herself fighting Pony Tsunatori, whose horns put her shield-making skills to the test. At the peak, Toru and Fumikage had started in the top two spots already, so they were fiercely defending themselves against assaults from Ojiro, Shishida, and Shoji, who'd opted to take them both out before quarreling amongst themselves. Dark Shadow was an invaluable shield, but neither Toru or Fumikage could stand up to the three strong fighters. However, shortly before the 5-minute mark, Toru and Fumikage revealed just how dangerous their team strategy was. A little help. Toru yelled as she lunged to catch Fumikage after a swing from Ojiro's tail had almost knocked him off the hill. In an instant, Katsuki broke off from his fight with Shoto, and Himiko took to the air by transforming into Katsuki too, and the duo shot towards the Yellow Hill. They immediately slammed into Ojiro and Shoji with rocket-propelled kicks, knocking them off the hill, before they touched down on the hilltop, turned on their heels, and each delivered a double-palmed explosion to Shishida's gut, sending the bestial boy off the hill and making him take Tsunatori down with him, as she failed to get out of the way in time before he fell on her. Thankfully, simply falling off the hills didn't disqualify them, so they were able to begin clambering back up. Tsunatori easily flew back up to continue her duel with Momo, but the three boys ended up joining the free-for-all against Kyoka and Fukudashi, whose sound wave attacks and onomatopoeia manifesting powers kept them on their toes. With that done, Katsuki and Himiko nodded to Toru and Fumikage, who thanked them for their efforts, before the pair blasted off back to their own hills to maintain their top spots. Present Mike laughed, amazing. It looks like Team Bakugo and Team Kirishima are supporting each other, even from the other hills. Bakugo built his team out of those with diverse powers, including mobility so as to better support his allies, while Kirishima's team was built from specialists, Kirishima in defense, Kamakiri in attack, Hagakure in stealth and adaptability, and Shinso in restraining techniques. By having the two teams work together, they can freely move around the hills and switch out teammates so they always have ideal support. Aizawa explained, trying not to let on how proud he was, in case he was accused of bias. Vlad King had no such worry though. Bakugo is able to fight recklessly thanks to Kirishima's defensive ability. Midoriya, whose transformation relies on blood, has no better partner than the blade-wielding Kamakiri. Uraraka's inability to perfectly control her trajectory while in zero gravity is countered by Shinso's skill with binding techniques to keep her anchored. Then there's Hagakure and Tokoyami, the latter of which can make up for Hagakure's lack of great offensive or defensive ability with his Dark Shadow, while Hagakure's ability to refract light allows her to protect Tokoyami from his one major weakness. They've clearly thought their strategy through. Well, let's see how well their strategy works for them now that the 5-minute mark has come. It's time for the first twist. The fighting on the hills paused for a moment as the students prepared for the new twist. It was a good thing too, as it meant they were bracing themselves when the hills suddenly rose up by 6 feet, being raised on concrete pillars. Midnight's podium also rose up, and once it and the hills were fully raised, all the doors and tunnels leading off the field were sealed shut by heavy steel doors. Then several panels in the outer walls of the field began to open and reveal large holes, which began to release water at an incredible rate. It took only seconds for the entire field to be submerged in 6 feet of water, which many students noted to be an almost unnatural blue, as if it had been chemically treated. Once the pool was complete, Midnight announced the twist with a crack of her whip. Well students, our first twist of the event is, the pool. It may not look like much, as it's just a pool of water, but this pool has a major downside for all of you. I mentioned in the rules that if one of your team was disqualified, the whole team would be, but aside from major rule breaking, there was no penalty that led to disqualification. That's not the case anymore. From now on, if any competitor gets fully submerged in the water, they are disqualified. The 11 teams frowned, now getting knocked off the tower had major consequences. Midnight resumed the timer again, grinning widely. Don't forget, we have another twist at the 10-minute mark. Shoto scowled and looked away from Katsuki to yell to Setsuna, Tokage. Don't bother holding your hill until the last minute. Keep your pieces flying around to save Yaoyorozu, Hananuki, and I if we fall. You can't be fully submerged thanks to your quirk. Katsuki growled, angry that he was being ignored. Instead of capitalizing on Shoto's distraction however, he instead used the moment of downtime to give a hand signal to Himiko, silently telling her to keep an eye on those on the yellow hill, since they were the only ones that couldn't easily recover if they were knocked off. With their messages delivered, both boys returned to their fight, as did those on the other hills. With the threat of imminent disqualification waiting just a few feet below them, many of the large skirmishes had become more tame as those fighting feared falling. Many competitors allowed their rivals to climb higher and gain an advantage in the event just so the lower platforms were less crowded and there was less chance of falling into the water. The situation on the Red Hill hadn't really changed at all. Himiko and Toguru were dominating anyone that came for their throne while Hananuki had resigned himself to third place. Near the bottom of the hill, Ibra was stuck in a strange battle with the girl from support. Hey there, the pink-haired girl grinned, I'm Mei Hatsum. Mechanical genius extraordinaire and CEO and chief inventor of Hatsum Industries. Do you mind if I test some of my babies out on you? She asked with a wide grin, her golden eyes seemingly piercing right through Ibra. Test babies? Do you mean your inventions? Ibra asked, her vines swaying around her so they'd be ready to attack or defend if needed. Hatsum grinned happily, of course. I've brought a lot of inventions, and several are perfect for fighting you. I want to test them out and show them off to the businesses in the audience. Ibra frowned, she didn't want to be a part of this odd girl's sales pitch. But on the other hand, her only other choice was to ignore her completely and risk an attack from behind. Very well, I shall indulge you. You are on Team Monoma, correct? I will have to apologize to him for eliminating his team later. Ibra said, preparing to fight. Hatsum just grinned wider and drew a pair of daggers with chainsaw blades, oh goody. Now before Power Loader Sensei said they were too dangerous, these babies were originally made for civilians. Gardening has been a big thing in Muzutafu since Amaterasu started using her plant powers, and these tools were perfect for pruning stubborn branches and vines. Hatsum used her rocket boots to leap at Ibra and swing with both weapons, effortlessly slashing through the emergency shield Ibra has put up to protect herself. Ibra gasped as her vine hair was torn asunder, but quickly recovered and shot as many vines at Hatsum as she could. The support girl grinned and slashed away at the vines, but no matter how effective her chainsaw daggers were, she simply couldn't swing them fast enough to take out all the vines, leading to her being caught. Ibra's vines wrapped around Hatsum's upper body, binding her arms to her torso without touching her hands, leaving her trapped and unable to use her daggers. With her opponent caught, Ibra sent her vines out over the water and prepared to dunk Hatsum in, disqualifying her. However, she paused to mutter an apology to her classmates on Hatsum's team, and that was the moment the mad inventor needed. Voice command, Weed Killer. Hatsum yelled. Suddenly, a thick green liquid began to ooze out from under Hatsum's clothes, and the moment it touched Ibra's vines, they began to wilt and crumble. Ibra gasped in shock, dropping Hatsum rather than dunking her, allowing the girl to activate her rocket boots and shoot back to the Red Hill, saving herself. Ibra watched in horror as all the vines that had touched Hatsum died and crumbled, requiring her to manually snap the ends off to regrow them. What was that stuff? Poison. Hatsum did a little pose and smiled brightly, that was my special Hatsum brand Weed Killer. Like the chain daggers, it was made for civilian use and was meant to be a non-toxic and environmentally friendly weed killer. Unfortunately, while I managed to make it perfectly safe to touch and ingest for humans and animals, I couldn't get it to only kill weeds, so it instead kills all plants. It works by targeting the unique components of plant cells, which is why it doesn't hurt animals. I loaded it into my Hatsum brand gel skin. Hatsum pointed to a small metal choker around her neck. This thing can turn any liquid chemicals inside it into an awesome gel skin, providing lightweight armor with the properties of the chemical. I decided to market both together as a perfect countermeasure to plant-based quirks. Ibra scowled, did you specifically plan to fight me? Nope. Hatsum said cheerfully, I loaded myself up with gadgets to counter most of the hero kids. I prefer making things to enhance heroes rather than counter them, but this way I can show off my babies more effectively. Ibra grimaced, wondering how to continue the fight. She couldn't bind Hatsum thanks to the plant-killing gel, and she couldn't effectively attack thanks to the daggers. Tossing her off the hill wasn't likely to work well with those boots either. Unfortunately for the pious girl, she never got a chance to come up with a plan. Hatsum pushed a button on one of her gloves, and Ibra suddenly screamed as a flash bang went off right next to her head. Hatsum had slipped a tiny explosive chip into her hair while she was bound, and now it had stunned Ibra completely, leaving her wide open for her opponent to rocket towards her and knock her off the hill. Ibra hit the water, and went under for a few seconds before Hatsum pulled her to the surface with the grappling hook she'd used to steal Katsuki's hair earlier. Midnight raised her hand. Ibra Shiozaki of Team Tetsu has fallen in the water. She is now disqualified, as are her teammates, Tetsu, Senkaibara, and Manga Fukudashi. Ah man, no way. Tetsu yelled. He'd just been about to finally turn the tables and get Monoma out of the way so he could focus on fighting Ijiro. Guess that's how it goes. He muttered, before leaping off the hill into the water. Kaibara, who'd been just about to brave climbing past the sugar-addled Sato again, almost sighed with relief that he wouldn't have to deal with the muscular boy anymore, and let himself slide down the side of the hill into the water. I guess this wasn't our year. I was probably going to be out before long anyway. Fukudashi groaned a bit and got in the water too. Me too. Jiro and Aoyama were tough to face on such narrow platforms, and that was before Shoji, Shishida, and Ojiro dropped in on us. Ibara, recovering from her shock of the flash bang, bit her lip with frustration. Hatsum gave her a sympathetic look. Sorry for taking your team out, Shiozaki. It's fine. I was trying to do the same to you. Good luck with the event. I need to go and apologize to my teammates, the Vine girl replied, nodding respectfully before swimming towards a dry platform that had risen up beside Midnight, where those disqualified could rest. Ibara was the last to arrive and tried to apologize, but her teammates told her it was fine. All but Tetsu had been in bad spots, so it was unlikely for them to win. The loss of one team reignited the determination of the others, who fought even harder for survival. On the Yellow Hill, Kyoka, Ojiro, Shishida, and Shoji were fighting near the bottom of the hill, trying to advance further, while Momo and Tsunatori were fighting for the third-place spot, and Toru and Fumikage were trying to drive off Yanagi, who'd managed to fly up by using poltergeist on some of the solid onomatopoeia that Fukudashi had left behind. Yanagi was flying around the peak, riding on a wooden thwack, while smaller versions of the same onomatopoeia hovered around her, acting as shields against dark shadow and projectiles against Toru and Fumikage. The girl was becoming a pain, and Toru was sorely tempted to call for help from Himiko again, only holding back out of pride. However, before that was necessary, several laser blasts suddenly shot up from a platform in the middle of the Yellow Hill. The blast shot Yanagi's improvised hoverboard to pieces and caused her to fall. Yanagi desperately tried to catch herself with some of her other projectiles, but between more laser shots and Dark Shadow's reinvigorated claw swipes, she was left with none and promptly fell in the water. Midnight wasted no time. Reiko Yanagi of Team Komori has fallen in the water. She is now disqualified, as are her teammates, Kinoko Komori, Shirhai Kurwaro, and Yui Kodai. Yanagi cursed under her breath, while Kodai jumped into the water without a word, while poor Komori shivered and asked if that meant she could be released from Shoto's ice. Midnight allowed Fukudashi to go thaw her out with some sizzles, and allowed Yanagi to collect Kurwaro, still unconscious from Kaminari's earlier attack, leaving Team Komori to join Team Tetsu on the disqualified platform. Toru and Fumikage looked down to their helper, and Yuga Aoyama smiled his usual unflappable smile right back at them. He jumped off the hill and used his laser to propel himself into the air and onto the top platform, which was very cramped with 3 people on it. So, you chose to help us, Aoyama. Is this your way of asking for an alliance? Fumikage asked. 'Cause if that's what you want, we don't mind. Honestly, some extra help on this hill would be welcome. Toru said cheerfully. Aoyama shook his head. Oh non, I don't think there is much point. I was in nearly last place from the race, so no one saw me sparkle. No one but those 3 boys from general education would team with me. I was very sad, he said, his expression not changing at all. Fumikage frowned. Then why did you help us? I thought it would be interesting, and give me a moment to shine. You know, the 3 of us make a good trio. My shining laser is the perfect weapon against Dark Shadow, but it is vulnerable to the light refraction of invisibility, while such a thing is useless against Dark Shadow, who can overpower Mon Ami. No offense, he said, looking to Toru. Toru smiled. None taken. We are kind of like a rock-paper-scissors trio. Each of us is strong against one and weak to the other. Aoyama nodded, while Fumikage frowned. So, you believe you cannot win the event, so you want to have one last flashy fight to get the audience's attention. Is that right? You could say that, Mon Ami, the blonde boy replied, and Fumikage narrowed his eyes. My, what a scary expression. Have I upset you, Mon Ami? Toru looked to Fumikage with concern as the boy got into a combat stance. Fumikichi. Watch yourself, Toru. Aoyama is not what he seems. Oh. What makes you say that? Aoyama asked, his smile slipping for an instant. Fumikichi frowned. I've been getting a strange feeling about you for a while. Like me, you were watching Amaterasu before she revealed her identity, and you accepted her quickly and without much explanation. Aoyama's smile returned, but his eyes were cold. So you think I am an enemy? No. Fumikichi answered honestly, I don't think you're hostile, but you definitely know more than you're letting on. Aoyama tilted his head, perhaps, perhaps not. How will you find out the truth, mon ami? Fumikichi called Dark Shadow to his side, how about I knock you off this hill? The blonde boy hummed in thought, before smiling with amusement, all right. If you can defeat me without the help of Hagakure's quirk, I'll tell you everything. Toru gulped and slipped down to the still unoccupied second-place platform. Momo and Tsunatori were still fighting for the third, and seemed to be in a stalemate, leaving the boys to fight. Unfortunately, Fumikichi would not be getting his answers today, and it was through no fault of his own. At the 9-minute mark, the situation on the Blue Hill changed drastically, in such a way that it would interfere with Fumikichi's fight. With Kaibara and Kurwaro gone, the fighting on the Blue Hill had begun to get closer to Ochako and Hitoshi, who'd previously been using the sugar-addled Sato to keep the others busy. Kaminari was still out of it after exhausting his limit, and Bondo was still unconscious after being zapped, which left only the match between Mina and Itsuka, which had left both girls with injuries but no signs of giving up. Because of this, Sato had no one to focus on and so had turned and gone for Ochako and Hitoshi. He wasn't too troublesome to remove due to the lowered intelligence and Ochako and Hitoshi's maneuverability, but his increased muscle mass, and thus weight, made it harder on Ochako to remove his gravity and allow Hitoshi to lasso him and swing him away. She managed though, and Hitoshi swung the flailing and confused Sato over the water, allowing Ochako to drop him. The big lug hit the water and was disqualified, taking his teammates, Suburaba, Owaze, and Ojiro, with him. After dropping Sato, Ochako had to sit down for a moment to settle her stomach. Are you okay? Hitoshi asked with concern. Ugh, this is nothing. It's way easier than the flood zone, and I took a bunch of anti-nausea medicine before we left the prep room. Ochako assured him, looking a bit green but otherwise okay. Hitoshi sighed in relief, before a purple orb suddenly slammed into his back, making him stagger slightly. He spun around to see the Gen Ed student, Minoru Mineta, standing triumphantly behind him. Ha! I bet you never expected a lowly Gen Ed student would reach the top of this hill. I've got a bone to pick with you, Hitoshi Shinso. Mineta declared, pointing at him, you took my spot in the hero course. Now I'm going to take it back. Hitoshi scowled, before forcing himself to look confused. Who are you again? Mineta went red in the face, you forgot me already. I'm Minoru Mineta and I'm gonna dash. The short boy's eyes went blank as Hitoshi activated brainwashing. Hitoshi stared deadpan at the boy, while Ochako giggled behind him. You are an idiot. Go cannonball into the water. Hitoshi ordered, looking very unimpressed. Powerless to disobey the order, Mineta ran and cannonballed into the pool, snapping out of the brainwashing only once he hit the water. He cried out in disbelief, and Midnight disqualified his team. This included the other two Gen Ed students, and Yuga Aoyama. Fumikichi, who had only just begun to try and hit Aoyama with Dark Shadow, gaped as his opponent was disqualified. Aoyama sighed dramatically and shrugged, and here I hoped I'd actually get to show off a bit more. I picked my allies poorly, not that I had a choice really. Such a shame, mon ami, you didn't knock me off the hill, so no answers for you. Aoyama walked over to the edge, winking at Toru as he went, but he was stopped by Fumikichi. Aoyama, wait. This isn't a game. Oh, I know. Aoyama replied, I don't owe you an answer, but I'll put your mind at ease. I came to you Dade for the same reason you did, I wanted to become a hero. There are no ulterior motives and I didn't know about our newest teacher. Like you, Fumikichi Tokoyami of the Raven clan, Masheri's presence is just a convenient coincidence. No one is in danger from me, I promise, he said, before falling backward into the water. Adieu, he cried, swimming away with a backstroke. Fumikichi scowled and pulled Toru back to the top with him. He wondered if he should mention his suspicions about Aoyama to Izumi. He believed the boy when he said he was no threat and hadn't come to Udare for her, but something about the boy made him uneasy. In the end, he decided to keep his beak shut until he had more to go on, and return to the fight. Then the 10-minute mark hit. Present Mike announced it with his usual enthusiasm, teams Tetsu, Komori, Suburaba, and Mineta have been eliminated. Only 7 teams remain, but how many will survive to the end? The 10-minute mark is here, and that means a new twist. Brace yourselves, contestants. This twist has teeth. Midnight giggled. The students nervously looked around to see what would change, when a shadow suddenly leapt down from above. The shadow landed directly on the top of the black hill, right between Shoto and Katsuki. Both boys, and the other competitors for that matter, gasped as the twist made itself known. Amaterasu stood between the boys with a playful smirk. "Hello there," she greeted them, before suddenly shoving her palms into their abdomens and stamping the mark of Bakugami onto them both. The first bomb popped out from Shoto's mark and blew him off the hill, while the second knocked Katsuki off moments later. As both boys plummeted to the water below, Midnight announced, "Our final twist of the event will be the only student who didn't get to participate today, the Okami hero, Amaterasu. Next chapter, Emancipation of Flame. To be released, April 26, 2022. Phew. A long chapter today and one that came perilously close to a 3-day break instead of a 2-day one. It would have been shorter, but I didn't want to make half the chapter be about them forming their teams, with the other half being the beginning of the event. The final twist seemed the best place to end it, so here we are. This chapter was a bit chaotic, since I had to balance 44 characters all doing their own thing, but I think it turned out okay, and we got some neat character moments and interactions. Mei showing off some of her original work against Ibra, Mineta being one-shot by Hitoshi, because come on, how else would that fight even go, and of course, Aoima's little talk with Fumikichi. I hope you aren't too mad about how I chose to end that conversation. It was meant more as a tease than a full reveal, and with poor Aoima being stuck with Mineta, he was doomed to lose the event anyway. As for the final twist, well, I'm sure you can probably guess where I'm going with this, considering the conversation between Izumi and Dabi, and the name of the next chapter. Next chapter will end the second event of the sports festival, and Shoto is faced with an impassable roadblock in the form of the girl who has shaken him so much. Thank you all once again, and I look forward to reading your thoughts on this chapter and the ones to come.